and if you look on the blocks here in New York City, across.
And you're telling me this is $600,000. I found these in a bag of ornaments, and I'm not really sure what they're about. Or they look like tinfoil. Look how cool they are.
Look like they're gold. This is like Chinese good luck gold. So let's take a look what kind of gold they are. On the machine, what do you think it is? Do you think it's pure gold or 18 karat, 41?
I'd say 18.
18? All right, let's see. Hold on. Oh, dude. 24? It's almost pure gold. It's like
Wow.
all right.
All
How much they're worth. Let's see what it weighs. 48. I know it looks like it's going to weigh like, 700 grams. It's very lightweight. 48 grams, my friend. Let's see what gold is. 44.56. 44.56. One. Pure is 143. It's not like it's pure, but not that pure. It's $33 a gram times 48. Well, my friend. $6,384.
And you're telling me this is $600,000.
That's why they don't. ID because they say this is to show you. It's not only not old, but it's also not ugly. Well, she is like 1,000 years old, so I don't know, but it's like relative to years. But I was gonna say maybe this is why they don't ID her because they go, excuse me, ma'am, I see your ID, and then she lifts her sunglasses up and flashes her lizard eyes, and they go, oh, I'm so sorry.
Whatever you want, ma'am.
Yeah, but it is also in a place where they don't have these same. Well, I mean, people like to drink in Florida, but they don't necessarily have a liquor store in every damn corner.
Yeah. Do you feel better now, Adams? That Edie and I are all really fighting.
Just in traffic, I'm trying to keep my peace.
I mean, you came in pretty hot with that. I don't know, are you an alcoholic and this is why they need so much to right?
What the fuck is going on?
She's lucky I didn't choose violence this morning when I woke up. She can handle herself.
So today is the first day that they open the subway that goes from downtown to Beverly Hills.
What? That's amazing.
Yeah, so we'll see. Traffic is a little bit lighter, but it is a Friday, so.
What's it called? I had no idea they even created that. The D line?
Yeah.
Getting on the D? I'm so happy to hear that. That's so cool.
Well, I think it's going to be funny. All those stuffy people in Beverly Hills, like, welcome to what we have to deal with in Hollywood Hills. All those people are going to have access to Rodeo Drive. Y'all are going to be getting chased out of ballet. All those homeless people are going to make their way over to your side of town, and then now you're going to have to force to deal with the issue. So I think it's going to be funny. It's like, could you imagine if Park Avenue never had any subway access, and then now?
Beverly's gonna be pissed.
Yep, you're gonna be getting people going through your trash cans in the Beverly Hills flats.
Easily explode now.
Yeah.
It's a nice subway station, though.
All you people with showers outside your pools.
That is so dumb to be in front of a homeless person in your pool.
You be coming home, some freaking homeless person's showering and washing her twat in your pool shower. Welcome to our reality. Goodness. I can't wait. But yeah, no, it's fun to be I've held on a very positive attitude. I'm not leaving.
You'll be what?
You will be here.
Speak over what?
Speak over yourself.
Encourage what?
Yeah. I'm about to throw the Bible.
Who was that? Who was that?
Don't throw the Bible.
At the end. The doors of the church are closed at this time. No ushers, close the doors. No movement, no movement, no movement. No movement. Have a seat. Have a seat. Y'all ready for tithes and offering? Please get your get your seed in your hand. Amen. God bless this.
I'm sorry.
Hey, shut up.
What did you say? Get what in your hand?
Get the seed. Prepare the
I
seed.
recommend if you get the seed in your hand, you go right to the sink. You don't want it to get all over the room. So if you ever have seed in your hand, just you want to wipe that off because it begins to smell over time. Just get rid of the seed right away. That's all.
Really?
Yeah, you don't want seed in your hand. Yeah.
Well, you got to harvest it.
Oh my God! I just caught that. Jesus Christ!
Seed for some of us
Oh Lord, have mercy.
is we're too old to have more kids. So a lot of time you harvest the seed in an egg and a harvest, and then the fruit is a niglet. I'm post niglets.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Well, Jesus never did that. Although there's a lost book of the Bible that suggests that Jesus may have in fact had
Just
children.
chill, sis.
Because when I say something, it's you know what? You male-centered, upholding patriarchy people is fine. It's fine.
Okay, let's just stay on the river.
Yeah.
Let's not go into the
Y'all.
Sure, who would like to speak?
Not gonna go ahead.
No, just asked to speak. Go ahead, Just.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, ladies first.
He's giving it to you, Brooklyn. He's giving it to you. Go ahead, take it.
I just wanted to say when y'all was doing the praise session of this portion of this segment, y'all know how the chat suggests rooms to go in. It was a Christian space that you could come chill came up. I thought that was cool. Okay.
This was like I guess this is like news. Did y'all see the White House put out their 2026 counterterrorism plan, or at least like I guess like their bullet points of what they plan to focus on as it relates to terrorist threats that they deemed to the United States.
No, I'm sure you
want to share?
Aliens, virus.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. I'll put it in the chat. The ones, I mean, the main three that they're claiming are, let's see, what's it on page 3? It says, identify terror actors and plots before they happen. I'm sorry, that's wrong page. Narco-terrorists and transnational gangs, legacy Islamist terrorists, and then the funny one, violent left-wing extremists, including anarchists and anti-fascists. So those are the top 3 terroristic threats that the White House has deemed on their high priority list and the ones they plan to focus on within the coming part of the administration. And I put the document in the chat. It's like a whole 16-page thing where it kind of like go over like what they identify as such. They're calling like the left-wing extremists the people who like killed Charlie Kirk, and it goes on to talk about like their some of their efforts, including like how they blew up like the drug cartels in the sea, and then the military operation they did in Africa, specifically Nigeria with I think it was ISIS. But yeah, so they're just kind of going over all those things, and I thought it was interesting. But really, what stuck out to me was just the left-wing extremists and the anti-fascists, because I was like, I thought being anti-fascist was good in America, but I don't know.
Alan, why do you think them donators funded the Charleston, Virginia militia? How did you come to that conclusion, sir?
Oh, we know how. That's just old bullshit talking points that we already went over weeks ago. This is the SPLC stuff.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it's already been. Like, look it up. Like, anyway, you look it up, bro. We already talked about it.
I think they were in court yesterday for the first time. Did y'all talk about the White House releasing the this joke is from today, the space files, extraterrestrial files or something? There's like a cute moniker that they have for the.
Let's go with the TLDR.
What is TLDR?
Oh. Too long didn't read. Oh, you don't know that?
No, I'm over 50 years of age. No, I'm not reading it. It's just like they dump all those files. I put the link in the chat earlier. If anybody wants to look at it. Apparently, Trump said that they were gonna. They wanted more transparency about aliens and everything that the feds had on aliens. And then they're also going to release the information about extraterrestrials. So it's every time I see something with war.gov, I just crack up. So I'll put it in the chat. It's war.gov.ufo. Pretty sure somebody will put it in chat GPT and So this is what Obama was talking about when he was on that, was he on Jimmy Kimmel or something recently? And he kind of said there's no little green men. And then I think, what's his name? The black guy, Neil. He kind of poo-pooed the whole thing. Like, there's nothing really that's going to come out of it. But there it is. If anybody wants to look at the UFO files that they're releasing.
Well, so there's no takers on the alien thing. I see Wayne Brady went after Bill Moyer. How do you say his name? Moyer? Saying that he's a racist. Bill Maher.
Wait, isn't that an old story? I mean, he is a racist, but I thought Wayne Brady went after him a while ago.
Oh, was it a while ago? Let me see. It says 9 hours ago.
Keep going after him, but maybe it was just
comic Wayne Brady unloads on Bill Maher. Meyer. How you say that?
Meyer.
Sorry,
it's my Boston accent. Meyer.
Okay, whatever. Over jokes about Obama. So he made jokes about Obama. I guess recently or something.
Is he racist? He dated Superhead.
Who?
Bill Maher.
Bill Maher?
That doesn't mean anything.
Well, he was so
racist. I'm being facetious, people. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, it's raining, but I was making a joke.
All right, so let me just take a moment out for a minute. We're coming up on the 12 o'clock hour. Yes, it is Friday. Today is May 8th, 2026. It is Mother's Day weekend. If you haven't already gone out and got your mothers, wives, sisters, cousins, nieces, whatever, flowers, then maybe you might want to do that. Think ahead. But if you would pay attention to the pinned item here, if you click on it, that is an X before the crash. That means no crash out Friday. This week has been absolutely different. That's the word I'll use. I'll use different. A lot of different characters came to visit us, and the ghost of Crash House was amongst us. So today, before we started, the stage has been blessed. And I just wanted to say happy Friday to everyone. I hope this day finds you well. Please come in with a positive attitude and an open mind and a kind heart. And have a wonderful day. If I don't see you or speak to you anymore today, I want to make sure I say that before we move forward. Yeah, I didn't know anything about. I'm sorry. I do recall him kind of messing with her. Now, are you saying that they were in a dating relationship, or were they just screwing?
No, they were out and about. I think there was the only weirder relationship I saw was 50 Cent and Chelsea Handler. That was also an odd. Do y'all remember that?
Mm-hmm.
That was, yeah. They looked both quite happy together, actually.
So, Mark joked in 2010 that rather than making fun of Obama for being a gangster, he was President Wayne Brady. Brady spoke to Sarah Jones on her podcast, America, Who Hurt You, where they discussed Dave Chappelle calling out Mar in his latest comedy special. The Whose Line Is It Anyway? Star flat out said the HBO host was a racist. So I don't even know what's going on between or behind the scenes on this thing. So yeah, I guess this is something they just gonna keep coming after one another moving forward. I don't know. In other news, seems like a friend of Cynthia Bailey, who is a fashion designer, Keith Brewster, he has passed away. Does anybody know that designer? He's gone. He went on to glory. Guess nobody knows.
It's Hurricane now.
Oh, you think Hurricane might know? Why are you always putting Hurricane in the midst of this? He doesn't want to be a part of that.
He's fashionism.
Yeah, so that doesn't mean he wants to
He's
be.
opera. But that's the Real Housewives. I don't think Hurricane watches the Real
Oh, I
Housewives.
didn't know that was Real House.
Yeah,
Isn't she the designer? Wait,
Isn't she on the
Cynthia
Real?
Bailey was a supermodel.
Yeah, but she's on the Real Housewives of Atlanta. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
but
that's
she was
her.
talking about a designer who passed away, and like she was she was sad about that. So the designer only designed for Real Housewives of Atlanta?
No, but that's been like her recent notoriety, like for what, the last decade or so?
But the emphasis is on the actual person who passed, which is the designer.
Oh, okay. Because they have those guys that are just on the show.
No. What's his name again? What are you doing?
Child, you would ask me that. I'm assuming, I would mess up the name. Kithe Brewster.
Funny.
Yeah, funny.
Another one bites the dust. So is that Keith Brewster?
Brewer.
It should be Brewer.
No, it's
Rewer. That's what it should be.
No, it's Brewster. I'm looking. It's is it Keith Brewster?
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm looking it up. I'm looking at Women's Wear Daily 2015.
BREWST?
Yeah,
Oh,
like Brewster's Millions. Yeah.
Oh, this MZ article got his name spelled wrong in it.
I'm looking at TMZ as well. BRE.
Y'all look at the headline. Go look at in the article. In the article, it says something completely different.
So this is
Oh, it does. Yep. The headline says Brewster, but then when you click on it, it says Brewer.
Yeah, that's why I came up, because I was reading it as you were reading it, and I was like, wait a minute, it's two different names here. Okay.
Hey, but you see the headline says Brewster.
Yeah, and in the link as well. Yeah.
As soon as you click inside of it, it says Brewer. So I don't know. Did he drop the S and the T? I don't know.
No, his name is still. I see it. I guess he was in New York Fashion Week 2016, and this is from Women's Wear Daily. From 2015, I guess he did her Ready to Wear collection, spring of 2016, but I've never heard of him, but that doesn't mean anything. May he rest in power.
TMZ wrong.
They've been making a lot of they labeled somebody else wrong and people were making fun of them. I can't remember who, but yeah, they were like, y'all need to hire some new black people or something. Not to misspell the man's name.
Yeah, that's
I'm pretty sure
crazy.
Cynthia spelled it.
It sounds like the editor was asleep. There was a show, I think Dana Bash, she spoke with Keisha Lance. Is it Keisha Lance Bottoms?
Yeah.
People are missing Joe Biden more and more each day.
I don't want to hear that. He endorsed her. She worked in his White House, and he endorsed her. She's running for governor, and will probably be the what's the call?
Nominee
for governor. Yeah.
Governor in
I mean,
Georgia.
not probably. I mean, almost certainly. Yeah.
Does she have a shot at winning?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I like her. I've never heard anybody from Atlanta say bad things about her.
All right. Well, my piece was just shot down, so I'm not going to say anything else.
You just started. You said she was on it last
Yeah,
time.
but did you hear somebody say I don't want to hear that? So, gosh,
No,
Spiritus always says
not about that. No, it wasn't about. It was about people saying, "Oh, I miss Joe Biden." Like that. Where the conversation was about that. Just the part about Joe Biden. People saying,
y'all know Spiritus. Y'all know Spiritus brain glitches. This was a glitch.
we do miss Joe Biden. I miss Joe Biden. Now, people saying we miss Barack come back to the White House. I think they need to move forward. But there was just last administration.
First of all, one, let my brain glitch. Two, people have been saying they miss Joe
Why are
Biden
you whispering?
while for at the office.
Oh, it is on you.
Years. Well, hold on. Can I just finish my statement? While 4 years you were getting on Joe Biden's case, and now they're like, this is Democrats, this is Republicans, independents, that's all on you done.
Yeah, but not the person who said that. The person who said that worked for him the entire 4 years.
I didn't know she was.
I think that it's a good thing that people are speaking like that in favor of Joe Biden, because now Trump and them trying to blame. Nigga, do you not hear me talking?
No.
Fuck you know. Anyway, as of late, the Epstein administration has been blaming Joe Biden for the Iran thing, the gas prices, and everything. So I think that it's good that they're speaking good towards him.
You know what? Like freedom. I bet Tef is a mechanic and he smokes like cigars. Just saying. You sound like you say, now you know what's wrong, Randana, what you got? I'm sorry,
So I'm just putting out random things. I don't know if this is true or not, or if this is happening now, just recently. It says Tennessee Democrats burn Confederate flag in dramatic walkout over redistricting. Did y'all know that?
Yeah. Can I ask you where that source was? Because I saw the video. It was literally like somebody printed on a Xerox piece of paper the Confederate flag and they burned it. When I
I tell you, it wasn't a flag. It was the size of 8.5 by 11. Okay? And they want to go on about like this flag that's planted on some racist lawn. That's not what happened. It was a little postage stamp that they burned at the Capitol, and then he stamped it out.
But it did look pretty dramatic. Like the picture that I saw, and I think it was Justin Pearson, First Lady. I really like that young man. He is going to go very, very far.
His name is Justin Jones.
Justin Jones, I'm sorry. He is, I like him. I like his strength. I like his power. I like his defiance. So he basically stood there in the midst of all of that racism and hatred, and it was like a PDF, like he printed it and he lit his match and he just kind of stood up and like, this is what I think about this. And did y'all see the video?
Well, it says, wait a minute, Tennessee State Representative Justin Jones burned a paper depicting the Confederate flag after a new redistricting map aimed at unseating the state's last Democratic representative.
Yeah. We're talking about Representative Pearson, one with the afro, right?
Oh, yeah, I didn't even catch that. Thank you, Black Struggle, because I was like, wait, maybe that is his name. Yeah.
You're right.
Okay, yeah, Pearson. And of course, I like him. He's smart and he's black. You should try it. And of course, I love black men. That is correct. So yes, I love him, actually. I don't just like him. But did y'all see the...
wait a minute, that's changing the subject, because I don't know how you got on Pearson, because this guy's name is Justin Jones, and was talking about the flag, but then Pearson. So who's Pearson again?
Justin Pearson is...
Yeah, he's the other Tennessee rep. Yeah, they're both Tennessee reps. I think that's why the confusion. Justin Jones is the I don't know if he's black and Filipino, but he's the he was the current representative for Nashville, but he's been I think his seat's been drawn out. Yeah. And then Pearson's seat is the last one that just got drawn out. So they're the only two. Which one is the one that's running primary Cohen?
Nope.
Which one?
Oh, wait, my bad. Which one burned the flag? Because weren't they both there?
Probably.
So Justin Jones, sorry if I'm echoing y'all. So Justin Jones is the one that burned the flag. Justin Pearson is the one that's trying to unseat Cohen. But that won't happen. Sorry, I'm echoing y'all. I'm talking to a huddle room. Okay, so here's like a quick version of what's happening, if you don't mind me sharing this, First Lady. I don't want to get us off track from the paper burning yesterday. But a number of the...
It's okay, you don't have to apologize. You don't wear a slip. Everyone wears a slip.
He's so refined. I love Tiffany's voice.
Listen, I was proud. I was given, civil rights icon yesterday, okay? Anyway, so what has been happening in Tennessee for a while is that they have been redrawing all of these districts very quietly, but it's been really tricky in how they do it. So you'll probably hear a lot about London Lamar. Her district was redrawn a couple years ago to put her against Tory Harris, and then a couple of other districts were redrawn like that. So with this whole piece of I think some of the Dems knew they were going to attempt to redraw the maps, which is another reason that Justin Pearson was going to basically try to unseat Cohen because of a number of things that happened here with XAI and all that. So a lot of the talk has been around the fact that in Tennessee, the only blue dots in Tennessee that exist, if you go and look, are in Nashville and in Memphis. Memphis is the majority black city. So basically, they are trying to go back to some older districts and would basically, it wouldn't erase the black vote. I just think it would essentially it would make us Republican forever. It would make it really difficult with the voter turnout for us to be able to ever go back to being a Democratic city. So, for example, we just had primaries, and only 18% of the vote came out for primaries.
So knowing that we already have low voter turnout and how they're redrawing the maps, it would make us basically more power would go to the rural part of the district, which would make us a Republican district. So Pearson is essentially going to have to drop out. So we have another guy, his name is like Brett Todd or something. He's basically like a community college graduate who was in, I think he's in Nashville. He's now decided that he wants to go against Cohen. So there's no way Justin's going to win against Cohen because it's too big of a fight. We can't lose the only representation we've already had because they're just going to basically say he's a young guy, he's a young kid with an afro. Nobody wants to be represented by a black man, especially now that we have a chance for us to have a Republican, district. So it's about to get ugly. It's really frustrating. But yes, Justin Jones and London and a couple others led a walkout. I love the signs that said "Kill the Klan." It was very direct, but they led a walkout. Justin Jones burned truly a 8.5 by 11 piece of paper that was a Confederate flag. He probably could have gotten a real one because they're literally everywhere here. But I think he also didn't want to get arrested because if you remember, the Justins were also kicked out. They were censured a year ago, 2 years ago. So it's a hot mess here in Tennessee, and people have said Memphis should leave the state, and I was like, I don't think that's gonna work. But that's a whole other situation. But it's just been ugly and ridiculous here in the last couple of days.
Tiffany, with the district where Memphis is, like, isn't that being stretched out to like 300 miles? And like, read something where, like, I mean, yeah, it says it's gonna be stretched out to like more areas, but I heard like it's as far as like 300 miles inward the state. Is that accurate?
So I still haven't. I keep just seeing like screenshots of the map. I haven't actually seen a map, so I'm trying to get my hands on an actual map so I can look at it. But so there's I can't think of the name of the county, but there's a very rural county, like literally the people that are missing teeth that don't even have a chance at life. We would be grouped in with them. But it is a really wide district from what I've been told. So I don't know. It doesn't make sense. And then it would even split in some neighborhoods. From what I was told, it was split some neighborhoods right down the middle. Like literally one side of the street would be in one district and another would be another.
I think I put it in the chat. Is that it, Tiffany? So it says Tennessee U.S. Congress districts adopted May 7th. But look at how they split up that green. Okay, so I see the 1, 2. I think it's 9 that people were saying was the weird one. But it's that is crazy. Look at 5. You know what? Yes.
Some parts of this same society, we want to maintain this.
No, but you're not listening to what I'm saying.
I actually agree with Brother Mark.
So men, let's say in a society where you're not doing for, civil rights, like all men all have them already. So let's say like a pre-suffrage society, a pre-women suffrage society, you have men who have equal rights. There could still be aggravating factors in a case where a man is violent towards another man. And I'm saying, okay, what you're trying, the situation you want to play on now is, hey, in this egalitarian society, it seems like there's something wrong if, like, when a man beats up a woman viciously, we don't think that's an egregious crime. No, you still can in a feminist society. You still can. In a completely equitable society, you still can, because we're not concerned with, like, everybody being seen as the exact same person. They're all facsimiles of one another. What we're concerned with is that everybody
Right, and that's what I'm talking about. Listen to the man the woman who takes her car and slams it into the back of my leg. Don't I also have rights? Don't I have these rights?
You're not allowed to be around. You're not allowed to be around. I don't know if you know that. You're not allowed to be around.
And why not?
Because it's illegal. It's illegal. Right. Now you can't do it to a man either. You can't do it to a man either.
I'm not talking about
You're not
that's true. I think it kind of goes both ways. Right? I think people who have an inclination to sort of be immoral tend to project that onto other people.
Yep.
In the same way that people who are good and decent people assume other people will be good and decent.
Well, and you just never know what that person's going through. They could be dealing with some depression that's causing them to get fat, lack of motivation, or maybe that's what, who knows what the chicken before the egg with that, but everybody's got their own story they're going through. You just never know. I'm not saying we shouldn't have, like, ideal, like, this is the ideal scenario. I just think we have a tendency to, if you walk around expecting others to adhere to your moral framework, you will be disappointed. And you will get an attitude about you that is not humble. Can y'all hear me?
Yes. Yeah, we were just resonating on what you said because it was so true. Yeah.
Mic drop.
We agree. Yeah, we agree.
Yeah, I mean, I hear Keegan, and though I don't disagree with what he's saying, I see this in my best friend too. I see her do it all the time, and I want to shake her out of it because it causes her so much.
What is she getting? A little matrixy, FYI.
You see her doing what all the time, though? I'm confused. Wanting to look good for other people? No, not just that. No, more like just from my perspective, it's like you can't just shake things off and give grace as easily.
Or is it me?
I probably am.
No, it's just futurism.
Like, I think if you have that mentality, you don't give grace as easily.
What are you talking about, though? What are you talking about? When you don't have that? What do you mean?
When you don't walk around expecting others to always mold themselves and adhere to your moral framework. Like that, you will end up being the type of person that has a hard time giving grace.
And is she taking out this banner?
Oh, Teresa, you're in the Matrix one.
Yeah, I was about to say,
I
wait.
found it. I found out what happened now. It's you, boo. I think right now would be a great break for water.
But I think Holly and Keegan are making two different points, though. Holly is making the point about people kind of being stuck in that mindset of expecting people to act and operate based on their own individual moral framework, which I get and I agree with. Keegan's point was that it's important that you stay desirable to everybody in the event that your marriage doesn't work out or you're widowed. And I just think it's silly to live in a framework where you feel like you have to maintain being desirable to everybody. I think you should maintain being desirable for your partner. I think you should maintain yourself for your health. I don't think it has anything to do with everybody else around you.
I mean, devil's advocate, if you think that your wife has a similar sense of desire to the general population, then I guess you could make a claim that by staying desirable to the general population, you're staying desirable to your wife. But I don't understand why you wouldn't just like fast track that and figure out what your wife finds desirable specifically.
I do agree with what Keegan's saying there. I'm sorry, I should have been more clear. I like you, Keegan. I like Keegan a lot. I was
simply making an observation that I do hear you, and I feel, I guess I'm making the point that I know you're still young too, and I just hear people doing this, and I just think myself up for a lot of stress. Walking around thinking people shouldn't do certain things. It's too much.
Oh, you're saying you might not, you don't know if you agree or disagree, or maybe you do agree with my worldview, but it's that I shouldn't have this expectation for everyone.
Yes, that's exactly it. Yes, that's exactly.
Listen, I do think I run into the idea that I am, idealistic. I believe that my worldview is the best worldview, which maybe is a young thing, maybe it's a by ideology, but I understand. But I also, it kind of stems to we had a discussion in Chillism about Karens, and I said I actually think Karens are a good thing. Like, I think most Karens are good for society, right? They're trying to keep order, right? And our society has become more and more chaotic. We've lost more and more public decorum for each other. And I think that a lot of Karens are just saying, like, I saw a video. It was like a Karen, like, on a hike. It was kind of a busy hiking trail. You see, like, over, like, 10, 15 people cross you. That right there is a pretty busy hiking trail. If you see over 15, 20 people cross you in a matter of about 5-minute clip. And this group of, like, I think it was like 3 people are hiking. They're playing loud music. And she's like, hey, I don't want to listen to your guys' music. Do you guys mind turning down your music? And they're like, oh, what are you, a Karen? And she's like, oh, don't do that to me. Like, come on. And they get like a little argument. And they just end up turning up their music and walking away from her and being like, what a Karen. And, they're recording her. But, I'm like, I kind of agree with her. Like, she's just saying, hey, like, like, and I understand the idea of, like, just let them be. They're not harming anybody. But I also think there's something about, like, trying to be like, hey, guys, like, we all live in this society. We all live in, you guys are my community. And, like, let's just all respect each other. And, I understand it was maybe kumbaya crap.
It was very shocking earlier hearing how hard it was for people to hear that message. It was really concerning for me, I don't think that we're being an authority figure to each other if we remind each other, outing around me at the ice cream line, and I say, hey, buddy, there's a line here. You might say, oh, sorry, okay, thanks. You might just get in line. It could be as simple as that. It doesn't have to be, I'm going to stab you in the heart, like Carmelo.
Yeah, I feel like that's where my, like, ideology comes from. Is like, I'm like, oh, maybe I, without doubt, like, have the, like, all or nothing ideology, where it's like, you should do this, you need to do this, or it's harmful, and maybe I'm wrong, whatever. But I think it stems from the ideology of, like, the Karen ideology. I have a Karen ideology. I am someone who, when I see disruptive behavior in public, I will call them out. I will say something. I'm not someone to be like, oh, like, it's whatever, like, I go, oh, okay, they're being disruptive. I'm going to go let them know they're being disruptive to me. And I hope that they hear me as a person and they go, oh, okay, I won't be disruptive anymore. And, I feel like we've kind of, and I think maybe it's like, maybe this is the difference between, like, people who live in a city and people who don't, right? Like, suburban lifestyle is just much slower. And, like, we're like, oh, like, let's all just be neighborly. The Midwest, very neighborly. The Midwest is a very neighborly community. And maybe that's just
Vero, did you see in the New York Post, they had an article about the terror at this apartment building in the Bronx? Did you see this?
No, I didn't. You broke up just a tad bit. Something in the Bronx, what?
It was the tenant from hell. And it was an article in the New York Post, like, yesterday. Let me find it. It's this, like, tranny young person who He's stealing everyone's packages. Tried to blow up the building. Like he left all of his gas burners on in his apartment all day long. And also like apparently has multiple personalities and wears a different wig depending on which other tenant in the building he wants to harass that day. And they're afraid to go in and out of the building. He's been like arrested at least 5 times just for harassing his neighbors in the building. And he hasn't paid rent since 2024, but they're trying to get him out.
I like a New York City Karen. I'm a New York City Karen. I wouldn't be like a Karen in Keegan's sense. I'd be in a New York kind of way, where it's for the safety of others, really. Like if someone tries to come into your door after you, like you use your key, you open your building door, someone tries to come up on you, no. I don't know you. You live here, so you tear them down. Yeah, it was good on it. You live here, but you don't have a cactus store instead of a scout, freaking shit, or this top of crack up there. I love that more weaponized the trend, right? So because a Karen basically is somebody who is not doing the right, not necessarily doing the right thing. They're doing it in a way that's ridiculous, that's out of line, that's offensive, that's all the bad things, usually are racist or judgmental, things like that. Sloshing comes to the coal industry and how they the health insurance companies that also own the pharmacies, that also own the doctor's offices, but just like they have.
They've just gone nuts. I don't agree with that, but you can understand the concept, the level of conviction these people had to do this, to see the dead as cake, to see cake as shit, to see shit as strawberry, and to see that all in one and find that as enticing as Adam was enticed by the fruit. That's pretty powerful.
Not for nothing, but when my boss leaves, I don't want to be here anymore. Like, as soon as he leaves, I leave. Like, there's no reason for me to still be here. My boss left for the weekend. Like, why the fuck would I still? I'm leaving. Like, every minute I'm here after he's gone, I'm like, leave. I'm leaving. I'm here after he's gone.
Traffic, might as well stay a few more hours and fuck around on Clubhouse and get paid for it. Unless you get salary.
I'm still gonna get. Well, I get hourly rate, but it is kind of salary. So I'm guaranteed 40 hours, and then the overtime.
They made the military hourly. Everybody would fucking be in the military. The biggest trick about the military is the salary part. That's when you realize you got Duke.
What are you talking about? The salary part is the best part. These guys retire getting like fucking 50 grand a month. What are you talking about?
Oh, veterans?
Yeah. I mean, the high rank.
20 fucking years? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If they would have worked those hours in a private sector, they would be fucking millionaires.
I'm Lamar.
You can. In the military, by the time you're coming out, you can. But I promise you, you made double, triple that. They enslave you, bro. Military slavery.
That's okay. Come work for me. I'll fucking slave your ass too.
That's why I call you a soldier. I know your life. I know how it is. I put on a fucking uniform and drag my ass out. I understand, bro.
No, I mean, in the beginning, I'm going to tell you, oh, we're boys, but I'm still your boss.
Dude, I'm totally about change. It kicks in. It's natural to me. I don't see that. You have a higher rank. That's it.
the thing is, right? This is the thing, and I won't tell this to you
guys hire us, bro.
To what's his name again? Al Lester. What's his name? John. Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley.
Yeah, I'm here.
Aleister Crowley. Let me tell you something.
I'm here.
You know what the most difficult position to play is to know when to play the number 2 out. It is so important.
To play the number 2 out?
Yes. The number 2, like, so for example, when somebody comes in and he outranks you, you have to instantly put yourself in number 2 mode. And I'm being dead serious, bro. Because
I know.
This is like a major thing that people don't get. And if you know how to play the number 2 guy, it strengthens your number 1 guy. Like, it strengthens you as the number 1 guy. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like, you have to know how to play your position well.
Number 1 is to be given the vibe of number 1. That's, but you know, if you're always
and I don't like being the number 1. The most successful guy is the guy this kind of stuff. Always. Nobody wants to be the number 1.
Number 1 guy is the guy who can, when it all hits, something shit happens. It's on him. He's your fall guy, and he's the guy who's expected to Superman at a moment. So if they fail at that, then they're not going to be the number 1 guy anymore. You know, this is going to fall down to the second.
You want to know something? You want to know something I learned? It's they know who to execute at the right time.
Yeah. They have that eye.
Yeah.
Are you talking about concrete, Megatron?
No, I don't know what concrete you're talking about. Like physical concrete? Like
the concrete work, not the guy, no. Like working on concrete.
No, I'm not talking about that.
No, he's talking about relationships.
Like, someone is there, ranks you. You have to know how to play your position well. This way, you work in unison. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
see, they can't handle that. They can't.
They can't handle that.
In the military.
What's your name?
In the military, you stand in a position. So if you're standing next to a superior officer, you stand at like the bottom left. So you actually position yourself in a place of respect, and it's in the protocol. So you are basically like geolocated to show your inferiority, and it's just that's the thing about rank and hierarchy. Hierarchy is like in America, we definitely have a caste system or like a 4-slot system, meaning that like we have military, law, political, and medical, or even banking. So it's like 5 slots. But I put some poetry about Ezekiel's spaceship. They used grok. I hope you enjoy it. Hope you have a great weekend. And I agree with you. When my boss is on a hammock drinking an iced tea while I'm in a cubicle and I'm very upset about that, and he's laughing and having a good old time.
Well, then you're still from number 2. If you're in a cubicle, you're not even number 2, bro. So just don't even bring it up. Just let it to wash, bro.
Yeah, that should be your dream.
Yeah.
A dream?
You should be getting your boss a fucking drink. That's what you should be.
You should be like, man, hook me up. Like,
idiot. Should be getting a fucking drink.
Honestly, if you're not trying to steal you're in the circle. John, you're in the circle. You got to get to the center of the circle. And you're already there as a subordinate. You can consume more because they expect you to do more, and so the more you can do, the more you can. All of a sudden, you're one of them, and then they wake up to it, and then they realize, holy shit, this guy knows everything we know, and that's when they freak out. Now,
my
thing has always been they catch on to me by the time I'm like close to number 2. And that's when they realize that this guy has ambition. He doesn't want to just be a Sora. He wants to be number one. So if I was to go work for Barth, everything he's doing now, a year, and I would give him number two, and he would chill, his balls would be spread, he'd be like, man, I'd never relaxed like this before. And then all of a sudden, I am Barth. And then Barth is like, never really enjoyed being lobotomized as number two. It's been a while.
You're losing me here.
People there is that mental capacity, and then there's the physical capacity. And sometimes just being an ass or like an ox or something, that can be like relaxing. Like when you don't have to think about the operation or all that, and you can just trust someone who has the energy feel to do it, you end up relaxing. Some people do that if they're content. If they're not content and it's always been about the hierarchy, that's when they expose themselves.
Educate Riley here really quick before we lose the thread. So Riley, we go over one Quran verse every single day, and then we learn from the Ummah about the Quran. So today's lesson is 379. Can you read that for us one more time? Because we're gonna get this in our minds this way. We kind of understand what it's saying. We understand is that it's unifying. We don't listen to the Salafi boys; they're uneducated. We educate ourselves.
Is this a surah?
This is a verse.
Okay,
it's a chapter. Ayat is a verse.
To read them all.
Yeah, can I read it? I'll just give it across to read. Yeah, what do you want to be? I'm going to start too small. I get to like a gender guy. Start being the full book.
I don't know. I want it
too old to do the furnace. I'm still suck. That's a little weird.
No. I would hope.
I had a one-on-one situation where you get the physical therapist and create a relationship with them. They know your story, and they sit there one-on-one with you, basically.
That's how I knew they was on fucking Chatter. Did you delete the message? No, I don't delete shit. Okay. Hold on. Somebody sent me that shit.
This nigga literally got 2,000 plus messages he hasn't even opened and read yet. That's why he can't find it.
Here are 3 things to consider before applying for your next credit card. Number 1, your lifestyle. Do you fly a lot, spend a lot at restaurants?
Mother, among those with us this afternoon are a number of the angel moms who saw their precious children stolen from them by the open border policies of the radical left. Open borders, I call them stupid borders, not open. I call them stupid borders by stupid people that put them there. And the migrant criminals that let them pour into our country, and bad things happened. 25 million people came into our country. Many of them were criminals. Many of them were murderers. They allowed them in with their open border policy of stupidity. These incredibly brave and resilient women have turned terrible tragedy into unyielding resolve, becoming advocates so that their mothers do not have to endure the same heartache that they've felt.
all their lives. They've felt for so long. They've raised the most beautiful child that has taken, and they've spent so many years. In many cases, I see some of you I've known you for years, and others are unfortunately new members of that club. And I say unfortunately, it's a sad thing. Should have never happened. Should have never happened. In their honor, we've rapidly turned the worst and most dangerous border in the history of our country into the strongest border in American history. We have no people come in during the last 11 months. We have zero. Nobody even tries to come up. You know, you used to read about the thousands of people that would pour in and they'd just come up in caravans. I think it was my name. I came up with it. It looked like a caravan. 25, 30,000 people pouring up. They walk through Mexico. They come from all different locations, come from all over the world, actually. But they came in through our southern border. They'd come up and just let them walk in. They'd walk in. Nobody had any idea who they were. They were murderers. 11,888 murderers. They were allowed to come into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. Many of them murdered more than one person. What a shame. What a disgusting shame. That people can even think that this is okay is pretty incredible. But for the past 12 months, that's been our number. These numbers are done by people that the numbers when I say zero, I actually mean zero. It's hard to believe actually, but they're done by people that they tend to be somewhat on the left, so they're not going to give us a fair shake. And they say that, people don't come anymore because they know they're not going to get through. So when they know they're not going to get through, they just don't come. And just on that, we save a lot of lives because that journey up from Honduras and El Salvador and lots of other countries, or from the Congo, where they drop them there and they walk up and they come through our country. They emptied the prisons of the Congo into the area of the southern border and then told them to just walk in because stupid Americans are going to accept you beautifully. And these were hard, mean, vicious criminals they allowed into our country. How anybody can vote for these people is hard to believe, okay? It's hard to believe. But to a friend of mine, Marianne Mendoza. Marianne, where's Marianne? Where are you, Marianne? I got to know you right from the beginning, right? And I won't ask her that, but I would often ask, is it easier with time? Because time has gone by. Marianne, no, it's not. Sadly, it's not. You always hear with time, but a lot of people say it's not easier. But you're a special woman. I've gotten to be a friend of yours. You're a special woman. What you have to go through is disgraceful. Tammy Nobles. Tammy, are you here? Tammy Nobles. Right. Does time help, Tammy? No. It used to be, time heals all wounds, right? But it doesn't. When you love somebody that much, it doesn't help like it should.
Tammy Nobles.
Jacqueline Medina, a great person. Where's Jacqueline? Jacqueline, where are you? Thank you, darling. Thank you. And so many others that I want to thank you for coming. And I don't think you've been treated properly. It's hard to believe, but the angel moms have not been treated properly. But this president treats you properly. I can't speak for others, but this one treats you properly. And we love you all. And all I can say is our hearts are out to you on Mother's Day. And you have a good Mother's Day. Go and have a good Mother's Day. In securing our border, we've also made tremendous strides in stopping the flow of illegal drugs into our country. The flood of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by 59%, and the drugs coming in by sea are down by 97%. 97%. And we're trying to figure out who the 3% are because they are the bravest people on earth. You see how we stop them by sea. For years they'd go and catch the boat, bring it to port, they'd go in, they'd go out. By the time of the evening, they'd be back in another boat, bringing drugs in. So we gave them warning, and we don't do that anymore. We do it much more efficiently. But down by sea, a lot of them came in, about 50%. It's down 97. Now we've started a very strong. The sea was more difficult, and now we've started land, and you'll see it coming down. It's come down a lot. but you'll see it coming down. They come through Mexico for the most part. We have a problem because the cartels rule Mexico, and nobody else. The cartel, they just rule it. And, we lose 200,000 people a year through this poison that pours into our country. So we have the sea done, meaning the ocean, waterways, pretty much done 97%, and we're going to have the land done very soon. I want to thank the brave moms fighting the epidemic of drug addiction, and this afternoon, including Ann Funder, Ann, you're here someplace? Ann Funder does a great job. Wow, good. That's a great job you do, Ann. Stephanie Rowe, Stephanie, thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. Behind the cameras there, Stephanie. Thank you very much. And a friend of mine, Jackie Siegel, is a great mom, great mother. Thank you, Jackie. I've known her for a long time. She looks better now than she did 20 years ago, right? Behind the camera. Thank you very much, Jackie. Last summer, it was my great honor to sign the HALT Fentanyl Act into law, and we'll never give up on that mission for ending the drug epidemic. We've come a long way, though. We've stopped massive amounts of drugs from coming in. This afternoon, we're also joined by some of the most extraordinary mothers our nation has ever produced, our cherished Gold Star moms. These are Gold Star moms. These mothers raised up children so selfless and so devoted that they volunteered to wear the uniform of our nation and lay down their lives for all of us. One of those mothers is Janice Chance. Janice, where's Janice?
Hey kids, even though you always tease me for reading the menu of my farm light and say I never want dessert before eating half of yours, and even the...
Thank you for being here. Just before he went to Afghanistan in 2008, Jesse told his mother, Mom, I want to go change the world and make it an even better place. I want to make it a better place, Mom. Just before his 30th birthday, even though he had the day off, Jesse volunteered to take the place of a fellow Marine, and that of his brother-in-arms could be present for the birth of a daughter. That day, Jesse gave his life for our country. Jesse was struck down that day by helping somebody else. And Janice, I want to say America is a strong and free nation today because of people like your great son, and we want to thank you for being here. Thank you very much, sir. I also want to express my love for the moms with us whose extraordinary heroes gave their lives in the terrorist attack at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. I got to know you very well, very well. And these are phenomenal people. We went to a club I own in Bedminster, New Jersey, which is beautiful. They played music. They said, "Do you actually think he's coming out?" They said yes. And I was going to do just to stop by and say hello. And we ended up listening to music for 4 hours on that beautiful night, looking at the sky, thinking about those wonderful people. Abbey Gate, very well known. Should have never happened. That should have never happened. That was incompetence by the Biden administration. So to Alice Lopez, you know that, right? Yeah, we know that. To Alicia Lopez and Paula Knaus, Self, Coral Prasino, and to all of the Abbey Gate moms, we're thinking of you on this Mother's Day. And again, we had you to the White House. I was over at a very beautiful cemetery, as beautiful as they can be, but, it was a sad occasion. We went over and we paid our respects, but we lost great people that day. We shouldn't have lost any people that day. Gross incompetence. This Mother's Day, we're thinking of all of those incredible moms, and we're doing everything in our power to support them and millions of other mothers all across America. And we're blessed to have many wonderful mothers serving in this administration, including Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, who's doing a phenomenal job. Thank you very much. And the first woman ever to serve as a White House Chief of Staff. She's become a legend, Susie Wiles. She's amazing. To help American families and mothers, we passed a great, big, beautiful bill, the largest tax cuts in American history. We expanded the child tax credit to $2,200 from a much lower number per child, and delivered the largest expansion of school choice in American history. We have school choice all over now. We had virtually none. Everybody loves school choice. With accounts, we have a very special thing, the Trump accounts, where we're helping families to set aside tax advantage savings for their children's future. And we are giving every American newborn child $1,000 automatically to invest and to grow over the course of their lives. And I want to thank the Dell family. It's a great family. He is amazing. She is amazing. They've done such a job on that. They put up a lot of money to put up $6,250,000,000. That's somebody. And he started making computers on his bed in college and selling them because they were better than other computers. And I said, how did you do that? He said, well, I did it and I just never stopped. It just kept going. So go out and buy a Dell. They're great. We're also working to make it easier than ever before to start a family by lowering the price of IVF, cutting regulatory battles and barriers, and fighting to bring down the cost of living so that more Americans can pursue the dream of, and it's a dream of living just a good life, maybe a great life. We cut drug prices now with the most favored nations. We cut them by 70, 80, 90%. You could say 500%, 600, depending on the way you phrase the statement. But we now play, when I was here, this was a big ambition. Right at the beginning, I was able to cut them a little bit, but I didn't cut them. I cut them more than anybody else, which was a little bit. Because for 28 years, drug prices and prescription drugs only went in one direction. And when I came back, we now did something that everybody said was impossible. Favored nations. We had the highest drug prices in the world by far. Now we have the lowest drug prices in the world. Can you imagine? So we cut them by 50, 60, 70%, and go out and you'll see exactly. It's one of the I think it's one of the biggest things that we've done. Drugs that were costing in London $10 for a pill would cost $130 for a pill in the United States. And now, if it's $10 or if it's $20, that's what we pay. We pay the lowest price anywhere in the world, so it's great. And the fake news doesn't want to write about it, but that's why I talk about it, because we have no choice. We have to. So I just want to, I want to thank everybody for being here. It's so important. We do things like we keep men out of women's sports, a very popular issue. We stopped transgender mutilization of your children for everyone. We don't have that. But I want to thank every single mother here this afternoon and all across our nation for your work every single day. America's moms are raising the future of our country, the most important. You have the most, we don't call it a job because when you love it, it's not a job, but for this purpose, you have the most important job there is in America or any place else, and you're doing an incredible job. I just want to wish you all a very happy Mother's Day. We're going to have a great Mother's Day. And for those mothers that lost their child, many of whom are with us today, the angel moms and others, Gold Star moms, we love you especially. We love you maybe even the most. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
This way, please, guys. Grab the Guys, move.
All right, that was Trump speaking in the Rose Garden to the Gold Star moms, who we love the most. Mothers who lost their daughters and sons to illegal alien invader murderers who murdered their children. Trump has hosted them at the White House. He was talking about cheap drugs and how we took $150 pills to $10 pills, and now we got the cheapest drugs in the world. Rabboni Shalom. Good Shabbos!
Okay, listen, brother, if you want to talk about fully God, I'm fully God, but
I see it down by 96.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of the unsacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the blessing of light and wear. By my robe I invoke is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the keys of earth, so I am to thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I am the one of double power and the voice of the master. They will the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Thine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none. Say thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Thine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Thine is the sign of a office, and I fear. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue beard of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of hell, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham Yahweh. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark waves of music and the song that I sing of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shout and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike at thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. I am the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Him mine is the sign of a prophets and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the want of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine not the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Triumph and conquering Lord. Alright, Avenger, by the song I invoke thee. If I am this life for the revenge, let it strike out my begin. By the song I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the sexy, the voices. Abraham. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. We shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white soul with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor at the end of the day. By my crown I invoke thee. sword I invoke thee. Hey, mine heart is dark blue waves of music in the sound that I made a moan to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master, draw the flaming sword, crown, giant conquering Lord, our Lord, amen, God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword that prevails, let it strike, I believe, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 of the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse this time. Even of none say it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white. So mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. I their brightness. Mine is the spell and scourge of God, the vast one my beats. Mine is the head of the hawk. I bear the rose and cross of life and I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, a whirling air, or a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, mine be mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends six. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each and abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of a whirling air, or a rushing fire, and every
My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. Wisdom of God. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, live for. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. Wisdom of to release what I cannot hold with you. Tender night, tender land. I breathe in your holy calm. The storm in my head lays down like a palm. Wisdom of God.
came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Oh, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Oh, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tender night, tender letter, I breathe in your holy calm, and the storm in my head lays down like a bomb. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Oh, 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 let it go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's home. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. a sign of the open night. A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open. I am awake, the serpent shakes. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken I am born to death, reborn on the hand. I Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devil dumb. Thrust the sword through the young shadow, the world began. Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erase of holy pride and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, man, I am thy mate. I am thy man. Goats of thy flock. I am gold. I am God. Flesh to thy bones. Flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rock. Through solstice to can made it mad in the might of God. Chasing shadows, lost in mirrors where truth won't show. Empty streets, they hum inside. I see the surface, but I don't ask why. Beyond appearance, there's a spark, a light that flickers in the dark. Not the echo, not the scream. To find the room is to be seen. It spins and bends, false beginnings, twisted ends. We touch the glass, we see it crack. The more we reach, the more it lasts. Inside the silence, the meaning waits. Through every shadow, the truth translates. Beyond appearance, there's a spark, a light that flickers in the dark. Not the echo, not the scream. To find the room is to be seen. Ignorance, it paints the sky.
I think Dr. James has read the quote, and it's Googleable. So I would invite you to take a look at the quote and then come back and feel free to jump into the comments.
I noticed no one has addressed the exact quote from Kennedy where I read, every black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence. And somehow that doesn't make you squirm a little bit. That the guy in charge of Health and Human Services said,
I think it makes us all squirm. Yeah, we all squirm.
I think it's utterly disgusting. And then you have this mindset that this is for all children. It's like very selective. And I think that's also what makes it very disturbing as well. I like when I first heard about it, I watched the video and then I read it. And I was like, why is this okay? Why is this motherfucker has anything to do with healthcare? Why has he not been booted out? But, once again, I guess it doesn't matter. It's just one little thing. And I think everybody's just worried about one little thing. I'm worried about many, many, many things that have come out of his mouth. But, hey, it's just
I got to put the sarcasm on really early.
so nobody misinterprets this. But I think it's because of diversity, equity, and inclusion that we needed some people with court-filed, self-confessed brain damage, no medical background in the medical field, especially directing programs. You know, you have to include those conspiracy theorist white guys who are very incapable. Without it, we won't get the kind of diversity we need in healthcare, because we need those opinions of people who have never practiced medicine to tell us how medicine works, and people with brain damage, the heads off of whales and dump dead bears in Central Park, because, you know, there aren't many people like that, and their unique voices are valuable. So, yeah, you look at this administration, and I think why people don't react maybe is that it feels so obvious, like the racism and hatred and bigotry is so systemic. Like, if you look at that quote, when they start screaming about DEI, when that one, I think it was a senator, asked them, how are you to know about racial disparities and maternal mortality if you don't look at racial demographics and look at these facts? And his response is something like, we're getting rid of woke ideology. Who does woke ideology help? And she's like, how are you going to know about Black maternal mortality and death rates? And they're like, that's not there. And that's one of the other secrets. Like, if you just plug your ears, blame it on something else, and don't look at the realities, you can say anything. You can be like as racist as you want, because the people calling out racism have looked at the numbers, and that's what's racist, like our Supreme Court says. So it's a system of entrenching power. And yeah, the narrative that Black people are inherently violent just subtly slid in there, or the idea that, you know, Black women can't be dying more or suffering in the healthcare system because it's already equitable. All those like tropes just power. In the end, they just serve to entrench these people that don't deserve what they have. That's why it's so cancerous, right? They're leeching off a system that will destroy it. And a lionization of ignorance. I mean, you know, I'm fine with the law as simple as the director of our healthcare system should be an expert in healthcare. But you get these people now with podcasts and everything else where it's like, oh, if I'm a public-facing figure and I interview these people and talk with them, that means I'm an expert just like them. Joe Rogan is the same as a physicist because he had a physicist on his show. And then, like, I believe, I'd have to double check this, but I think RFK, and I certainly know Joe Rogan and others, have even said, you can't trust me, I'm an idiot. And then we give these people power, and it's just like, God, where's it, you know, when does it happen?
Yeah, and when Joe Rogan does invite somebody like Eric Weinstein, who's a trained physicist, even if you think he sounds cocky, he's actually quite humble, relatively speaking, believe it or not, because he acknowledges that there are like super genius physicists out there, like Edward Clinton, and he says he has a hard time tracking that. And then Joe Rogan in that episode was like, oh, okay, well, then I guess I don't understand anything, you know? And so, like, you get that once in a while, but I don't feel like it's front and center enough, or at least like a reminder. Maybe there's a way to fix this, maybe not cognitively, maybe not psychologically, but maybe with tools. Give people the ability to kind of interrogate these questions. So maybe these agentic platforms, you can say, hey, you know, I was watching RFK, you know, what's good about what he's saying, what's not good, what's problematic, where can we fix things, but not just accepting what they're saying on face value, I think is super important. And Dr. James was critical enough to point it out to me that these kinds of discussions are co-opted for these kind of movements, and it's not always appropriate to bunch them together, so to me, that's like a win. I went in with, you know, wanting Dr. James to push back on something that I came across, and I got thrown in the ocean, not just pushed off the deck. So I appreciate the swing, Dr. James.
You took us all with.
I'd like to learn how to teach, learn how to learn as a group, and not learn how to be angry, because this shit makes me angry, and I get to sit here and be angry about it. But I'd like to get a new administration into office. We could do that as a group. That'd be great.
I was a little confused what you meant by that. Do you mind? I think I might resonate with you, but I'm not sure. Can you explain? And this is very true.
What I mean by what I just said.
It might just be a me problem where I didn't uptake it right, but I think, yeah, I misunderstood you.
You're saying when someone says something, it's to grab attention. Politics is all about attention, but it's not teaching us what we need to do as a society to move forward, as opposed to just sit and be angry at someone who's a fucking idiot. Like, this guy sounds like a moron. If his quotes are moronic.
Now that MAHA is essentially trying to connect SSRI use to opiate dependence, and there is a sort of solution that's been proposed. He ran on this, which is that they want to create, farms, camps for our kids and our adults to go to, rehabilitate and to go work hard in the sun and, essentially grow organic food, and because food heals everything. With God in the mix, perhaps. It's insane. And it wouldn't, and it's true. That's the thing. And there's been a push more and more in this direction. So that's kind of what this stemmed from, was my response to something that I have shared with me, because I understood the context of the MAHA, who was pushing kind of this idea of, the framing of somehow SSRIs are equivalent to opiate.
Yeah, I understand that's your industry, and that would make me pissed off of my industry too. So I understand that.
Only because people, the fact that so many people are dying by suicide, and those numbers have increased. Not those numbers have increased, but.
Jimmy, thanks for clarifying that. I think I get what you're saying. It's like you would rather people be didactic and educational than attention grabbing. And I think that, if I understand you correct, I think that's a really fair thing to ask of leaders. But I think our current media ecosystem has made that, if I'm understanding you correctly, like untenable. Because if somebody comes up, like, I was so fascinated by the previous, I believe it was, oh my gosh, I'm forgetting the director, the lead Surgeon General, who used to talk about like the crisis of loneliness. And I didn't think it was initially as serious, and then I looked at the medical data and it was shocking. And it was educational. I could hear him talk and learn something. But I don't think he'll be remembered. And right now, with the media cycle, you need to be constantly remembered and gotten attention to be worth anything. So I think that might feed into what I think it obviously feeds into what you're talking about. And I think we've also started to demonize education. I think it's been a long-term move by authoritarians and quite liberal fascists. The educated elites are bad. And they are elites. They're not people that have learned something. Like, as a little teacher at one of these elite institutions, we're not better, or we're just like know this thing in the same way. Like, I would never pretend to tell somebody how to do. Right now they're doing roofing next door. That guy knows infinitely more than me about roofing. He could tell me what to do all day long. So I think we've done something where it's like, oh, if you're educated, you understand stuff better. And on the flip side, I do think even within academia, this everything from publish or perish to get attention has become so strong that they, in the end, start feeding into this cycle, and it's just really brutal.
Well, isn't disdain for education, isn't that one of the 14 indicators of fascism?
Yeah. It's just a lot of times they talk about you get triggered, so I'm trying to be soft. But yeah, like one of the first things that fascist authoritarians as well. Like, it's a classic playbook, right? Destroy the universities, destroy the academia, because if it studies and describe a thing, then then it can critique the thing and engage them.
And can I say something that's not popular, Byron? I've noticed this in group things, or if I'm in a group room in Clubhouse, if I say something that's not popular that rubs people the wrong way, it's taken as no, not now, don't do that, you're messing up the conversation, as opposed to let's rub someone the wrong way. Like, Dr. James is really angry, let's get angry together and create someone that wants to step up and be a leader. In other words, why are we so afraid to get angry and get people pissed off? Like, what happened to the America that I used to live in, where we would go down to the town hall and protest in the streets, not because we needed a permit or blah blah blah, but we just fucking got angry and did shit. Like, where is that in America? Is everyone afraid to get arrested or get thrown in a Maha concentration camp or ICE take us away? Like, what's
Is that not a legitimate fear?
I think we're at a point where if we're just going to try to argue facts with these kinds of people, like when we try to explain like why we think something is a fact, these kinds of people will view our facts as threats, and they will not, then they're going to double down on their nonsense. So I'm not sure that like this is the correct approach. Maybe it might be more. I mean, these people like they already know that like Trump is a bad guy, and like they kind of generally hate the stuff that he does, but they trust him, which is kind of a weird juxtaposition. So I don't know, like this, they're already aware that like, already aware of a lot of this stuff. Like every time we criticize like the Baha'i movement or the MAGA movement or like the Iran war, or like Venezuela or whatever it might be, the endless wars, the lack of moral fortitude about the Epstein files, for example, they're already aware of all this stuff. So it's not enough anymore to just simply point out the facts to them. They're already aware of what they are. So I don't know. What do you guys think is the next thing? We have to find a way to like help these people like deconstruct. I don't know, whatever this is.
Really feel what you said there, and I think to what both of you said, I think, look, somebody close to that friend I referenced earlier, my longest lifelong friend, the friend, literal friend of a friend, but one of their closest friends was the Buddhist peace activist that was locked up and tried to be sent to an El Salvadorian prison and missed the birth of his child because he said he was against any conflict in the Middle East and he is not for the killing of any life. And since he was from a Palestinian descent, his Buddhism and advocating for universal peace was taken as a reason to remove him from his university, where he was an honor student and student leader, and engaged in literal peace activism. And he was locked in a jail and missed the birth of his first child. Right now, the FBI is investigating somebody who did accurate critical reporting of Cash Patel. If you are not a citizen, my partner from Germany, they're talking Germany because they're detaining German citizens who won't unlock all their social media, and if they have critical posts of Trump, are detaining them for days where they're denied access to even lawyers or their counsel general, which is in violation of international treaty. So that's a real threat, right? This isn't like some, and the thing is, people will try and kind of do that move of, oh, you're so woo, this isn't happening, as it's happening. So, okay, that's one component. Yes, there's a legit fear. But let's say you're a born and raised, white male American Christian, red-blooded American who's everything that you think of as not being targeted, and they march up to protest. Right now, the system, the new gerrymandering laws and everything that's set up, the electors are picking their representatives. I'm not saying that protest and speech, but we've had record-breaking protests every year. For the last several years, protesting what's going on. I don't think that moved the needle very much, and the protests are very weak. So you see these town halls, and Team Red comes up and screams, and Team Blue comes up and screams. A couple people get arrested, and yes, at local places, they're literally like arresting these people that are, following the rules, and the next one comes and does it, but they're on their team. We've made everybody so amped up and angry that going out and expressing outrage feeds the system. It thrives on that. I don't think somebody yelling, and I think I'm not saying it's useless or feckless, we can't weaponize it or do something good with it or constructive, because all those things can happen. But I think the idea of, if Mr. Smith goes to Washington and screams and protests at an injustice, things change. Congress is hardly ever in session and pass almost nothing. like the amount of work being done is done behind closed doors with judicial activists saying guns need to be everywhere except anywhere they are while they set the rules. It's the hypocrisy and insulation of the powerful where they want people outraged and screaming. Like, if all the left just disappeared and all the right wing that's in power had utter absolute power, there would be this break, because when people are upset, where do they go? But while there's these two kind of mediocre, middle of the road, this argument that it just drifts. And right now, if we're being honest, the drift has just been to the right. It's like we have the center right party talking about how insane the far right party is. So let's meet in the middle at like the right. And then, okay, so the right's fine and they're like extreme fascists. Let's just meet at far rightism. And it's demonstrably been happening in America. Like, name the last president that didn't drop bombs in the Middle East and try and attack people. It's just become. I feel that need for rage, but I guess the question is like unchanneled rage. I keep saying it. I think the only thing that will be effective, the only time I've seen real change in such a stupid little thing, is when prices gets too high and people will literally resist, or when everybody does an econ. So I think screaming at a town hall won't do much. Getting organized will, or having a general economic strike that's targeted towards businesses. Disney caved when they lost money instantly. Meta and Facebook and all these companies, all this crap, they'll do whatever they can. Google, Apple, they'll flip-flop to whoever has power. But if everybody stopped buying their products, they are, again, just greed and power. So, but I think right now we're so divided that it feels so feckless. What do we do?
You just said it. You just said exactly what to do. Don't buy the services. Don't be a part of that services. Create a campaign that communicates for other people why it's so great to not be a part of Disney and get rid of your Disney Plus. Start a movement. Start a bagel shop where you cut a bagel in half. One side is Republican, the other side is Democrat. And you go to the condiments and you see exactly how much of our tax dollars are taken out by representing how much cream cheese is in the condiment dish. And teach people how much the lobbyists, it's not the people that are in office, it's the lobbyists that stay there for 30, 40, 50 years that are fucking with all of the people that go in there and help the people that are good people trying to work in Congress, work as senators, work for the American people, but get co-opted because of that system. Start a movement that educates. And if no one wants to do that, let's just stay ignorant.
Has anyone heard of Bank Transfer Day?
Yes, I've done that. I've heard of it.
You want to tell us about it?
Yeah, you can transfer your money out of banks that you don't want to participate in and go to local credit unions. Move the money locally. And that does hurt economies and it does raise up your local economy. But that's always a good movement.
Thank you for that. I may just do that.
Yeah, one of the only pushbacks. The only pushback I get on that is I already have my stuff and it's inconvenient.
It's just a matter of reprogramming your direct deposits and reprogramming how you pay your bills automatically. Nobody does banking anymore.
Yeah, I think there's some truth to that. And by the way, like, I would just echo, for whatever it's worth, if anybody wants to hear from another voice, credit unions are extraordinarily legit. Like, and things are shady as hell and probably hurting you if you're there. You're a tool, whereas you're an owner with a credit union. But to your point on education, here's what I found as a literal educator and teacher. People right now hate being taught to. They like choosing who to learn from. So if, let's say, I don't know, Jordan and Io each go make podcasts, and one extols the virtue of AI and one extols the virtue of psychedelics for solving the same problem. The problem is right now that this is the pro and con of decentralization. You can find your own microcosm to learn about whatever you want. So people really hate when somebody teaches something as like objectively true that is challenging or limiting, and they resist that. And because there's so ubiquitous access to information, and again, information can be true or false or propagandist or whatever, we've been conditioned to be so commercialized that we're used to being propagandized and marketed to everywhere. But I think it's really hard to engage in what would be in academic circles called good pedagogy. Challenging assumptions, trying to have a rational basis, engaging in community, trying to have some grounding in what we teach, making sure we're being self-critical. But, so that idea of are there people that are trying to teach all the hell over? Like, I'm a professional teacher, I walk around a lot of other people. We try and do community events, and we try and do different things. But what tends to happen is an environmental group wants to do something on the benefits of how recycling could be done effectively. So everybody who's already informed and cares about that shows up. And I'm being a little bit hyperbolic. Like, there's 1% to 2% that's like, oh, this is new to me and I want to learn. But I think what you're talking about is like, oh, challenge the system and critically engage and stuff like that. And that's usually people are already on board or they're there. So I guess what I see happening more and more is people just trying to give their opinion on the solution for what's happening. Challenge the system, right? And if you look at a lot of podcasting that's educational, it's either just, here's this bird you never heard of and why it's so important in the environment, where it's like, that bird was important being killed off. We think this is the solution. But a lot of times it's really weird. It's like on this app, if you start teaching something or saying something, in most spaces they'll want the other side there because they don't want to be taught to. They want to be entertained by the debate about what it's about and why it matters. It's a really weird thing. You can see it on this app all the time.
So it's ruined CNN, and they changed the format like that, right? Just having talking heads supposedly that makes it more interesting to a viewer, but I can't stand it. It's exhausting. Y'all know I do some media stuff, and I was kind of off of a show as a recurring guest because they said I was too moderate. I was like, oh, she's too reasonable. Like, we mix it up, and I was like, oh, okay, well then I'm not the right one for you. So feel free, carry on, mix it up as you would.
It's so funny because I think you are very, I wonder if they meant moderate or you're, let's get the right words, like not graceful, like you're not non-confrontational, but there's some degree, you don't want to just shut down an argument altogether. And I think what they meant is they want that because I don't know, I think, what's that?
They want that back and forth. Because if you shut it down, you don't have the conflict of you going back and forth with the points.
Exactly.
To shut down, it is what it is. Yeah, I was like, you don't want me to be right? Well, I mean, you'll just come out, you'll just like say something, and it'll just end the argument. Huh? It's like, okay. Exactly what we need.
That's what the society needs, but that's not what they need.
Yeah, exactly.
They need conflict. Conflict makes people tune in.
Right. I think it's a really interesting act to get the bulk of your information and the original intention. I mean, if I was being generous, I would say, okay, it's great to kind of hear both sides of an issue, right? That's like debate 101 from high school, but it's really gotten to a point where it's just entertainment. It's not about getting to some clarity around the issue. And it's bizarre in a 24-hour news environment. Like, you have all the time in the world. Why do we have to answer this in 45 seconds? Why did you choose that format as a way to kind of address this like huge problem? I think it's bizarre. And then the flip side of it is Joe Rogan did talk for 3 hours. And and it's successful. So like what you're saying isn't even true about attention spans and whatever. So I think it's just a fascinating place that we come to into how we discuss things and how we think about things.
I think a lot of this comes down to, I love, I missed what it was you said, like it's profitable for them or is it good for them? I think one thing I think about a lot is like obviously debate's my career, and I think about high school debate, and it's extraordinarily problematic. Like that's why I'm always one toe in and out. A huge part of my teaching is literally just encouraging kids to be critical of what they're doing and think about it, because it does encourage like as long as debate is a game, and that's what we've kind of turned life into this kind of kayfabe of making everything performative. Then okay, like should we today's debate topic, are black people 3/5 of a human? Let's have a really good debate on it. And you're gonna be on this side and you're gonna be on that side. Let's talk about their humanity. And this a long time ago started to become an issue of like, well, is that good? Like we're picking the topics. So a huge thing of a debate is like what topic, what's the format? Do we all have to disagree? Can we all agree with the topic? And sometimes this limiting of it can lead you to a really higher place where you end up like not engaging with the topic, but engaging with the system or engaging with how we engage with this kind of meta conversation of what you're doing. But it makes it very insular and unreal. And I actually see that reflected in our real life. I see that with our media and stuff like that, where it's like the performer, like, let's bring on the left winger, right winger. They just killed 3 babies. How's that going to help them? Gas prices are up. Will that affect Democrats in the midterm? Did Biden up gas prices? Oh, by the way, 1 million people died. Okay, back to, you. What do you think about on this and that? And it's this performative joke. And what I've been trying to do myself is, I don't think there's a way out of that, really, with how it is all framed as like good and bad, which team are you on? So I've been trying to make things, it might sound kind of weird, but algorithmic in a very human way. Like, if you want humans to survive, does this conflict help humans survive? If you want the economy to thrive, does this make the economy thrive? Do you want people healthier? Does putting them in work camps make them healthier? Because it forces us to like have some grounding where we're together. And I just wish like our politicians and our leaders and our media, it's one of the only ways I've found, like when I get my hair ready to pull out on Clubhouse, I'm stupid enough to go into a room where people are arguing. That's a lot of times where I take it. Do you want this thing? Does this reach this thing? Let's just talk about that. Okay. Yeah, that's the only way I know.
I see that Elliot just came to the stage. Hi, Elliot. What'd you like to add?
I was just gonna say, that's like obviously they're all kind of they got the wrong idea about. I mean, everybody isn't. I mean like just about everybody is an expert at identifying problems and faults in some kind of system or another. Like human beings are just kind of naturally very good at this kind of thing. So. But like the solutions that people have to the problems can be very different. Like a lot of the like when you actually go and like you talk to these people, type people, like a lot of their concerns are just the kinds of concerns that like everybody has. Like my bank account is leaking. My mother is 73 and she just lost her health insurance and she can't get a job. I'm like. It's stuff like this, everyday stuff like that. Like, how am I going to feed my family? These are not right to just sweep those under the rug.
Oh, you're in the matrix. You're in the matrix.
It's just so.
More in that direction. Not necessarily with the same. You're in the matrix a little bit.
Yeah, I'm thinking about on this. And it's this performative joke. And what I've been trying to do myself is, I don't think.
JL said, I think Clubhouse is having issues. Steve, I'm trying to bring you up. I see that you raised your hand, but can you go out and come back in? Maybe that'll help us. Steve.
I'm so sorry. I raised my hand inadvertently.
You were not. It's not possible to ignore everybody.
I was so wondering why 7 people invited me simultaneously. I'm like, was something said that people think my input would be useful? It was completely accidental.
A moment of levity. There used to be this show
and my favorite character on it was like a 15-foot tall character that would just come around and yell at people as loud as it could to ignore him. And so I can feel Steve coming up to anyone and be like, no, please ignore me. It's just the best attention getter you get to. But speaking of laws, did you guys see that, and I just love this, on the 4-3 decision, Virginia struck down their new electoral gerrymandering, while 4 more Republican states have announced gerrymandering that will get rid of, like Tennessee's case, the only black district, which they immediately did after the cutting of the Voting Rights Act, which they said, wouldn't do anything. So when we were talking about division and stuff like that, it's functionally completely now come down to politicians picking their electorate. And if they can slice them up enough, and with good AI algorithms and more targeted data and social media information in the government, they can probably very effectively slice it out. So it's a first time to be an American.
In Soviet America, politician pick you.
Do you think it's going to be enough Congress people, though, to not let the Dems take the House? We'll see.
I think
they did that. It was
Elliot, are you trying to talk? I see you on mics, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could hear me. I only have like 2 bars on my.
I heard that.
Okay, geez, man, yeah, it's a bummer. The Virginia thing, I think the court, was it the Virginia Supreme Court, they struck it down on like a technicality because they said that at the special session that was called in order to pass this, the gerrymandering thing was actually it has to be called specifically for that purpose, and so if it wasn't called explicitly for that purpose and for some other reason, they said they struck it down because of that. But that's just a silly technicality to let the state legislature can just call another special session and do it the right way. And there you go. So I don't think this is going to.
Yeah, it's a bummer. The idea of kind of like, this is my woe is me kind of statement, like this feeling like only one side has to follow the rules. This set of mores is just applied so intensely on one side and not the other. I hate asymmetry in the way that it's happening, right?
I think the legislators who are calling for this stuff, they should be outed, like really publicize the exact names of these people that are behind this stuff. Shame them.
But would it shame them? I think winning is everything.
But you have to have shame to feel shame.
Yeah, that's
like everybody
I
else.
think shame is dead.
No, have it for history. And when things go back to normal, start moving in another direction, then we'll see.
Yeah, I think that shame is an interesting concept in these conversations. I think I'm not seeing a ton of shame. I'm seeing a lot of victory around successfully advancing, their objective. I think it's interesting. But it makes all of this really difficult because you look at something and you say, wow, this is wrong, and that only works if the other side thinks it's wrong too.
but I'm not seeing a ton.
I feel like I need a cigarette after this chat we've all had today. I mean, I really feel like we've all like had a wild time of it. Io is to blame for the entire thing, by the way.
Fucking Canadians.
Io's got that mad scientist energy.
Jersey James sure was in the house.
Oh yeah, you're good.
Dr. James, I'm sorry. I just came in this room to tell you. Last Saturday we were talking, and I was trying to get you to play the sports book to invest your money into the Philadelphia 76ers. So you made a ton of money. They ended up winning, and it was the first time they were a team down 3-1 that never won. So you would have made a lot.
So you gave me good financial advice that I didn't take, and now
I gave you bad betting sports advice that was stupid. If you had listened to me, you would have had a lot of money.
Therein lies the rub. I can see the allure.
But honestly, I'm using that as a metaphor for what's going on in our country right now, because that's kind of where we're at. A bunch of people didn't want, these stupid people draining the swamp. We don't want these corrupt people in our government. Let's vote for someone who's not a government person. Let's vote for Trump. He'll take care of us.
I was watching a documentary on Hunter S. Thompson last night, this little gonzo form of political writing, and I feel like we need a few Hunter S. Thompsons to come in and just fit in the con.
I'm not familiar. Who's Hunter S. Thompson?
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Essentially, he used the character in this book. He was a political writer, I say back in the day, back in the 70s or something, that he would, he didn't just talk politics directly about the thing in a literal way. He talked about the entire context of it, like the zoo, the landscape of, so like if he were reporting on, let's say some horse race, he wouldn't report on the horses who won. He would report on all the people who come to see it and all the different culture and people groups within it, and kind of the way kind of the grotesque nature of the entire process itself, and at kind of a meta way he would dissect it by taking things to kind of its ultimate extreme. And so he had this character that he built around himself that the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas was about, for example, where it was basically a way for him to say the things he wanted to say, but through the vehicle of a character that was extremely extreme, I guess, for lack of a better word. But he was also an extreme character in real life too. So it was almost like he created a fictional character that was actually him to be the vehicle of what he wanted to say. I just feel like it kind of fits. And his form of reporting was called Gonzo, Gilenzio.
Mine is the head of man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I I am the only begotten child triangle reverse the sign given of unsacred deed of the by the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of my soul with gold, the piercing of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke by the sign and mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimidated. By my crown I invoke thee. Fingers travel on the beats of the world, so I am to thee in thy power and glory. By my fingers I invoke by the song I invoke my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. The red triangle reverse the sign given of none, save thee, oh
Well, right now is your accurate time stops next month.
sword of revenge, Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks on my head. I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked thee. About me shine the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a puppet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vision of the intimidator. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made up to invoke thee. I'm a robot involved. Mine is the sign of a office and cycle. Mine is mine, I involved. Mine is the color of white and gold. And mine is the figure of the integrity. I'm a drop, I involved. My fingers travel on the beats of birds who run I after the night hour of glory. While my fingers are involved, so that the one that will be covered in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I involved. I'm on in a clue, it's our music in the song that I make a whole to involve. Strike the master. Join the flaming Lord. Let it come coming Lord. Oh Lord, I am God. By the sword I invoke thee. In my homies, the sword of revenge. Let it strike. I love thee. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight. The voice of the six. 11 are the voices. Oh, blood, oh, blood. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness. I know thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse this time. Even of none say it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I know thee. Mine is the garment of white stone. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham! I bear the rose and cross of life and
Do it even longer than that.
I was waiting for a sign to start, like a map drawn out in the dark. Now the city's calling out my name. Give me the sunlight, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny side, the maddening cry. Open. I am awake, the serpent shades. neon skies where the star comes. Shadows whisper truths as the baseline drums. The will is fire, unshaped, untamed. No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill your will. On place is alive, is still. Deliver from the lust of the thrill. Echo shattered glass where the circuits glow. The clock ticks slow, but it doesn't show. No purpose, no tether, just a beat in sync. Every way perfect, on the edge, on the brink. No chains, no bars, just a void to fill. Every pulse, every spark is a perfect will. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the surge, let the silence fill your will. The flame is alive, is dead. Deliver from the lust of the thrill. In the endless dark where the echoes play, no other shall say nay, no other shall stay. Through the light, through the smoke, let it all decay. The will remains forever in the fray. I walk alone where the silence hums. No shadows chase, no voices come. The air is thick, it wraps me tight. No fear, no way to live. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweet as of silence. No fire burned like passion wild. No losing through like hatred piled. This body aches, a cage of stone. Rest whispers soft, the only throne. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. Body cries, its constant cling. But I would know to truly see the waits. It sets us free. Pain walks close, a shadowed friend. Each step we take, it will attend. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. A higher peak, a sky so blue. Feel the weight, feel it break. Every day, every quake. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. It cries, its constant cling. But I know to truly see the ways it sets us free. No flame is fierce, no chain is tight. This body's war, this endless fight. But higher still, beyond the fray, rest calls my name, and I obey. Free from strife, no wings cling, no weight on life. Among the weary, will stand tall, a gentle voice for one and all. Happily then, we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no happily The mystical union of fairy and fawn, a dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried oft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. A secret communion of hearts left unsown. The listless, resistless, tumultuous tone. The veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command. But manhood awakened, she took up her stand. In brilliance resilient, her fire does burn. A goddess of spring, with the world left to turn. Fiery flattery, I invoke, through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. By the mystical union of fairy and fawn, a dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken whispers that drift through the trees. restless resists its tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. Warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command, but manhood awakened, she took up her stand.
But I think you have to look at motivation very carefully. Kind of getting a lot of thumbs up and thumbs down. I don't know who agrees and who disagrees.
So, Dr. Jordan, explain to me then why, after the Supreme Court decision, which said that congressional districts cannot be drawn up taking into consideration race to favor any particular group, why immediately after that, I think 4 southern states rushed to redistrict in a manner in which eliminates black representation in Congress if it's not racial. I'm going to have a hard time understanding that, but I think probably if anybody can convince me that I'm wrong in my observation, it is.
Well, I don't want to expose my naivete. I'm just simply speaking from a larger, not a higher elevation, but from a broader perspective. I think there's a long game in all of this, and the long game to me is always political, whereas racial animus is really personal. And if you're not personalizing it, I don't buy it as being racial. And maybe that's a horrible response to reply to you, but that's how I look at it.
No
causation between the Supreme Court decision and this rush to redistrict in the manner in which they are redistricting?
Well, I see racial undertones, but I see the judiciary and the executive branch, whether they're filled by Democrats or Republicans, as being political always, because they're very self-serving, and so they. It's not to say they wouldn't resort to a racial bias in their in terms of tainting their moral compass, but the first thing, the priority to them is always the long game. I don't know if that clarifies any more or not my stance.
Thank you, Dr. Jordan, and just for your own edification, I didn't give you a thumbs up nor a thumbs down. Steve, followed by Andrea.
Hey, Gary. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, Gary, let me ask you this. If a population, as a population, is voting 89 to 92% for one political party, does that mean that by the nature of the population that if you try and dilute that voting base, it makes you racist? In 2020, I just looked it up.
You want me to answer that, or you want me? I can wait.
Well, let me just put the caveat. In 2020, I just looked it up. 87 to 92% of the black population voted for Joe Biden. Now, if you're trying to gain seats in Congress and you have a voting bloc that's voting that way, and you try and dilute that voting bloc, do you immediately go to racism, or do you go to the obvious, which is this is a Democratic stronghold of voters?
Okay, so the thing is, the initial redistricting effort, the opening salvo occurred in Texas.
Okay.
I don't believe was racially motivated. It was politically motivated. If it's racial, the racial colors are blue and red. Those are the colors in Texas. However, the subsequent southern state redistrictings attempts in Tennessee, Louisiana, Alabama, that occurred immediately after the Supreme Court decision, and in which the redistricting proposals were mapped out in a manner which coincidentally or deliberately eliminates black representation by combining districts that are next to one another, in order that at least one of those black members of Congress cannot stand for re-election because one's going to primary out the other. I don't see how I cannot wrap my mind around any conclusion other than that was racially motivated. Now, you may argue otherwise, and that's fine, but it seems pretty obvious. Now, you can argue that the law which permitted the original districting that favored black representation was unconstitutional, and what they are doing is a proper redress to that, and that's fine for you to make that argument, but to suggest that there's not a racial component in it just doesn't pass Gary's smell.
Well, Gary, let me ask you this. If you have two districts and both of them are Democratic, and your objective is to get more Republicans, your immediate instinct is not that we're eliminating a Democratic seat. Your instinct, I'm hearing you say, is there's got to be underlying racism.
It's based on the Supreme Court decision that they're doing this. They didn't do it before the Supreme Court decision. So obviously it's racially motivated. It may be to redress a law that was racially disadvantageous to you, or me because of our skin color, but it 100% is racially motivated. And if you can't see that, I don't know what more I can say about it. But you asked.
Well, let me ask you this: before this latest round of Texas, California, Virginia, Tennessee, all these states started doing this redistricting. In New England, it's generally considered that New England has population based to 40 to 45% Republican. You know how many congressmen from New England, that conglomerate of states, are Republican here?
That has nothing to do with the discussion in hand.
It absolutely has something
zero
to do with
So is there an attempt to redistrict the New England
We're
states
talking about
based on racial? Is there an attempt to take advantage of the Supreme Court decision and redistrict any state in New England? Yes or no? Can you name one?
Why would you redistrict when you already have what you want? Why would you do it?
Then what's your point?
My point is that these are motivated by political power. If you have two black districts and you got inside those black districts Democrats, and you redistrict where you eliminate one Democrat and you could possibly...
And why didn't they try to redistrict based on the rules that existed before the Supreme Court ruling? They were redistricting based... Let's just wait. Let me finish asking. I'm going to let you answer. I always let you answer. What they are doing is redistricting based on the Supreme Court ruling with regard to districts that favor greater black representation. So they are redressing what they feel is an unfair advantage to black representation. They are addressing that specifically. They're not addressing. They're not addressing.
Okay.
They're not.
Now hold on.
Hold on. I haven't finished saying it.
Well, I think you've said enough about it.
Okay. Well, I'll let you moderate. Go ahead.
No, I mean, to the point that I was trying to get at, I don't want to moderate, but
no, you can. You can.
Larry. No, what I was trying to get at is if you're saying that they redistrict based on what was considered unconstitutional drawing of the lines, then the power of chief to do that would be unconstitutional.
But you cannot argue that it's not based on race because of the decision of the Supreme Court was based on race. Just call it what it is. Say this, Steve, if you say this to me. The districts were unconstitutionally drafted in a way that favored black representation, and we are redressing that wrong because it disproportionately represents black people. Then say it. But that's obviously race.
I mean, if that was the case,
hold on just a second. Like your back and forth there is a really, really good example. It's what Gary is talking about. It's the state of Louisiana. Louisiana constructed maps right after the Supreme Court decision, and they were struck down by a federal appellate court because they were drawn racially, which is now unconstitutional. The same maps, Louisiana is now currently suing again to get to be made their maps. So maybe it's not everybody, but it's certainly Louisiana, and Louisiana is certainly in the former Confederate South, and the states in the former Confederate South still hold those views. It's not as many people. They're still there. Because Reconstruction was never finished, people still hold those views. So you do have to take into account that it's not just political. You can't just say it's all Machiavelli or Dr. Jordan, but you can't say it's all political and not take into account the cultural heritage and history of the place, and noting that it still animates people. I mean, Robert Byrd was in the Senate until, what, the 80s? Something like that.
I guess my point here, Steve, is that there is an element argue that there's some political stuff to this, because I think that was Texas, right? Because we didn't draw Hispanics. We drew out Jasmine Crockett's district because she was particularly caused some ire for the big three: Lieutenant Governor, Governor, and Speaker of the House. But it was more political than it was racial. Louisiana's was more racial than it was political, and so we gotta recognize this.
Marshall, let me ask you this a serious question, because I've lived in the deep South a little bit. Do you think at this time that there's enough of that undertone that you just talked about to wield the political power that would be necessary to achieve these things? I don't think there's enough of it present, Marshall. Sure, there's a little of it there, but to the extent to permeate the political system, to the extent that you could get this type of movement, I don't believe it's there. Not based on my experience in the South.
That's not what I mean. What I mean is you mix people together, and so yes, there are going to be some people in that group that make decisions that do it ethically and do it the right way and represent the people, but there are also those members that hold on to the lost cause mythology that still hold racial animus, and they may not be, but they are community leaders. They are people who go back a long period of history that people look to, right? I'm not saying that the South does not make great strides in Civil War. What I am saying is the South's genetic undertone from the start of the country is still there. It's not gone.
Let me ask you this. So, when the Supreme Court addressed what was going on in Harvard, and if Harvard corrected that admissions thing they done based on what the Supreme Court said in their decision, does that make the faculty at Harvard racist?
No, which is why I didn't use that as an example. It's why I didn't use the term racist. I said based on race.
Yeah, but
you use the term racist, which may very well apply. But to say that if you're taking advantage, and I'm not saying taking advantage in a negative sense, if you're taking advantage of a Supreme Court decision that is a decision that was about congressional districts defined based on race, and now you're changing it, obviously there is a racial component to it, because what else could it be? The Supreme Court acknowledges that those districts were drawn up based on race. Now they are redistricting, not based on race, but they're using that Supreme Court decision. I don't understand. Doubts protest too much, I think, on this.
Well, am I hearing this correctly, that the original drawing of the map was the correct way that should have been done in your mind?
I didn't say that. But if you ask me, that's not what I just said. That's not the argument that I'm making, but I'd be happy to make that argument. But that's not what I'm discussing. What I'm saying is, obviously, the decision to redistrict based on the Supreme Court ruling, which was based on race, is therefore based on race. And I don't know why you're protesting. Why don't you embrace it? If you think that those original districts were wrongly established based on race, then say it. Just say what you believe. Don't try to pardon the terminology. I'm going to use the terminology. Don't try to whitewash it by suggesting that it isn't based on race.
Oh my God. Well, I mean, if it was based on race originally and it was improper to have that based on race, and you're correct in that, I don't see any problem with it. And here's another thing. If you do that and you correct what was ruled by the Supreme Court to be improper, then you go to the motivation of why you're doing it. And I would say that political animals operate from the motivation of power, which the conversation up until now doesn't address that. It's all got to be some nefarious, shadow group of people meeting in a cigar-filled room
Nobody
somewhere.
said
going,
that. I don't know why you would.
Well, I mean,
I
that's
don't know why you portray it as such. Nobody said that. But
well,
no,
that's
I don't think anybody.
In my example, that's not what I implied.
No, and Marshall talked about Reconstruction far more than I did, and I don't think he implied that. But Marshall, you can speak for yourself.
No, I didn't imply that. My entire point was to say, from South, which the Voting Rights Act had purview over. There is a state, Louisiana, who drew maps after the Supreme Court hearing, and they got sued because the maps were racially gerrymandered. That is an element of DNA of the South. It just is there, right? It doesn't mean those people are always in power. It doesn't mean they're always influential. But in Louisiana, it certainly meant they all were influential. Or else it wouldn't have gotten struck down on racial gerrymander because they would have drawn an appropriate map. And that is an example of what some of these southern states are doing. Right? And my point is,
let me ask you this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me ask you this in all sincerity. Where it wouldn't have that appearance, do you not think that power is more important to the politician than race?
Oh, I think if a politician can service their racially biased views as well as it can out of the both.
But my thing is the motivation, and in the era that we live in, the motivation of politicians is power primarily. Can there be racial arguments?
Yes, but not in Louisiana. Louisiana is people.
But Marshall, we're taking that one example and we're painting the whole building with it.
Okay, I think everybody's made their point. I think everybody's made a point.
I said it was part of the DNA of that region. So it pops its head up all the time. I'm listening to this book called Nations Apart. And one of the things it describes is the Deep South. The Deep South, when it was settled, was aristocratic and authoritarian in nature. And it was settled by former slave planters from Barbados, from the Caribbean. And that DNA is still in the South, in the same way that what this author calls Yankeedom, which is essentially the East Coast, the Northeast Coast, they prize more communitarian, they trust government more, they tend to see government as a positive force, right? So the regions of the country are different, and they manifest today, yes, in different ways, but because of those seeds that were planted, that'll always be part of the DNA of the region. It'll never go anywhere. It doesn't mean that those people will have concentrated power all the time. But
Marshall, that's the Confederates in the attic. That's the thesis.
That's the thesis. See, I have the book. I just have read it.
Okay, I think at this point, everybody heard what I had to say, Steve had to say, Marshall had to say. I don't think there's anything more that Steve, Marshall, or Gary can say. That's people will have to sit. We have a huge audience, and they can decide that it's their prerogative to agree or disagree with any of us.
Well, can I finish?
I thought you had.
Gary, can you clarify the format of this room for me?
The format of the room is I run the room and I call people one at a time to speak. And moderators are allowed to interject. You're welcome.
Okay. I just, at the risk of being redundant, Gary, it's my fundamental belief that politicians are primarily driven by power. And I'll leave it there.
In answer to your question, no, I do not agree with the Supreme Court decision. Andrea, followed by.
Thank you. I also don't agree with the Supreme Court decision. I do think the recent gerrymandering in Tennessee in particular was based on race. I think you cannot, as Marshall or several others mentioned, I don't think you can separate this from some of the history in the region, though unlike Marshall, I do think regions might change over time because if we remember Marshall, there were the Southern Dixiecrats that I believe were part of, the Jim Crow era, who were Democrats. So racism, I think we're grappling with a new spotlight on this in our country for some, not new for others. I believe that, with the emergence of the involvement of Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys and just the increased spotlight on those groups from January 6th and recent involvement in ICE, that it's just becoming more in the headlines, so to speak, something that perhaps has been, existing for quite some time and never fully resolved, as Marshall said. Just a couple of other quick, and Gary, it's so interesting always to hear you and Francine speak, though I know there is an age difference there between you. I love the intergenerational rooms because of the perspective of people who have lived through history and know friends who have, fought and bled and advocated. You and Francine speak. And died and lost family members fighting for this right to vote that the Voting Rights Act was meant to protect. So, but I do want to say, my heart broke today, though I wasn't surprised, and it broke when I saw Tennessee and then when I saw Virginia come through, and I would say that I want to zoom out, because rather than get into the nuts and bolts on the redistricting, which Marshall can do any day better than me, we are looking at this in a time where Trump currently is extremely unpopular in the country, though he retains a certain commitment from a segment of his base and perhaps is gaining ground in places like, Indiana, or where he just won several seats. But, there's a reaction to the fact that the Democrats have flipped 30 seats in special elections. And I do actually agree with Steve about a main motivation from many politicians being power, and then obviously I think it's possible for any single one of them to be racist as well. But I actually tend to agree with Steve that things are more they're more motivated by power. And then I just want to say a couple other things. This notion, the point that Francine mentioned about secession, not the Civil War, about an economic boycott and a reaction by some of the blue states, that this is actually, I believe it is gaining ground in a way that's not very public. So I think it's, I'm not advocating one thing or the other. I just believe that it is out there as a tactic, that people have been, it's in the ether that people are talking about it. So it's not off, I don't think it's totally off the wall. And then the other thing I just want to say is, Marshall, I disagree with you on the deficit, even though all the administrations have maybe gotten us to this point. Ultimately, right now we have debt far outpacing GDP, and it's just accelerated in what is, even though we're at war with Iran, we are currently still in relative peacetime here in America. And I don't see that we have a big economic boom projected or coming, post-war to save us, unless we're all relying on those 5 AI companies that are propping, or however many that are propping up the stock market. So I'll end there. I do think it's racially motivated. I think this is a very important subject. Gary, thank you for hosting this topic tonight.
Thank you, and again, a reminder that on Saturday night at midnight going into Sunday night at midnight going into Monday, we're going to be holding forth on Substack Live, something new we're going to try just to see what it's like. It's not a replacement for Clubhouse. It's a completely different environment. But if you want notifications of all that, feel free to subscribe to my Substack, which is linked above, which is a free subscription. You don't pledge any money, just subscribe.
Gary, can I just say one other thing, which is that I think the only other big picture comment I want to make, and it's just that we're also seeing a rolling back of other civil rights, in particular for women. So to pretend
that isn't partially what is at play right now in this current environment, I think is just not really looking at the whole picture. We're also I'll land it.
Thank you. Obviously I agree with that assessment too.
Hey Gary, can I add just a comment real quick? And Andrew, thank you so much for that contribution. But Gary, we've talked quite often on this stage in the past on the subject of anti-Semitism and how important it is to call out anti-Semitism. I also want to call out language that I've heard on the stage so far today. It's the comments racial undertone or racial undercut. What exactly is that? And to me, that's a racial-based statement for someone to say racial undertone. There's no undertone. It's either racist or it's not. So I just wanted to share that I feel to be consistent, since we'll call out anti-Semitism, let's also call out those smoke signals that talk about racism. Thank you.
Yeah, well, as I pointed out earlier, and I thought it was just great that you mentioned it, some of the racist rooms that appear on Clubhouse and elsewhere, that it's not often that people call it as it is, especially people who are politicians or in the political sphere. They try to hide it through euphemisms and use of semantics, and I think it's important for us to recognize that, and I'm glad you just did. David, and I don't know whether the other people we've invited up on the stage are going to make it, so you may or may not be our last one.
Let's hope not, Gary. Yeah, Gary, great room. I wish we had maybe a greater diversity of thought up here, especially given the import of this court decision.
I think we've heard some diversity of thought. What have we missed? I mean, I'm pretty sure that my position and Marco's was countermanded pretty darn well.
Tonight I'm ordering an
probably the only one to challenge us in that manner. But I mean, there was a diversity there.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I'm going to
about me. You can talk about my life.
Some of these.
How fast?
Persian.
How long these laws have been on the books.
Also, though, when people let me in, to when I'm trying to come out of a driveway or let me choose, I also always give the.
Recall that when the march on, putting in play the new amendments of the post-Civil War Reconstruction period, that arduous, heavy lift that we asked white America to do in the face of years of their oppressive behavior, it wasn't easy. In fact, I take people back to 1912, where there was a court case involving a gentleman that wanted to vote in this great state of Alabama, and Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes ruled in 1912, you have a right to vote, sir, but we don't have a way to compel the state of Alabama to give you the right to vote. So therein lies, in 1912, the difficulty and the power of entrenched systemic racism against a large majority of populations in the South that were facing the inability to overcome. I just found out as well, Gary, that the term grandfather law refers to a slave having the right to vote, or excuse me, not a slave, but a former descendants of slaves having the right to vote if their grandfather was able to vote. And so the South used some of these very onerous, arcane terms because how many people actually...
that's where the term grandfathered in comes from?
That's correct. That's right.
I never knew that.
Yes, exactly. So in 1911, in Giles versus Harris, Oliver Wendell Holmes made that majority opinion. So anyway, marching toward the Voting Rights Act, we saw it happen with the ascendancy of the Warren Court, circa 1950s, I believe. Earl Warren, by the way, was one of the most popular governors in California's history. He was a bipartisan governor for 3 terms. He promised then President Eisenhower he would challenge him in his election, but in exchange for that, he wanted a position on the Supreme Court. and it just so happened that the vacancy that opened up was that of Chief Justice. So Warren never served as a jurist. He was always a politician. But this guy was able to obviously lead the march when the cases were brought before him in terms of Brown versus Board of Education, and obviously that they overturned segregation with a 9-0 verdict that came down on high. However, the Deep South and their politicians were calling for Warren's head. They were calling for impeachment. They were saying this is legislation from the bench. Well, this is the very exact thing we're seeing right now, I believe, Gary, in the way that the Supreme Court has surgically dismantled this law. And let me explain. In 1982, when Congress passed a strong amendment to the Voting Rights Act in 1982, a then emerging jurist by the name of John Roberts didn't like the decision. He didn't like the arguments. He said, wait a minute here, this isn't right. Well, in the Deep South here, the 82 provisions were challenged in the state of North Carolina, resulting in a Supreme Court case affirming with 9-0 these very amendments that were passed in 82 in a case of Thornburg versus Jingles. And so here we have not just the legislature enshrining law the way it's supposed to be done in this country, but you have the city Supreme Court justice affirming that. We see a total takedown of one legislative victory, and then we have the Supreme Court affirming that, only to have this Supreme Court decide in all its wisdom that this is bad law. And we, in our wisdom as 6 jurists, have the right to override this precedent. So that's very important. And also important to note that in 2013, when then the District Attorney Eric Holder fought the Shelby decision with Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, recall that it was Justice Roberts who said, hey, wait a minute here, we still have the Section 2 provision in play here for you folks to lean on, if and only then you need to do that so it's not completely gutted. So here we have that messaging, that articulation by then Roberts in that 2013 decision. And then recall that it was the vaunted legislator, civil rights lawyer, John Lewis, who marched in 1965 on the Pettus Bridge, named after the Grand Dragon Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, Southern leader who marched Bloody Sunday, 1965, into the mob of guys and cops and cops with badges and batons, and they all got beat up pretty bad trying to march for the right for freedom. And of course, we shot down the John Lewis Rights Act, could not get the votes, trying to re-enshrine those things were lost in 2013 by the Supreme Court decision. So Gary, what this could potentially portend is the emergence of politicians in the Deep South who don't necessarily want equality in this country. Recall that in the Great Pelican State, it was David Duke who almost won a governorship, Grand Wizard, I believe it was circa 1991-92, and were it not for the massive groundswell of voting by the Black community in that great state, we might have had a Grand Wizard leading one of our 50 states in this country. And so does these decisions open up the floodgates for these types of politicians to emerge, not being able to check their racism at the door because the Black voters won't have any power to keep those guys out of office? So I think that ultimately is a potentiality with these decisions that does not advance the democratic and racial principles of this country. And I'd like to just end on, I really appreciate Dr. Francine's comments as one who lives in a blue state. Although I like her comments in theory, I don't like them as far as being able to execute them. But I think there's some room to maneuver on some of those ideas, because here's the thing, Gary, if you can have these kind of laws by 6 jurists, not laws, but decisions that are essentially laws, because when they say something, it has to be supported. And then as the minority populations of this country begin to expand, where does that leave us if this is not done? If it's a colorblind society, Gary, then the arguments that Steve makes and all those other persons on the stage, maybe they're few and far between, then we don't have anything to worry about. But this is not a colorblind society. And that's my issue with that. And I'll land there.
Thank you, David. Les, followed by Chin.
Hi, sorry, I got a new phone. To get back to the question of redistricting, I think the root problem is that politicians can choose their own voters. It should be the opposite. Voters should choose their politicians, their representatives. And we just need to get rid of all of this gerrymandering. We had that in California before the recent election, and I understand why California did that because of what Texas had done. And the only thing good I could say about that California gerrymandering thing is that it sunsetted for 2013, so 2030. Hopefully we'll go back and we will do that in California. The other states do that as well. And so that would be my wish. In terms of racism, Mr. Trump is a racist. He was not, his properties were not renting to black people, and he tried to find that in the courts in the 70s. And in terms of racism, we did make progress in the 60s. The big thing was the Voting Rights Act, because we had people like Strom Thurmond that was a racist and was, voting against, of course, black interests. But then South Carolina had a huge black population, and after 1970, he had to cater to the black population or not treat them with as much disdain as he had been doing before. And so I think that things aren't perfect, but I can tell you things are much better. And I have personal experience with that. In 1980, I was picking up my daughter and my wife at the airport, and there was this racist cab driver. I should mention, she was black, probably still is, as far as I know. And he was just giving me all this racist crap on the ride over to the airport. I was picking her up in a cab. And I don't think cab drivers can do that anymore. And, I do think things are better. They're not perfect, but I do think things are better. And I guess that's all I have to say, unless someone has questions.
Thank you, Les. Ching.
Thank you for having me. And I'm going to pass this. I don't have enough knowledge to make comments, but it seems like it's not a good thing that striking down the House map.
So, I mean, at the end of the day,
thank you, Ching.
The hemorrhaging's got to stop at some point. I mean, America, we're going into the summertime period. I mean, we all, America.
In manufacture, because when you rely on when you have manufacturer, they
on Substack Live. So until 5 o'clock New York time on Monday for the next edition of the.
It's time for the quarter.
Be safe, be well, and.
50 to 64 was 11. The 65 plus was 6%. And I think that's interesting because, I remember a time when we were talking about sort of the loneliness.
Broken Pentagon bureaucracy was doing the same thing for decades. When our warfighters needed more weapons, aircraft, and ships, the Department of Defense allowed contractors to double dip at your expense. They charge you, the taxpayer, to build their factories, and then charge you again for the final product. And despite paying companies to make weapons faster, schedule delays were constant, and cost overruns.
That's interesting. I think that speaks to some of the things that help explain what's going on now. I'll just say that, religious belief is funny because there's a way that we talk about religion as, in sort of the formal way, and that's appropriate, right, for this conversation.
King Tut asshole.
But we're seeing generationally, right, that younger people aren't receiving the opportunities that previous generations have. We talked about how, and we see that sort of manifest in the way that they're looking at homes, right, the way that they're looking at relationships and marriage, the way that they're looking at children, the types of jobs that they're getting, right, the fact that they're not going to school, right, or going, higher education, right, they're dropping out of the workplace at rapid rates. There's a lot of things that people hold on to that is not about the big man upstairs, but those beliefs are not transferring over to younger people. Younger people are not constructing the world in similar ways. And in moments of crisis, in moments of disruption, over and over, right? The cycles of economic disruption that we continue to have over and over and over, right? People are looking for, not everyone, but there are people who are looking for other ways, who didn't grow up with religion, who don't have the same sort of relationship with religion. They are looking for something that sounds or feels like there's some structure in a disruptive, seemingly normless world. And it's not completely, this cycle is not new, which is one of the reasons why, people often laugh when they say, religion is going to die off now, right? God is dead. The world is, the world moving on. We're much more modern and much more sophisticated. A lot of people laugh because these cycles are not necessarily.
I just want to mention one thing, brother. Mel had put in the chat earlier, like a long time ago. I don't know if you saw it, but it was an actual article from the Washington Post on the decline in male jobs more recently. And the thing that stuck out to me in the article was the researcher from the University of Michigan said that it's not all retirement and education. There are guys just dropping off the planet. They're not looking after their kids. They're not in school. They're not in the labor force. Across the board, when we look at men, we see challenges that they face that leave too many men disconnected. That's one of the reasons why I brought up the sort of religious piece of sort of the revival that I was talking about and put in the chat, the Porch church in I think it's in Texas. Because that quote from Betsy Stevenson, who's a professor of economics at the University of Michigan, made me think that's what I was seeing in the eyes when I went to the revival several months ago now. I went to this revival, and I'm calling it revival. It was a 3-night little service, but it scared me so bad I didn't go back after the first night. But it reminded me of the look I saw in those young men, the young men's eyes. But I understand this has been happening. In fact, it showed the trend line from like 2008 and the men in the workforce up until the present. And it does speak to some of the things you were saying, but that quote really, really stuck out to me because of the way in which I, kind of saw the sort of those young men at that revival a few months ago.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, and I apologize. I wasn't. I was reading the article as you all were talking, and so I didn't mean to sort of speak against that article. I actually agreed. I was sort of trying to talk about some of the other things that I've heard in the conversation, but I agree with it. I mean, I know I'm not trying to start a gender war or anything like that, but like we have talked about on this app, we've heard in other rooms, the conversations around sort of gender and people's, sort of the constructed quote unquote roles around gender and expectations and all those things. And at some point, those are right. Gender is an organizing principle, right? And
Brother Nathan, can you expound on that? What do you mean? Gender is an organizing principle?
So gender, one of the ways that we sort of organize identity, responsibility, norms, right? Sort of the expectations about what we expect from certain people, right? How we socialize kids is around gender. Like there are certain expectations, and I'm not saying every single individual down to a T has this, but we can generally talk about sort of all of us, even if we don't sort of ascribe to them, what are quote unquote the and I'm using air quotes. I'm just gonna say it and I'll just deal with it. But we generally have an understanding of what society understands as a man, a boy, a girl, right? And so those are, when I say sort of gender is an organizing principle, it sort of organizes and constructs the way that we expect others to behave, what sort of assumptions we have placed on ourselves. We have a certain expectation of how people are supposed to talk, behave, look, dress, engage. When we assign them a particular, or we assume a particular gender identity.
Okay, thank you.
Right? Does that make sense?
Yep.
And so as such, right, in the same way that women are, often confronted with, marriage, children, the expectations around parenting, chores, the penalty for having a child and coming back to the workplace. There are similar, not equally, but there are similar expectations around men. And as individuals, we often take on those identities, right? So one of the issues around toxic masculinity that people talk about are, one of the reasons why it's toxic or pervasive is because people internalize those. And so what happens when you are not able to fulfill the expectations that your parents have of you, the way that you've been socialized, the way that other people expect to be, the way that society constructs what it means to be a heterosexual man. How do you sort of wrestle with those things? Right now, you say, well, I don't care about those things. Yeah, okay, fine. At an individual level, there are people who don't conform to those things, but that doesn't mean that everyone does, and it doesn't mean that you are free from every sort of pressure. And so, you are being confronted, young men, boys, confronted with realities that men behave in particular ways, but the economic circumstances that are befalling all of us don't necessarily make that a reality, right? Women have entered the workforce. They've been entering the workforce. They are economically independent of men. In the past, we've done a lot in our society, right, to construct the dependence of women to men, right? Like, it's just a fact. You can read the accounts of all the ways, Charlotte Perkins Gilman, talked about all the ways that that society was set up to construct the dependence of women on men, right? So now that we've moved away from some of those sort of forced ways that women are dependent, what are men to do in a society that still expects them to behold or uphold traditional aspects of masculinity, maleness, malehood, but not have those realities, right? They're not entering, they're not going to college, right? The jobs that they have, because we have a real and true gender division of labor, what happens when male work leaves the society, right? Starts dwindling, right? What happens when, I was just reading another article that talked about all the sort of ways, so you got declining health, disability, you have a skill mismatch and educational gaps, you have technological disruption and automation, stagnant wages and low status, right? Like the ways that we have formed the jobs that have been successful for men with the declining, I'm all over the place. We have a diminishing and dwindling middle class, right? What does that mean for the jobs that have traditionally been a part of that middle class, lifestyle, right? All of these things sort of are connected, right? But we don't have, as a society, we still have the expectations, right, on men and women to perform tasks that go far beyond the realities that we live in right now, right? And so we have disruption. We have men who are finding ways to deal with their realities, right? And I'm not excusing people's violent, aggressive, and antagonistic behaviors. I'm just trying to give a larger context, right? This is, and so what I mean by this happened before, and I'll end here, and I'll shut up, and I will not speak for another few hours. But this is consistent with, I'll just say this is sort of traditional sociology. Traditional sociology has talked about sort of the rapid increase or the shifts, right, in sort of the norms, values, and expectations, and then the larger sort of societal structural changes that are taking place. And when one moves faster than the other, you have disruption. It's called, Durkheim talked about normlessness. Merton talked about, anomie, right, the strain between what individuals are facing and what their, what the expectations are, and the realization that they can't meet those expectations that society has for whatever reason. All right, I'm done. Sorry.
We was waiting for Baber. We was waiting for the Baber drop.
Yes.
You done ran through the whole thing. We got one-on-one, and we got one-on-one in a 30-minute lecture. I mean, let's go.
Your mama, that was less than 30 minutes, but that was good, brother.
Hey, brother, I need you to sign so I just get my free credits, by the way.
even more painful.
This is the largest intro to sociology on all of the internet, in all of the world, in fact. Shout out to Nubia. Shout out to Karen Hunter and Greg Carr.
Well done, brother.
I'm just playing.
But thank you, brother, for substantiating what the data actually says, right? Men are losing their minds because that traditional concept, which, by the way, was not very favorable to men. And I would be curious one day just to hear you speak on those things and expound on them. Men had higher rates of death than women because they typically work to death. Men were not, especially black men, were not allowed to really, be human, in a sense, right? Like, you're gay if you do this, you're gay if you do that. I think we should really have those conversations without the trolling, because it's become so normalized. Like, I kind of get it why men are just I don't know. It's just, yeah. I think that this is a great opportunity for men to redefine themselves, to be perfectly honest. The old views, and I'm not taking up for men, I'm just merely looking at the data, but y'all didn't have it so well like before with that idea of the patriarchy, right? Like, it didn't really work out for y'all. You just kind of worked and then you died. Like, I'm just saying.
Can I be heard?
We can hear you.
Brother, the part about, women on the rise, taking, some of these positions, and then the men feel like, well, what am I supposed to do? And then holding on to some of these old traditional ideas versus adapting to the, place of where you are today. I thank you so much. I mean, I really wish, you would, allow yourself to present this, on a recorded conversation.
Yeah!
Because I think the message, a lot of times in the midst of the conversation, I don't think some people can receive it because it's like they might feel like it's tearing them down and they want to obviously fight. And that's rightfully so. But perhaps maybe just, somebody plays it over a recording and they hear such, it might just be able to plant the seed. A lot of times the seed can't be planted in here because the soil is too thick. And it's thick with the ego and all kinds of other different things, especially being on an head. But I really appreciate how you articulated it in such a way. I think it was gentle enough to be able to pierce somebody's heart. So thank you. And it wasn't antagonistic. Also, encouraging. Okay, I'm
I love whoever that was.
It's my child.
That was so sweet.
Thank you, brother.
Cheerleader. Brother, I'm gonna just tell you something that I won't tell you in the back channels, but I need to know how you come. See, we holding each other accountable.
I think that would be fascinating just to present the data, because I hate the conjecture, right? I just love looking at the data. Like, I think that men have a right to be upset in this regard, right? Like you said, when things change too quickly, it can cause severe disruptions.
This is where it becomes a little diabolical because there is there are a lot of voices that are sort of reinforcing that everything is fine and that it is that everything is fine. And so what that does for a lot of folks is with I think there's a lot of things, but it begins with the sort of growing isolation of people. I think that also makes those narratives even louder because I was looking at I was reading some stuff about hookup culture, and this was a while ago. But you talk to people, and they'll tell you, these are young people. They'll tell you what they do. Again, you see sort of the trends around sort of not having sex, not engaging, sexual activity, and it's not the majority, but it's a significant group of that population. And they'll say, okay, I'm not having this, but I think everybody else is, right? Or I think, and so then there are other questions people are going to ask, and so they have this sort of warped sense of what's going on, but they believe that they're the one who's the outlier, right? And so I think the same is true with some of the struggles that men are having, where these narratives exist about what it should be, what it is, or what's happening, right? That don't speak to what's actually going on, and people are talking to each other, and and so they believe that they're the only one, right? And then they find out that other people are struggling, and then they become resentful because they're the only ones. They think they're the only ones who are going through something, and we haven't really provided narratives. I mean, I've talked about this before. Again, I'll show back to this. I think institutions are really important. What institutions communities build for the people. Like these narratives don't just change on their own. And the issues that people are dealing with, if they feel isolated, they will make their own needs. And when people, and this goes for children, right? This is why, like, not having conversations with children, not having age-appropriate conversations with children about things is frowned upon because people make their own meanings, and oftentimes those meanings are wrong, but they are trying to make sense of the world around them. And so when they do so in isolation, when they think that they're the ones who are sort of getting the short end of the stick with the old reinforcement of what they quote unquote are supposed to be doing, they can't achieve that because either something they did, right, or something something they're not doing correctly, or they just got the wrong end. You got a lot of resentment, and social media often does not help in those conversations. It can, but yeah, I think institutions that are purposeful and sort of reaching out to the people, and I think that's one of the reasons why the church is people are seeking the church because that is an institution that more or less is in every community, right? There's a visible, people know where they can go, or at least have an idea of where they can go.
And in the past, I think.
Let me say something real quick. There's power in testimony. And what you said, because if people are speaking about the good things that are happening, and someone who's young and who's
was going to say, I think there's some scholar who's written about the ways in which churches provide social structures or sort of what the politicians might call wraparound services for communities. We're waiting for, I wish we could bring him on the app. That's what I wish we could do.
Brother Missy, remember when I was arguing with your favorite atheist, and they kept saying the way that we save the black community is we get everybody to be atheists. And I was trying to tell them, you think that would be the answer, but these niggas that don't go to black church are worse. They kept telling me, the black church is the problem. And I was trying to tell these niggas, like, no, it's not the problem. Your beef with religion, it doesn't mean you should shit on the institution, because we see when these niggas fall out of this institution, what happens to them?
At the library card, I was there when you had that conversation. And wait a minute, want to create an institution of their own without purpose.
That's what I'm trying to get them to understand. So, like, when you shit on the black church as an extension of your beef with organized religion, it creates an environment where niggas start doing this multiracial shit where the values are all fucked up. Like, it's all mixed up over there on the other side. But y'all's beef with organized religion makes you shit on something that is not politically what you believe is problematic, but that's just how it all gets wrapped up in.
That's good, Doc.
I'm not even going to get into the black church in this space.
I know you don't know nothing about it.
It's a rough time. I mean, I'll just say that having spaces to gather in person are important. Not saying social media, social connection, like any form of social connection can be positive in the sense that it can help with emotional well-being, sort of the feelings of isolation. But also, I mean, I've said this in other spaces. One of the things about the churches, and religious institutions is that it also allows for people to gain a sense of cohesion, collectiveness, shared understanding. I mean, not everybody in the church historically has believed in everything that the church espouses. Not every member, not every person who's been in the church is a Christian, right? Especially in the black church right now. But it has been a space where people have developed language, have developed a sense of connection, and those things are important. They just are, and it could be maybe another space, but religion as a sort of a cohesive unit has been useful and valuable outside of the black religious tradition. Like, religious belief has been sort of another organizing sort of unit that people have used throughout history. And it's been a valuable space, right? Like the black church isn't unique in that aspect. We just, talk about it because it created, in more modern times, a culture and a group of people. It helped shape it. It didn't do it, exclusively by itself. But it helped shape sort of a culture and create a culture of people in a more modern time that did not exist before. And so we just have a lot of historical, tracking of this sort of modern phenomenon. But Yeah, it's important. Institutions are important, and so again, and I think that's a consistent thing that we talk about in other days, in this room, right? Going back to the importance of institutions, valuing the role of institutions in an American modern society. It's kind of
I've said this before, and it's just my own conjecture that the church also like helped to enact shame. Because the church was community. The church was also a social place. But I remember hearing lots of times, not directed at me, but just like better to marry than to burn, and a lot of those things, right? Like to be fiscally responsible or conservative. That's the manner in which I was reared. And I think that without that community judgment, so to speak, not like clubhouse judgment, right, which is based largely on boredom. You know what I'm saying? Like, I said this before and it was taken the wrong way, but it's just my thoughts. I think that like when we as a society kind of moved away from that it kind of took away shame, right? Because you can be anonymous and be a fool, but when we were all more so in community by proximity, you really didn't have that option. And I think that has also made a lot of changes. So I do agree with what Dr. Library Card put in the chat that church has hurt a lot of people. But I just remember there just being more of community accountability, if that makes sense, for both genders, the expectations, the desired outcomes.
Also, personally, like, we don't have to get into more like social structures of it. Just a personal accountability to it. That's why I be getting on the niggas saying to claim to be Christian in here and they don't go to church. Because they're afraid to be held accountable or to be disciplined, to follow a hierarchical structure within the community, or to do what you said you was gonna do and show up. They scared. So
yeah, I would agree. Or more like what I see sometimes is more like an entitlement, right? Like, you're not going to tell me what to do, that kind of thing. Because there's also like a submission in that regard, right? I don't mean
I agree with you, but that's what I was saying. Separating it from gender, there is a sort of submission to the structure, to the leadership that these niggas don't have because they don't go. They doing it in their bedroom, so they don't have to submit to nothing but the computer, mouse, and the Dorito.
That's nasty word. I was gonna say Cheetos because that's messier.
Right.
Hot Cheetos is hot Cheetos.
The Doritos are good because the breath is stanky.
Or Takis. They love them goddamn Takis.
But you know what? I mean, I'm thankful that y'all got yourselves together because y'all was going crazy. But I just want to say something that I didn't say earlier, and I'm thankful that Brother Messi, stopped his trolling. He put down the sword of trolling to give us an opening into his brilliance, and I'm grateful, and we're better for it. That's number one. Number two, this is why I often come here, and y'all think I'm playing, but I'm dead ass. Black men need order. They want to be the head, but don't want to lead. They gotta get it together. They really do. I mean, there's a thing so y'all hear me talk about this sometimes as well, which is this idea of ordos amoris, order of love. Y'all gotta get it together.
Can you say that louder for the people in the back?
I'm done speaking, Sherry.
I know y'all trying to tempt me into a gender war.
No. We actually want you to just stay on mute.
Yeah, because you.
No one time.
Am I allowed to speak? May I speak, please?
No.
If you gonna
See,
try
that's
to,
the problem.
I'm gonna be
That's
honest.
the problem right there.
No. We see. This is the thing. You come in. I see what you wrote it at. But why can't you come in and try to engage in a conversation?
That's what I just
and
tried to
add
do.
to it?
That's what I just tried to do.
Add to it and move
That's
forward.
what I just tried to do.
No, in the chat you chastise because you don't even know what we say.
No, I didn't. I said, listen.
You heard one thing and you trying to take out your belt. Put your belt on.
I'm not fighting you today.
Put your stomach in your pants and pull
I'm
your
not gonna
pants
do it.
up.
I'm not going to
Zip
do it.
them up.
I love you too much. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. So I will say there is a misunderstanding and a conflation between your pastor, how he interpreted and presented the word, and the church being the body of Christ. That should be distinguished. And you should understand that there are some men who don't know what they're doing, but have the ambition, and I would even say the desire, and they would say that they have the calling, but yet they don't know what they're doing. And then I would say that there are certain denominations at certain time periods that don't know what they're doing. Why? Because the church is just men trying to figure it out, human beings. So we have to try to understand that, the body of Christ is imperfect. I would even say a work in progress. And you got to be able to distinguish between the church and some man's interpretation of the word and presentation of the word. Thank you. Have a nice day.
But your mama, before y'all respond, y'all don't have to, please. I just want to say, your mama, one thing that I feel like I learned from the church when I'm always talking about discipline, there's a certain, because of the hierarchy, and you know what people, even the way that we use like the term elders in the church, you know that people put an amount of work in, whether that's committing to attending services, committing to volunteer in the community, committing to read something weekly or 2 times a week or 3 times a week. That level of commitment, it shows you what you have to do to be esteemed in that same way. And when you were saying there's a lot of people trying to be the head, they're trying to be the head without doing what being the head requires, right? So they don't want to uplift their community. They don't want to reach out and uplift the kids. They don't want to read the Bible. They don't want to be held accountable to doing things that they say they're going to do, but they want to be crowned the head automatically. That's why it's easy to go back into the church. They think logging on is the same amount of work as people who commit their time and their money.
And also the church took care of the community. I remember when my kids were little, this is anecdotal, but I didn't want to take them to a daycare just yet. So where did I find, an elder who, was needed a little cash and or just watch the kids out of the love of her heart? The church. When you needed a babysitter, when the church took care of the local neighborhoods, the churches have food pantries. My church has Black dentists. We do free all kind of stuff. There's a food pantry. There's like a Tide pantry. They, all kinds of things, right? So I think that's also important. And I love what Brother said earlier. I think I caught him saying that not all members of the church were Christians. And I think we need to kind of get back to that, right? But anywho.
I think that's right. I mean, when you think about, you know what, and I saw that video of those kids trying to read a few sentences.
Oh, Lord. Wasn't that bad, Miss?
That was terrible. And then you think about, yes, you can talk about the things about church you don't, the church that you don't like is not perfect or whatever.
But you had Sunday school teachers that were actual teachers that taught children how to read. You know, the importance of reading texts like the Bible so they can first become better readers. And if they recite it out loud, they become better speakers. Their speech is much better. I mean, there is a cultural component to Black churches that we seem to also not want to appreciate enough. Yeah, Sherry, I put it in the chat. Every fifth Sunday, for Youth Sunday, having to get up there and read the announcements, having to get up there and do whatever it was my grandmother told me I was supposed to do that Sunday. Having to do your Easter pageants, your Christmas pageants, your Mother's Day pageants. Reform, there's another politically correct room open with John Kitover. It's in the chat, just so FYI. Go ahead. Okay. Oh, am I the only one in here? Oh, it's only Nadia. Wait, Penny's down there. Yeah, I'm about to go. Y'all want me to boom it, right? No, they can have the conversation. Oh, okay. They're not having a conversation. It's a fake. Oh no, I'm about to go in there. I'm gonna report it. I don't see it though. It's in the chat. I just put the link in the chat. He's got a fake house though. Oh, what the fuck is the title? Ultra elite liberal. Look at here, you son of a bitch. I wasn't gonna troll it. That's not reform. Record this, you crackhead motherfucker. Oh my God. I went in there and I was like, why is he talking? Okay, if he has a whole fake house, y'all please report this house because he is a whole fake house. But y'all please. I thought it was another. I thought he opened a room. No, politically correct. He got a whole fake ass politically correct house. Weirdo. Because he's not a mod. He can't. I mean, an admin. But y'all please continue the conversation. Sorry, Brie. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I. Oh no, you're fine, Doctor. Said we should play music, I guess, in an effort to stall him out or whatever. But yes. But yeah, I was just saying that like having to do that, you know, from the time I could read up until when I left for college, like if you are a very shy person, all of a sudden it's not saying that you're not shy. It's not to say that you don't have nerves. It's just to say that as you get older, having to build that skill, by the time you go off to college and you have to give your presentations, it's no different than having to give those Easter speeches. And the things that I had to do in effort to get through an Easter speech, as far as learning where to focus, having to enunciate, having to make sure I, can pronounce the words properly, all of these things, you're able to do it once you get to college. You're able to do it once you matriculate on through life, and you might have to do presentations for things and for people. It's just, there's skills that are taught there. And even though, as a kid, hate doing it, as an adult, I can be very quick to accept the fact and admit the fact that, part of the reason why I'm able to speak the way that I am and do the things that I do is because I had to do all that in church as a kid. You could keep talking. I'm just playing this song over it. Oh, you could. We have a little background.
message, I think, are important, right? Celebrations and moments of highlighting moments in the life course, I think, are really important. I know that people have talked about, the excess of like the celebrations of preschool and high school and all that stuff. And I don't mean to mention those to go down a rabbit hole. I think, and I'm not saying those specific ways of engaging are great. You got to spend $1,000 and all that stuff. But I do think thinking about how like what sort of moments we celebrate again as a community, right? As an ethnic group, what sort of collective ways do we acknowledge sort of transitions among our people, right? How do we talk about the experiences of of changing, right? Is it just that we have being a little facetious, but is it just that we have to talk about what to do with the police officers, right? Like, is that that's a consistent narrative that we have. I'm not saying it's not important, but and I often don't hear about other ways that we celebrate or we acknowledge or we instill what it means to transition over time, right? I was reading a really awesome piece about the way that other cultures or that cultures in general celebrate the like baby teeth, right, when they fall out, and what that means for different cultures, right, and how they actually engage in the process of acknowledging this sort of moment of change and what that means for parents. The role that the celebration has for parents as they are dealing with children getting older and what that means for their relationship to them and all of these things. It was really sort of a beautiful discussion of that, and it, thinking about what does it mean for other cultures celebrate 15 or 16 and all those things, and what does it mean for people to celebrate that, and what are the messages that they're also instilling at that time, right? What does it mean for who that person, what are the expectations, right, about a person, and it doesn't mean that everything that gets instilled or it sticks. Culture is not something that's just sort of that's passed down and kept the same way, preserved. Not all aspects of culture work like that, but there are those moments where if a culture is to live and exist beyond its current moment, there has to be some transmission of it, and there has to be a way to articulate that that resonates with the generation that you were trying to instill those things in, and then what does that mean for what they take, what they adapt, what do they continue, and what do they change, right? And then how do they disseminate it and pass it? I think those are important, and I think we often miss those, and it can't just be. Well, I'll stop there because I don't want to go there.
Not the rabbit hole. I kind of cleared out the bottom because y'all haven't been in another room or no followers. I'm sorry you got booted. Well, I'm apologizing. They've already been booted, but I'm determined to figure out. I wonder if it's the anon what they're streaming from. But I'm sorry, y'all. It was a really great conversation.
How you doing, Mickey?
Hello, crackhead.
Don't do
I'm
that,
about
man. I'm trying to be nice to you, bro. Don't do that.
I already messed up my no more trolling, so I might as well be authentic. Which also gives glory and honor to God. I'm going to eat dinner, but y'all have the conversation. And please report that house. I have reported that house like 10 times. Patty should tell them she's going to not have politically correct anymore unless they close that other house down. But y'all are welcome to continue the conversation. Any conversation.
That was a good plan. Thank you for the just for opening my mouth a little bit today. I appreciate it, and everybody who contributed. It was really great to listen to.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Messi. It's so much better being friendly with you. Remember the rooms that James used to do, y'all? Didn't he also do like sociology, psychology kind of thing?
I was actually thinking about James because you said you.
Yeah.
Where is he at?
I don't know. He's been gone for a minute, but I always appreciated those rooms. Plus, he was funny as hell.
Oh, he's working. He's getting work done.
Oh, well, congratulations to him.
Yeah, we're also being streamed to YouTube, but I'm sorry, y'all. That title just took me out. Wait, what is it again?
That's why she played the music because it was streaming on YouTube.
Ultra. Oh yeah. Ultra elite liberal intellectuals. Thank you, I guess. Ultra elite, goddamn.
And when I went in there, Sherry was talking, and I was confused.
Yeah, he doesn't stream all the time, but y'all that belong to that house, shame on y'all.
People probably belong to it thinking it's this one.
They do, but it's like some of the same people, yeah, because this house has, well, most of the people aren't on here anymore. But yeah, we've reported him. I reported him on YouTube. I reported him on Clubhouse. I have all iterations of him blocked, but oh well. Thank you, Maya, because yeah. Ugh. But yeah, I wish you would do those rooms because I loved when James did those rooms and he would break down that topic and everything.
No, I mean, listen, I can't keep a room. That's all. I have the discussion. I'm just thinking a lot. That's all. So I had to, have a room that engage with them. That's all. This week, I appreciate it.
Oh no, F. I think Manfinity irritated First Lady so bad he's gonna be blocked for at least a good month or two. He's gonna get that TC level block. I think he's done.
I just want to understand what the purpose is, but I don't want to also fuel a conversation that will center people being weird. It's just very interesting, different.
What was that, Penny?
As I was saying, I just don't understand what the motivation is. It's just weird.
As Black people, we are never alone. Not even on Clubhouse. At least he called us ultra elite liberal intellectuals.
I'm proud of that, even though I don't fit into that. I'll take it.
Thank you, Mr. Streaming Weirdo. I'm sorry. Why am I really getting old? Because I really did raise my voice like when you. We are not the only group that he streams. But yeah. If y'all go in a house and you see a weird white man that's modded, you're probably in the wrong politically correct. There's only one Anon in here. It must be him. Oh, wait, let me look again. Yeah.
Now, if every mod blocked that person, they wouldn't be able to be anonymous in here. Is that correct or no?
No, you can be anonymous even if you're blocked. I mean, you know what? I don't know. I think it just, I think he did do a loser room one time, Corey. I think because when you're anonymous, because I do that, like if I go on the dark side or something, I'll go anonymous. Did y'all see they had all of that mess? The other couple, anyway, Penny said when you talk about it, they come in here, so I ain't saying nothing. You can't chat or react to anything because it's you're anonymous, you can't even like a comment, so maybe you override.
Your mama, may I speak now?
I mean, this ain't my room.
Is that a yes or a no?
It ain't my room. What I can't help?
So I can't speak no more. I still can't speak. Would you inform me when I am allowed to speak?
Just speak. She's playing the music for the streaming. Just speak.
I'm waiting for an official notification from your mama that I'm allowed to speak.
Thank you, Mama. Down.
Speak, please.
Thank you.
Can you send a notification to him when he goes to the goo?
Don't do that.
Why are you being so difficult?
You know your compadre got banned. You better behave.
Wait, who got banned?
I didn't realize y'all were two different people until y'all were both on the stage at the same time.
They do sound alike.
They really do. I swear to God, I thought y'all were the same person for years. Yes, Manfinity. He got banned to Hades yesterday.
Y'all need to leave that good brother alone. We don't sound nothing alike.
It's crazy how you're calling him a good brother now when generally you call him a liar and a dishonest person.
Look, nobody's perfect. So, and as a Christian, I have to forgive my brother 7 times 77. So there you go.
I used to try that when I made people I'm dating mad. I was like, you gotta forgive me 70 times, 70 times.
Just because you use the word nefariously don't mean I will.
I didn't. That's true. I was saying you can't be. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Come on, you are diabolical.
Why is people in the chat talking about I'm on the dating apps? No, I'm not going to dating apps.
Ooh.
If the dating apps is Clubhouse, because Clubhouse keep the back channels hot.
Your mama's a high value woman.
Your mama, what celebrity, just so I can paint a mental picture, what celebrity do you
No. Okay, 1 second.
Wait, who said no?
I was talking to my dog.
There is one that people often tell me, especially when I have my hair cut really, really low, but I will not tell y'all because then y'all will be going Googling, looking at the lady, and then thinking that I look like the lady. It's just because I got a skinny face like that. That's the only reason why. But I'm not going to hush, brother.
You're not going to divulge the celebrity that you look like?
Okay, send it. Let me know.
You already know kind of who it is, brother, because I already just gave you that much. Hold on, I'll send you.
What type of paranoia is this? We're talking about a proxy, your mama. Oh my.
Wait, can I ask why you need to know? Or you
I already told her to paint a mental picture.
Whatever mental picture you currently have is enough for your mama, I'm certain.
This is insane. Why do people need to paint a mental picture?
Right.
Let my voice be sufficient.
You was talking how the back channels were back channeling. You was talking about...
Yeah, because her voice is popping. Have you not heard your mama?
Let me just tell you, Concrete, there is nothing attractive about your mama. I'm funny looking. I got one leg longer than the other. You know, that's it.
Your mama, do you have a googly eye like Cash Patel?
I don't have a googly eye, but you know, I got a funny looking smile. You know, my teeth are jumbled up on the insides.
I'm trying not to laugh.
Somebody tried to call me asking for a mental picture creepy. Is that creepy to say? Why people try so hard to be weird?
Somebody said I was fat and worked at Walmart. I mean, I did used to. Why do people keep saying I'm fat? Do I sound fat? Hey, maybe let me go eat some almonds. 1 second.
Y'all gonna turn your mama into an almond mom. This is crazy.
Well, I think we killed the room and the content.
Well, I mean, the goon's still heavy, which to me is indicative of the room not being dead, just the stage is dead.
Can I ask a side question? Sherry, was it you that said or suggested that I watch, was it Nature Boy documentary? Was that you?
Oh, no, that wasn't me.
Oh, that wasn't. Okay.
Did you watch the Nature Boy documentary?
I am on three.
Okay, yeah, I'm not, no, because I'm not watching it, so.
Oh, you're not? Okay. Maybe
or your mama can give a little assistance. Yeah, I just blocked him first, sorry.
Oh, thank you.
That wasn't Concrete?
Yeah, that was somebody.
No, that was somebody else.
Yeah, because I'm about to run away, so y'all got it.
No, Concrete would never do that.
Well, never say never, but yeah, that wasn't. It might happen by mistake.
It was a compliment.
No, it might happen by mistake. You know, sometimes you think you're muted and you're not muted and you do something.
Why can't you just run away with the compliment, man?
Oh shit, you're right. Damn it. I was aiming for accuracy and I should have been aiming.
Just say thank you. Just say thank you.
You're right. I'll do it now. I'll fix it.
Anyway, Spirit, back to you and the Nature Boy documentary. What episode are you on?
Episode 3.
What are your thoughts of that cult over there?
I kind of don't want to say anything until I finish because I really, really don't know how it ends or anything like that. So all I can say is that it's almost like verbatim how all these cults operate. That's all. It's pretty predictable in that sense. Did you watch the whole thing?
Oh, see, I watched years ago. This is like 3 years or so ago. I watched some YouTube on the ground documentary style work about the Nature Boy cult, and you know, I remember seeing the lives and the videos as they came about, and you know, the Hulu video, from what I've been hearing, the Hulu documentary, from what I've heard, they're not covering all of the scandals that everybody from just like watching the streams and stuff saw.
Right. They have some of that. They have some of the like YouTube and the real time people who were commenting on what was going on in real time. So in that sense, it's been interesting, but I haven't really seen the whole thing. But it's it's fat. People are fascinated.
Hey everybody,
And more so, it's not it's the people who follow the leaders that are the ones that I'm most worried about. In the same way, in the Manosphere documentary, it wasn't like the head Manosphere types. It was the people who were so enamored by those people that were the ones that I was most.
You're gonna create news.
Hey everybody, how you doing?
Some murder.
I'm late to the party. Amen. Amen. I'm late to the party. Can anybody tell me really quick what happened last night? Because that shit was crazy.
I think it was just an outage on the Amazon cloud data center.
Is it you having a mental health crisis? Why are you creating news about this? You gonna create news on the next murder or robbery happens?
Is this why when I was asking my Alexa for the weather last night, that it couldn't give me the weather?
Yeah, probably. There were a number of apps. I don't know if Amazon's own products were impacted. I don't know, but there were a FanDuel, Coinbase, Canva. A number of apps were down yesterday. And this morning, let me look to see what the latest is on.
I mean, isn't this something that is a big deal when a platform like Coinbase in particular, just as one example, when that goes out or is down? Isn't this something that should be a bigger deal than...
No, I mean, apps go down all the time, to be honest. Especially if they don't have... This is why people disagree with me on this, but I think a large...
It's time to get back to work. The committee on...
platforms decided to build their own data centers is because they didn't want to rely on other people's servers. And so...
zoning, landmark... Okay. All right, I'm gonna... You gonna be able to come out when you get out to the passenger side? We're sitting in the middle of the lane of traffic. Chicago 3408, 1050 vehicle was just struck in the lane of traffic. You can somebody at the flag. Chicago 3408. He died. I was parking the wrong.
I don't know. Amazon the first time said it was I believe it was like something that one of their engineers did, but I'm not sure what. I think they said something like a terminal outage. So they said it was overheating, I think.
All I know is it was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. Was anybody else in the room when everything happened?
What was crazy about it? You were in the room and then it happened?
We were in the room that politically correct. It was going people just started. Yep. People started disappearing one by one. And then it got to me, and I kept trying to get back in. And it was only like a couple of rooms in Clubhouse, so you couldn't get in the rooms. And it was crazy. It lasted for like 4.5 hours. I finally came back and got into Brandon's room, his music room. But I couldn't bring nobody up. I couldn't do anything. And it was just weird. I was just like, what the hell is happening? Oh, yeah.
I'm just concerned about the reliance on and it's on web services for like important shit that involves, money and transactions in real time, things like that. I don't give a shit if Clubhouse goes down. It's probably for the greater good that it's down every once in a while for a few hours.
I've never had to earlier iterations of the app. So I was talking to a spirit saying that he was worried about AWS. Causes business disruptions all the time. Some of them just don't make the news.
Yeah, no, I understand that fair amount. I just I'm wondering what percent.
So y'all focus on AWS, but Google has had something similar. The Google Cloud.
Well,
in fact, this is why many companies, many apps don't just rely on Amazon Web. They are also on Google. So sometimes what you'll see is some people in certain parts of the country will still be able to access stuff because part of the servers that of the apps that they're working through or they're accessing are on other servers. So you see this happen all the time. In fact, during the last AWS outage, it was the longest. This actually wasn't very long. It just takes, because it was degraded for some time, it did take some time for some of the apps to come to be restored. But the last time this happened, I know engineers from other companies flew to Seattle to help with the outage because it was so long and they didn't know what happened initially. So I think these are technology companies. I remember one time at a company where that I know several years ago, they had their own servers, they had their own data centers, and their apps used to go down all the time, and people would freak out. Advertisers would freak out. So I think it's not a normal thing, but like it's technology. Things happen. There are bugs that get in and different things. I don't think this was a hack though, but we'll see what Amazon says about it.
But yeah, Mama, weren't they hacked the first time? Like, remember that I DoorDash dinner, so now I have some time. Remember that really big one? Like, what was that, a couple of years ago? I think that was AWS, and I was in the office, and I remember with the firm, the first thing is that we always think that we're being hacked. But one of the tech guys, one of the big wigs had a conversation, and he basically scared us. He was like, "Don't tell clients, but we're attacked 24/7 daily." And they thought that it was actually an attack, but they weren't going to say that. Because, like, we couldn't place trades, like, nothing. It was actually, like, we really did think that it was, like the firm was being hacked. Because, that's what you think at first, like, this is, just where I am right now. And then, do you think it was a hack or just, like, a disruption? Because how does something like this happen, honestly? I don't want to fearmonger myself, because I do that plenty enough, but...
I think cyber hacks have increased. I think it's, a weapon. I think there are people who just do it for fun. I think there are groups of people in other countries who do it. I don't know if y'all followed the WhatsApp case where an Israeli company had hacked it some while ago. It's like, but the Israeli company said, well, it was there was a security flaw in the code or something like that. But that happened like a while ago. I think cyber attacks happen all the time. I think if y'all put in your alert cyber attacks, you will see that like data is exposed all the time. Personal data is exposed all the time. So I'm not saying that like I'm not trying to downplay it, but it is like a very common thing because it's technology. technology and things happen. And that's why a lot of these large companies try to change, if it's like an app, they change code very frequently. This is why companies, these large companies want to do more in encryption because it prevents these sorts of things. And when if there is a hack or a leak, your personal information is not included because it's encrypted. But the governments around the world, particularly Western governments, don't like encryption because they can't get data for, when they're investigating criminals, and they can't spy on people in other places. So, I mean, there are definitely trade-offs, but I think a part of security is having more private networks, for sure. But that's separate from what I think happened at the data center in Virginia. I do think it might have been something to do with one of their terminals, as they said, but we probably would never really know the real reason. They'll only tell us so much, partly because there's security risks in telling exactly what happened. But also they want to keep confidence in their customer base because, people pay them to use their services. So.
Thank you. That is why I like Gen Z, because they will hop on a TikTok in a minute, won't they? Let me tell y'all what happened.
I appreciate the information, because I was just like, that's weird. But I guess I've just never experienced it because I don't really do a whole lot, especially on my phone. And like my computer, I don't do no banking and all that stuff on my phone. So I'm old, so I'm old school. But it was just weird. And then I bumped into Ashton, and she was freaking out. She said she paid this guy a whole bunch of money to fix her phone, and I was like, what? It's only been a couple of hours. Yeah, she gave him a whole bunch of money to get back in club.
Oh no, that really. God has convicted me tonight.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Wait, what happened? I'm sorry.
There was too many people talking. I couldn't hear what you said before.
No, you repeated because everybody didn't hear that.
Oh, but it's in the Ashton. I can't remember what room we were in. It was only like when I was scrolling on Clubhouse when I got back in, I could only find like maybe four houses that were open. And I went into a house and Just was in there, and I think Lisa was in there.
Get to what Ashton said, please.
This will be my house again.
The reason I asked that was because I covered the opposite. Is like I got my own money, I got my own car, I have 250,000 followers on Instagram, I have all these several links. I don't need no man, because the lady that spoke recently called MJ Gray. I don't know if you know that person. She's labeled as a dark feminist that was always preaching she would never get engaged. Like it's all like kind of mirroring what you're saying, but not in totality. You have, I think you've explained.
I'm not opposed to marriage though. Like if it happens.
Oh, no, I never said you were. I never said you were. Yeah, I never said you were. But like, it's. I think when someone would hear you without you actually saying that, they would assume so. But I think because I've heard you speak sometimes, I don't believe you're someone that doesn't believe in marriage. But this person was always preaching this whole fact of this and that and that and that. But she actually got engaged recently. Those needs that you were highlighting, do you think is analogous to men when they want to marry a woman?
I feel like men do the same thing. I feel like men do the same thing.
Word for the exact men need women for social status.
We're not talking about what about it.
Men need women about social. Men need women for social status. Men need women for financial gains. Men need men for everything you mentioned. Basically, do you think it's analogous?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there are men that marry women for their money. I think there are men that marry women for their social status. I think there are men who marry women for a whole plethora of things. We see it happen all the time. And we even see it from like damn, I'm trying to think. Fuck. I don't know why I'm drawing blanks, but even like in the celebrity world, like there's a lot of those like dynamics that happen.
Nah, I think it's kind of
where like where the woman makes you know the she's the breadwinner, and the man and again I just want to throw this out there too. I'm saying this from an objective point of view. This is not to throw shade or be, because that's why I put in the chat. Family is what you make it, right? Marriage is what you make it, right? It's about what you want in your life, okay? So if in fact there's a woman who makes more money than them, but the trade-off is that man loves her, he worships her, he showers her, he shows it in different ways, etc., etc. He's a great man, a great father, all of those things, and that works for that dynamic, then who's to say, or who am I to say that that's not a bad dynamic? Vice versa. If a man is making more money than a woman and the woman wants to be in that traditional role, if it works for them, it works for them. That don't mean that it works for me, though.
No,
you get what I'm saying?
No, that's fair. I'm trying to understand your points. I'm trying to challenge.
The point is that the point of the matter is that what's for me is what's for me. What's for you, Luffy, is what's for you. Just so you know, I'm not a Christian, right? So
that's fine.
My ideology when it comes to marriage doesn't come from a biblical sense. Does that make sense?
No, 100%.
I'm not looking at it biblically.
Because, and I'll land that, I feel like I'm not going to have an eye. So I think because when you said traditions as well, I know traditions, especially African culture, they tend to, get married. A man was, a man does have a child, does have a destiny. They kind of phrase in a way whereby if you don't find trust in this world, then your destiny was never fulfilled as a man, or as a person, or as a mother, as a father, whatever it is. But I think the foundation of what they preach, I want to believe, is like, we don't want you to be lonely. We want you to have more responsibilities in your life. Not saying you can have that as a single person, but I feel like when people kind of have...
Can you be lonely in a marriage, Luffy?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, you can. You can. I'm not opposed to that. But even the thing is, when parents even preach that, they never ask that question. They never. What you just asked, they don't want to think that question is even a reality. They're like, no, you make it work. Don't worry. I must respect your wife, vice versa. But when you start having these conversations with them, they don't want to see that perspective. So I hear what you're saying. I just think that the need part is something that I don't think people really need or feel like they need. I feel like it's just like a social status kind of thing. All my friends are married. Hence I gotta get married.
How can you be so selfish? This has nothing to do with me and Ralph. Then how come I don't have any say in this thing? You do. Oh, God, are you okay? Oh, my God. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you should be sorry. This is an outrage. I'm not blaming you, but I need an extra chair. My girlfriend, she's kind of jinxed when it comes to furniture. Hello? Shallow Hal wants a gal. Mauricio, what the hell are you talking about? I just saved your life, baby. Look, I got a situation here. Look away! I was just talking to the hostess. Sir, I'm the only hostess in the restaurant. He hypnotized you so that really ugly girls that you met from then on to you look like supermodels. And let me put it this way. It's like he gave you beer goggle laser surgery. So when I found out what Robbins was doing, I convinced him to take the trance away. When I said, Shallow Hal wants a gal, you were cured. You're out of your mind. Do you know that? I'm going back to the...
Hey, Daniela.
What's up?
Nothing. I'm just making a little coffee. What are you doing?
I'm on Bearmaster.
Oh, nice.
I know. I got it. I'm only 8 minutes in. I got like 60 to go.
Damn, I was at the gym earlier. Had a good workout. There is a girl there that is so hot. Her butt is like, she's something else. I don't know. She's like Latina.
Is it real or fake?
Yeah, it's real. She's real. She works out hard. She does a lot of squats. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Some of them got good genetics, but some of them have a lot of Brazilian butlers, BBLs. Do you know how to see those?
Yeah, it's possible, but she's so young, I doubt it.
No, a lot of them do. Like the other gym I go to the one in Kirkland. It's a lot of Brazilians, and a lot of the girls have BBLs.
Oh.
A lot. Like their butts are bigger than mine, and I work out way harder and much longer than them. But like, it's BBLs. You can tell because it's like a shelf. It's like a shelf, and then like the cheeks don't have like an indentation in the cheek. It's just like round. I mean, if they were on like a swimsuit, you could see like there's no indentation. Like National Muscle has an indentation, but also it's like a big shelf.
Yeah.
Like the booty's like a straight up shelf. Like that's a BBL.
It looks like a disc that they put in the ass.
Yeah. I mean, it looks good. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying that the Brazilian girls are definitely very focused on the booty.
Don't you think it would be weird to like walk around with like this with the silicone in your ass, and then you sit down and you're like sitting on this bags implanted in your butt cheeks? Like, how fucking like you're thinking about it probably all the time.
Like, just walking into the gym. There's this girl, her and I are always training, but she's South American folk. I can't remember from where she is. But I was like, oh, I slapped her butt. I was like, your booty's growing. You know, she's got a big ass. It's always like competition. She's always like, oh, let's do the same. I'm just like, she works hard. She does work hard. But she does have a big butt. Not me, I saw a little one. How have you been, John?
Life is good. Doing well. I got thousands of flowers coming up in my garden. I spent like $100 on seeds, and I've been like watering every day, and it's like they're coming in.
That's nice. Well, you know what's been happening in mine?
What's
so
that?
we laid down this turf in my yard last summer.
Oh yeah.
And really pretty turf, big grass. Turf, like it's like fake grass. It's like a carpet. And there's fucking rats just running around outside, like all over. Because in front of my house, it's a big park, but it's a park now. But it used to be like a garbage dump at some point back in time. So I think the rats still like are just like, you know, infiltrated the area.
You gonna get the hantavirus.
Huh?
You gonna get the hantavirus.
Oh my god, so they peed all over the turf.
Oh.
And my mom and I were just like, I cannot stand the smell. This is so unsanitary.
Yeah.
You know, my mom's like, yeah, the grass is not renewing itself. And you know, my dogs are going out and laying on it. You know, I don't want that shit inside.
Yeah, gross.
I don't want my dogs getting sick either. So I had my guy pull it all up. And then today he's been laying down like topsoil mixed with manure and grass seed. So I gotta wait for it to grow. So, yeah. Yeah, so it's a whole thing.
Well, the squirrels kept eating all my seeds for my flowers. So I got a slingshot and like these little plastic beans. And sure enough, after like a couple of days, they're just like terrified of me. As soon as they see me, they run for their lives.
Oh, you're slingshotting the squirrels?
Yeah, but not with like, not to kill them, just to like shock them and scare them.
I know, like, that's dangerous.
Yeah, but it's amazing. They're like so indignant. Like they have pride and honor. Like they walk away with like, you know, an attitude. Like, how dare you fuck with me? I'm a squirrel.
There was a raccoon that got in my yard last weekend. I was out of town. I went to, you've heard of Coachella, right?
Yeah.
So the weekend following Coachella, there's another music festival called Stagecoach.
Yeah.
Which, like, there's some country music singers, but not all of them. Like, Pitbull was playing, and like some 90s hip hop, Third Eye Blind. Like, it was kind of eclectic.
Mm-hmm.
So we went to that, and I was down there. Have you been to Palm Springs?
No, I never went.
Oh, it's straight up desert.
Yeah.
It was super hot, which I like, dry heat. And then the afternoons, the wind like picked up. Like, felt like it was gonna be a tornado or something. So the concert festival was 3 days long.
Mm-hmm.
And on day 2, at like 8:30 at night, all the stage screens went bright red and said immediate evacuation. I was like, what? Oh my god. So yeah, so then I was like, what? And I wasn't that concerned for the weather. I mean, the weather was turning, the winds were really strong. But I was more, all of a sudden it just changed to like thousands of people trying to like scramble for these exits. And like, you can't walk, you can't run because there's too many people. And you can't walk any faster than the person is in front of you. And all those people. So that was kind of scary.
Yeah.
Because it probably took me like 15 minutes just to get out to the exit. You know?
Yeah, stampedes. Stampedes must be scary. Imagine being in a stampede.
Yeah, exactly. It felt like, and everybody was calm because the winds weren't that strong yet. But it felt like it could definitely like turn in a second with people getting crazy. So I don't know. It was kind of, I don't know if I'll go again. It was super expensive. Everything, like the flights. I happened to get a cheap flight, but then like hotels, and then I had to buy a shuttle pass, and then the concert tickets. Like the concert tickets for a 3-day pass, it's $20. The shuttle, they charge you $130, but they have different shuttle stops, and you still gotta get an Uber to the shuttle stop for the pickup. So right there, that's another $20-$30 each way, right? So it was super expensive weekend. Yeah. So I don't know. I didn't have that much fun. It was okay. And then Sunday ended up like.
Wait, did you see Bieber? Did you see Bieber? Right? Did you see Bieber perform?
No, that was at Coachella. This was Stagecoach.
Oh, you went to Stagecoach. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No, Coachella's like not going. I'm not going to that. Way too many people. Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah, it was just so many people. Oh my god, I don't think I've ever been around a crowd like that can knock it out of.
Mm-hmm.
It was a little intimidating.
I know, you really have to like do deep breathing and just like stay calm.
Yeah, it's like literally, I'm like, how do you get out? Like people were walking, you know, but what if there was a shooting? Like you cannot get out. You cannot get out quickly. And like at one point.
I read horrible things about Seattle. Seattle has like horrible crime. It's just like as bad as Chicago.
Yeah, it does. Oh yeah. Oh shit. Yeah.
It's very dangerous there.
It is. It is. And then there in California, the one thing that's good about a country festival is that you have more like Republicans out there, right?
That's what you think. That's what you think. But
that's what you think. That's what you think.
That's what you think. It's like 80% of the girls there are all hardcore liberals, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. It could be. Yeah.
For sure.
Especially because it's still in California, right? So, yeah. I was like, oh. I mean, for the people that I met, everyone was like really cool, like chill, like kind of laid back. But, yeah, I think like Coachella is like way worse.
Yeah.
Coachella's like, everyone's on fucking drugs. And, you know,
like, didn't that one guy last year, he was holding up, like, he came from the UK, one of the singers, and he pulled out a Palestinian flag on stage. Yeah. Shit like that. So, yeah. The thing about it is, like, you're not even that close to the stage. You're basically watching everything on the screen. You know? So, it was, and like, there's just so many people, you like, literally, if you're not holding on to your friends, you're gonna get lost. You literally can't find anybody. You get lost. It's just like, so how I felt like half of the stuff that was there, I didn't even see. Like, there were apparently 4 stages. I don't even know what I got 2 were. I got saw 2 of them. And there were a bunch of, like, booths around. Like, really can't get to entries. You go wander off, like, you're gonna lose your friends. Which is not the worst. It was like the whole idea was like, you know, I was trying to be a team player. So, anyway, it was okay. And then, so we're supposed to be 4 of us. So, the best night I could get was coming in on Friday. And the other ladies came in on Thursday. So, before I arrived, those 3 got a fight. And one of the ladies left. She moved out of the Airbnb. And she asked his own judge for her money back. And I was like, oh my god, that was wrong. Like, that's too good. I'm like, geez. I'm like, what did you guys say about all? That was the bed. It's like, they looked out there and saved the beach. I was like, yeah, saving the beach, right? I got joking, obviously. I was like, oh my god. And I was not all that shit with that point out there. Like, I didn't actually know it was going to be like that. And I signed up to go. I was like, yeah, I'll go. Like, it was supposed to be like, no one on the planet and like her fire friends. That's how I understood it. I was like, yeah, I would. I'll go. But, yeah. My overall is like, it's women's trips. I can't do it. Yeah. Too much drama. Not much to talk through.
My grandmother went to Florida with our neighbor one time, and after she got there, my grandmother called my dad and was like, "You gotta have to get me a return flight ticket. I can't stay here with this woman."
Yeah. Oh, I know. And like even with like other women and like my friends recently, like other women had said that they were like we went on the pictures and all the dogs that are down there, like this one friend of mine. She went to China with these 3 other women, also 4 women. And she was looking like a 3-week trip or something. She had a flight back home. So one of the Chinese ladies was like started like throwing her shit across the room, yelling at her, and all this stuff. So she had a flight. Yeah. It's like, yeah. Yeah. So. Okay. I'm going to Hawaii to Canada for like a week.
Wow.
I know.
I mean, I'm like, I have a huge garden going here. Like, I'm so happy. I wouldn't leave this place unless, you know, there was a rainbow with a pot of gold out there or something. I'm about to drink a beautiful California wine from 2023, bourbon barrel aged Cabernet Sauvignon from the collection. Good shots. Yeah, we're going to show them off. She's good. I think so. Her husband's always fishing, so I think they like travel and stuff.
Oh yeah. Is she not a kid?
No, she can't have a kid like that. he's probably had a vasectomy. She probably can't have a kid. Why would they have a kid? He already has 3 kids. He doesn't want any more kids. Ugh. Yeah.
My friend just had a kid with her husband, who's has two older kids, like in I think in high school, and she's just like, I want a kid, so they just have a baby.
Well, you could move here, and we could have a baby here. If you want to have a baby.
A baby. Everybody wants a baby. Mama got a baby. You had a baby? A baby, mommy. A baby. Well, that's what your mom has to do.
What?
I bet that's what your mom was doing. She's always trying to say, well, my kids will have a baby.
You know, my mom was probably just like,
I don't want any grandkids. I don't even want to think about it. Really?
yeah, probably.
Think so?
Probably, yeah.
No. You think so?
It's 2026. I'm 43. My sister's like 45. Like, you know,
I know, but you might marry like some 25.
I doubt it. These people are so fucking brainwashed nowadays. I don't think I'm compatible with anybody. What was that? You must have sweat. I know you sweat profusely, so your microphone is filled with sweat molecules. Can't hear you. But look at the link I texted you if you want to come to Chicago if you're not traveling. It's a good concert. I'm going to that. I can't hear you, Daniela. Your sweat molecules have filled up your microphone. Alright, I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Okay. Well, with Brian Cox?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that.
Brilliant, right?
Yeah.
Probably, like, better than Anthony Hopkins and his weird fucking C.S. Lewis bullshit. You think Anthony was better?
Yeah.
Well, I disagree with you on that, and I hope that's okay. And I don't want you to mistake that for defiance. It's just a difference of opinion. Okay? Don't be threatened by that. It's okay.
Fuck you. Keep going.
Is that a green light?
A green light for what?
Fuck you, keep going is the green light. For anything. I don't know.
What other movies are there?
What other movies? Kat, is that what you're really asking right now? What other movies are there? Is that what you're asking?
Well, you said...
You're a bit confused right now, I think.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You're so confused. You don't know where you are, what you're doing.
Don't tell me what I am.
That's ignorant. That's ignorant.
Oh, well, that's ignorant. You know what? People say I touched all those kids. That's bad. Who's the guy that the journalist, like Bashar or something? Like I don't know why Michael Jackson did that. That was so destructive. Keep it in my mind. I have a lot of like.
White identical hashes across machine languages and runtimes. If not, where does non-determinism enter? The key question would be, are they building a doctrine engine or an on-grade runtime? Right now, Eno's system sounds closer to doctrine engine. Arthur's system sounds closer to runtime because it admitted where the current implementation breaks. That's enough.
Say that, their royals are still, blood to that land. And they dictate what happens. The royals want to be more progressive style of government there. I mean, he was still with their conservative values, of course, but not progressive is the wrong word. They just wanted to be more of the Emirati.
My shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime.
My object of
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. And if I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit. object all sublime. I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, straight into the night. I marked the hidden seam to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the dead kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I run, but I have held on to the shape of to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. I trace the line. I pay my dues. I keep my face by the mirror's edge. I learn the taste of every pledge. And when the night comes down, I hear it in my bones. A careful kind of vow. Wait, I yours. My object rain comes down, I hear it in my bones. A careful count. My object all sublime, I'll keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. I marked the hidden seam, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. the fit, the crowd. My object of supply. I shall achieve in time. My object all sublime, I'll keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. The mark the hidden seam, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the game kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. My object all sublime, I'll keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam, to sharpen up the dream. I've waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the dead kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, then I have held on to the shape of was lost to the prize, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object was sublime. I shall achieve in time. My object all sublime. I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gate kiss the ground. I want the skies to stay on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crowd. Fit the crowd, to make the punishment fit the crowd. Fit the crowd. My object on sublime.
Okay, Vera, what about the etch? What is etch would be stained?
It was supposed to be teeth.
Teeth would be stained. Okay, that makes much more sense. No, I had to ask. And mine should have been he'd be sleeping with the birds in Central Park.
Typos. You gotta be better.
Right.
It's important.
It affects the joke.
Yes. You see it a little bit? Sam?
Wait, what's the room code again? Well, don't. Are you on the main screen or are you on the same screen? I get back on this main screen. Oh, okay. All right. Well, it's if you already returned to the main screen. Like, if you're on the game summary page, the host can just click a button to restart a new game with the same players. But we just have to go to the main screen and start a new game. So the new code is 1366.
Maybe y'all can get some more players because I'm tapping out, I think.
Alright.
I'll see y'all later.
Good night. Thank you, Monica.
Good night.
Alright. Yeah. We can play just one more.
Okay.
Let's go for it. Teach Sam a little more about it, you know?
I'm sorry.
You got it. No, you know it. You got the gist of it. What if? I'm Anderson.
I mean, at the end of the day, the hemorrhaging's got to stop at some point. I mean, America, we're going into summertime, Gary. I mean, we all.
Oh, easy. You were last to submit your question to be last this time. What a bitch. Fuck you.
Is that funny?
Hi. If you like, I'll try to play with you.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's see.
We're just at the end of this game, so we're about to read the
So in
answer
2
the questions,
minutes.
and then, yeah.
So just do you have a laptop or a tablet handy?
I don't. I was just going to try to write it on my phone, but I don't know if it'll let me.
No, I'll explain this. Okay.
That's okay. I'll wait for your game to finish. I thought,
Yeah, you can join the next one. That's cool. It's almost done. What if there were 2 moons orbiting the Earth?
That would be a cute and rude ass baby. What if Eminem and Sabrina Carpenter had a baby?
Rough tongue.
Oh my.
What if my cat itches its behind?
I would fall in love.
Okay, we're done.
Okay.
Alright, exit out of this one so that we can let Alma in.
just do you have any second device besides the phone you're using Clubhouse on?
I mean, I do, but not conveniently.
Okay, so it's okay. So you could do it if we just make what?
No, it's okay. Just ignore.
So copy the link and put it in a mobile web browser. Don't just click it from the room because it'll like open up a fake web browser.
Oh yeah, right.
So put it in a separate mobile web browser. Just leave your mic open and keep the screen visible on your phone the whole time, and don't click any notifications or go out of the screen. So here, let me give you the code 1 second.
Let me know when you're ready.
4177.
Thank you. I'm gonna open it from my phone. Oh, it is already in phone. Okay.
I would have liked them done by a different human being, but it is what we got. He's doing something that I don't necessarily completely disagree with. To kind of, we just have to show that, how bad the Democrats are, and in doing that, we got a guy, how bad the Democrats are, and
This is really tricky.
Yeah, no, it's difficult the first few times, but you get really relaxed after a while.
Yeah.
No worries. Take your time. We're here for you.
Oh my god, this is
It's a lot of pressure.
yeah.
What if
I'm gonna. Alright, it's kind of stupid, but I'm gonna see what
stupider
Also, I'm sort of cheating because I'm sort of using autocorrect to fill up. I wanted to see what autocorrect would do. Yeah.
we all do, bro? It's fine. It's
I
fine.
was trying to find it, but it didn't.
You want just I will. Yeah, I know. Okay, now answer the question and then press submit.
Oh, okay. Okay. God, I don't know. Okay. I thought we were going to answer different questions. I think I misunderstood the whole explanation when I read it. Okay, let's see.
What's going on in here?
We're playing a game. Hold on, bro.
Okay.
Stay. Don't go nowhere.
Wait, Anna, did you say you got your own question?
So you can play on the next.
She got her question. She's done.
Yeah, I did, and I have an answer now.
Wait, did you receive your own question to answer?
No, it's
Oh, okay.
no. Thank goodness. Okay. No, I didn't see that question at the top. Okay. Yes, thank goodness. Okay, that makes more sense now.
Okay, yeah, I'm still,
Question is, how do you know I don't hold to that?
by asking, do you?
That's really in the Koine Greek. That's not how that.
Okay.
That
And my answer is sometimes I do, and sometimes I don't.
It's an oversimplified translation of the verse in the Koine Greek. It's actually jawbone, not cheek, right? And the turning is an inward turning to self-reflection, right? And the idea is that in the more correct translation of that verse from the Koine Greek is, if someone backhands you across the jaw, which was considered to be an extreme insult, right? Do not adopt a militant stance against that person. Turn inward and think about the situation.
Right, I get it.
That's the point.
Yes, exactly.
I know, I get it. I'm just trying to.
Was there any truth in there? Was there any truth in their insult? Is there some you can take away from learning experience?
Oh God!
Did you learn something about this person on their reaction to you?
Right. So Steve,
I'll take a second example. I don't want to go down a whole list, but I'd love to take a second example.
So you call it meditation. We'll say prayer, right? When you don't, someone treats you bad or they're an enemy of yours, whatever, you're not going to meditate on their better good. Not saying you perceive, but what I'm saying is there's not a standard where you have to meditate and say, hopefully they are still blessed. Hopefully they are still, the good comes out. You're going to still hold grudges because you don't have to forgive. You can stay unforgiven if you want. There's no standard.
Why are you making calculations about how atheists do?
Because the reason I'm saying that is because by you not know objective morality,
we can independently come to those preferences through reason.
Yeah, through reason. Yes. Yeah, I get it. You can sit down for a minute and think about, should I forgive or not? I get it.
Meek, if you keep saying atheism is a standard, that's right. The only thing atheism has is not belief. And everybody's reaction to their external environment, whether they get insulted or whether they get a compliment, their reaction is going to be individual based on that individual. Same with you, right? You're saying you have an objective morality. No. If you're saying it's objective because God gave it to you, that is subjective upon the mind of God. You are even following your subjective morality. So you got to understand that.
Sure, but our paradigm is God is not subjective. God is subjective. So you're trying
to conclusion come to by religious leaders.
Okay, y'all everywhere.
No, we're not everywhere.
So, y'all are.
No. You said God is not subjective, right? God is a thinking agent, yes or no?
Sure.
Great. So anything coming from the mind of God is subjective to that mind of God. Now, a Christian
can I respond to that?
A Christian may make it their objective goal to follow those rules, but that doesn't make the rules objective. You understand the difference?
Okay,
I used an example of I'm a nerd about zoning and land use, right? And they say that in order for a land use ordinance to be valid, it needs to have clear and objective standards, right? The actual law in and of itself is subjective to the place and time and goals of the jurisdiction that puts it in place. The objective standard is that those standards are set and applied to all situations in the same manner. That's what it is, but it doesn't make the ordinance in and of itself objective and universally true and mind independent.
I got it. That's a subjective opinion. And look, because I didn't just want to leave, but y'all saying so much, it's hard to respond to everything. But look, I love y'all. I wish the best for all of y'all. And just keep on striving for truth. Keep on.
You don't love me. You don't know. You don't know me. I don't. Why do they do that?
Because Christians are supposed to love everybody in the vision of God, even those you hate.
I think Mick's pretty alright. I don't mind Mick one bit. He's kind of funny a little bit.
He sounds okay to me.
He's okay, but I really, it just, as soon as people start calling other people emotional, that tells me that they're doubting themselves and they're getting like dug in on a position when they really should stopping thinking about it.
Yeah, when he accuses me of being like all other atheists, that's where I just get, he loses me. I know plenty of atheists that don't want to be like me.
She's adorable.
Thank you.
Right, though that I also hold Christians to a higher standard. In fact, whenever I'm on a criminal jury, I always if I know that the guy is a Christian, I just another 10 years on the sentence.
So in other
what?
This is Deepak's humor.
Oh, okay. I was like, really? That's unfair.
Right, slacker. I at least give him.
Yeah. So Deepak does not fulfill his vow under penalty of perjury and lies to the court by saying he'll judge the evidence on the.
Oh, I mean, the guilty or not guilty is still based on the evidence, but the punishment is based on whether their religious beliefs.
Yeah, and I seriously doubt that religion, whether or not the defendant is a Christian, is ever mentioned once during the trial.
You do know it's a joke, right, Steve?
Of course I know it's a joke. Of course.
Hey, Cora, glad to see you're feeling better.
Yeah, pretty good. I've been finally getting out and swimming, and stuff, and getting a little more exercise.
This may not mean much to you, but we put you on our prayer list for church. I know you're not a religious person, but we stuck you in anyway.
Yeah, Cora, glad you feel.
Thanks, Steve. I hope you're feeling okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
And the World Atheist Assembly has added you to the control group of a number of our experiments. Also,
awesome, Deepak. Yeah. Well, I'm going to sign off for a while and take my dog for a walk, but it's been lovely, guys.
Adios.
See ya. Hey, what's up, Jacob? Hello. What's up?
Where's Cora?
Just said she took off.
What the fuck is that profile picture?
That's a female.
That's a man.
It's trans.
You don't believe in God because
He's transitioning for God. And Kitty's a nun now.
Oh, no way. You serious? Or are you pulling a Deepak on us?
Well, just by her profile. Her PTR.
So why is it that theist think that atheists are notorious, murderers?
Because we're heathens. We're evil. We're the enemy.
What is it? What's going on? You think in a theist psyche that most of the time I'm hearing that. I think there's a lack of reflection.
Actually, you got it reversed. Most serial killers and people that kill people that they don't know say they're doing it in the name of God.
Oh, shut up. Oh, no.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I can't recall. I mean, I'm sure it's happened, but I can't recall anybody killing a bunch of anonymous people in the name of atheism.
Allah Akbar! Now I kill you!
Yeah, that's true. It's some
Damn
kind of
you
like
in the name of Jesus.
Jesus. But there's also like a self-righteous high horse riding, a comparison going on, you know, like within the theistic circles. My morality is better than his morality because my God is better than his God.
Well, that's a cop-out. See, if whoever's saying that really wanted to put it to the test, they should take one moral and see how the two people feel about it, and then they can decide which one is more moral. Rather than saying my God versus your God, you say my morality on this issue is better than your morality on this issue. That's the way you really want it.
Yeah, but like for situations where like sometimes Andrew posits the most grotesque scenarios, like necrophilia followed by some rape followed by, and I know it's done for like emphasis, right? The theatrics is added on, so like to see what like how an objective, how an atheist sets the metric, right?
Oh. Well, allow me to give you an example. I could make a very convincing argument that the highest form of morality is a right to life. Very few people would argue that the highest form of morality is a right to life. Therefore, question, is it okay to kill? And if it's okay to kill, when is it okay to kill? Then listen to what each person says, and then you can find out whose morality is better. You know?
Yeah, agreed. Existence is the highest worship.
Oh my gosh. I guess like it's one of those like little mysticisms.
Good Lord, look how I'm getting bullied again. Now close your eyes. Take a walk by the lake.
I think those are deepities. When we think about it for a minute. This just shows like how widespread moral disagreement is, right? Because you guys think that like whatever right to life is the highest moral like good, but Nargis thinks that like ample cushioning and like sperm heel support is like the most moral thing. Oh, she's left. Shit, this joke doesn't land. Damn it. Yeah.
Right here, loser.
He's here. Oh, that's not. Whoa, who is that? Ew.
Who do you think? Who do you think? It's your baby, Bubba.
That's my baby Bubba. Seen him for a couple days.
Yes, taking over some homes. I'm sorry.
Evicting some old black ladies from their home thing and all.
Oh, look at that. You see the irony in that? Because
I actually think the highest moral good is making sure that the capitalist economy flows smoothly. So no, I think he's doing God's work. Did you see William Shakespeare Wild Pass? No, I didn't. I don't really know if I'm interested in it. Maybe. Nothing, just usually they talk about haram and just the way that my pass would step on this time because last time
ainsi que M. Canet pour pouvoir réaliser ces opérations. M. Castou, quant à lui, a attendu 5 années pour pouvoir réaliser cette opération. Par conséquent, je pense que les forces de police peuvent attendre quelques minutes, quelques heures.
I feel like sometimes that's really just like judging like who won a debate, right? Because if you're gonna judge based on that rhetoric alone, right? Like, things like the how loud your voice is also is gonna matter, right? Like in perceptions of who won a debate. But you gotta really track the arguments and
The thing is, it's the exact same because they even stayed on the old Kalam, right? I think probably maybe Craig would have requested that because he doesn't know results about that. It's not as much as Mapas about the new causal infinity stuff. So they didn't do that. They still went to Silver to tell that stuff. And then they visited the first place. Boiled down to justice, man. That's what he ended up at. So.
Wait, but I thought he has his whole inductive argument and all that, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, when you push and push, it comes down to out of nothing comes. What it ends up in, because he tries to say it's like a metaphysical thesis or whatever, because if you say it's induction, it can be attacked like, oh, what's your sample? Have you left something out? So eventually he wants to just say that this is just something that makes sense, out of nothing comes.
But I think actually examining the strength of that induction could be a productive discussion, right? Like,
they didn't even do too much of that, but it has been done before. I think it just ends up very, very brief and ends up like maybe it's a draw, maybe no one's winning. I don't know. But, he likes to have that in his back pocket because he even confessed that initially when he started running the argument, he didn't use to defend the first premise. He would just say, well, this looks obvious, if you want to challenge it, and want to look stupid, how about it, like this, he says, well, anyone who disagrees with this, quit doing serious metaphysics, something like that. I think that's even in a quote from one of his books that later he tries to...
If that's the story, right, then that actually it's a good sign for something like a debate. Like maybe if it's been through like debate that he's been forced to actually think about like what really his reasons are for premise one, rather than just saying, oh, it's obvious. I feel that at least he's made some progress, right? Like,
yeah. But the layers he puts on it, once you push and push, he ends up still saying, well, it's been backed by out of nothing comes. Which is like, and then he will say that that's just intuitive. It's intuitive to me. And then Mapa says, oh, what if someone else has the opposite intuition? So, then when you go to change them to this intuition, like, it turns into a joke.
I don't understand how he can go back to that. Like, once if he's saying that his reasons for premise one is deductive, right? Like, that's more than just saying out of nothing comes. He's saying that like something like in every instance of something coming, we always see it being preceded or caused by something else, right? So so now then you can ask like,
yes, go ahead, sorry.
I'm saying then the question turns to like, okay, well, is there like grounds to generalize to something as general as the whole universe? Just because like every single thing in the universe has a cause, does that warrant generalizing to the universe as a whole? And I don't see how you can go, like, if that's okay. Yeah, I guess if
the thing, they didn't talk about it that one too much. I think maybe there's some kind of weakness about it that's not coming to me. But he has like 3 defenses or something like that, where that inductive thing is just one of it. The other one is just like metaphysical arguments. But that is the one that boils down to saying out of nothing comes, and that's the one they talked about. They didn't even debate like, oh, can you use induction here? Does it work? They didn't.
Seems like seems like there's a regression with that. Going back to like some base version.
Yeah, I think there's a reason it doesn't really work. Yeah, but I've seen like Joe try it out before, right? You know, these videos that he did with rationality, so it's like various levels, various abstractions, where to put the abstractions. You know, some people have toyed with, oh, why do you have like a more restrictive principle that, you know, like whatever begins to exist has a material cause or something like that. It's like there's some like more restricted version of that principle, which look very obvious, where if they were true, it wouldn't work for Craig.
I think that sort of, that is a good class of responses. The point of how many other inductions would then like follow if you're allow yourself to.
Yeah, so he would just end up being cherry picking because people would say, why that one and not this one? Why not my one? You know.
You could make some argument like, well, this is the most modest version, right? Like, so even if like each more specific one, you'd have to like have more and more doubt about, right? And maybe like you could say that, okay, the property of materialness is just almost by definition something internal to the physical universe, right? So it doesn't even make sense to say that like the universe has a material cause, right? But you know, like that doesn't necessarily apply to a concept of like just a cause. Right?
He has tried this before. Right? I think he probably should have come with this today as well. That's what he did with this guy who used to go by theoretical bullshit, by forgetting his actual real name. That they had the debate, and this came up. They went into the induction, and he was saying that I was trying to give reasons why the more generalized principle should be like what we should go with. That why are you like making all these little restrictions? You know, like to try to like offer that. Maybe that would have been better because the one he went with ended up in nothing comes. You know, people have criticized that is just the first premise reworded.
Also, nothing. I can't do it. Oh my god! It's not really a process. It's like he's like the perfect psychologist in the sense of like, you know, capturing like compounding with all this.
What's that thing that Justin Bragg used to do?
Dog eats every day, but he wears a collar.
So that's what they had. It was a face to face. They were like real life in front of each other, and they had like somebody controlling the debates, right? So it was, and then they did it into like 4 sections. So like once they rambled on, it took an hour and a half. So once they rambled on first premise, they left that and talked that and went to the second premise. And the second premise is where like Malpass has written the premises, and they debated all these kind of like counterintuitive
things. Is it you having a mental health?
Hey everybody, it's Aldo person Andre Vasquez for you. I'm here.
How are you creating news about this? Are you going to create news in the next more than an hour?
You know, all these kind of things, right? They did all of that. They rehashed that.
All right, did we chase all the goofy religious people away, except for Michaela? I like Michaela.
Oh shit! I think I was Justin. I was funny. Like I was trying to make a comment, and then like I had my mic open, so I was unmuted. And then I muted myself, and I said my thing. Like fuck that up. My thing was like, should we think of intuitions as like a kind of, we characterize them as a kind of feeling? Like when you say that Craig and Matt Pass, they got down to like, well, or I don't know if it's Craig, they just got down to like, well, it's just an intuition that I have about it.
Yeah, the philosophers I've forgotten what the theory is. There'll be an SCP article where they'll be saying, no, intuition doesn't mean like day to day. The way we speak, intuition and feeling might end up coinciding, but they like some little distinctions and stuff like that, which I've actually forgotten about. Yeah.
Okay, but I guess
getting trained because I'm getting ready to get a couple of pistols. I have a shotgun, and I'm not going to go out like that. If this is what they want to do, they want to take away our rights. They can take away our rights, but they ain't taking away my life without a fight. Period.
And okay, so I was addressing both countries. No one suggested to have an armed insurrection against the government. That was not being argued or being said. So if that was the understanding, I apologize if I wasn't more succinct, because that was never proposed. What I am saying is that yes, Tiffany is right that systemic and any government issues you're supposed to try to fight them civilly. But again, here's also the reality of people. People do also descend into violence because out of repercussions of basically failed or whatever it is. And it's better to be prepared than not prepared. Because if you think that I'd feel comfortable surrounded by a bunch of people that have weapons, and I do not know about you, but I sure as hell would not. And I do not encourage people to solve their problems with violence. But when violence is brought to you, my friend, I highly suggest you respond in same balance.
I think for me, and I'm just going to say...
Hey, Ron, we're having a conversation. We'll get to that clip in a minute. Right now, let them...
This is a different one. I'm just going to add on to it. Stating it. So I'll be quiet. I'll wait.
Yeah. Let this conversation kind of wear itself out, and then we'll jump to there.
So, Miss Sandra, I want you to always know that I absolutely love you. I back channel you. I do know how isolating it can feel for you. I've had these conversations with other people, and I live in the same world. I think that sometimes, because we live in different parts of the country, sometimes we don't think about what the racial tension feels like, and it is very thick in the South. It is, literally, you can drive through any neighborhood and you still see Confederate flags everywhere, right? Like, literally, at the state capitol, there are always Confederate flags outside the state capitol whenever there's any kind of votes going on, because, we are a red state. They very much could care less about the rights of Black people than us here. And it's wild. Wild to think about, right? Like, even, I'm sure y'all heard Marsha Blackburn is crazy as a dodo bird, but the same white people that sit next to you at work voted her into office, and she's been very clear. She's the one that originally called Bill Lee about redoing the maps, right? So the things we're going through are very systematic. I am at work every single day. I'm paying attention to how these political issues make it into the workplace. And when I tell you, it will not be the way that we think it is. It's not going to just be one day that there is this uprising and that we will get to, go to war as we believe we will. It is to the point where, think about all the people that lost their jobs earlier this year. In addition to losing their jobs, they've also been cutting all the social safety nets that would support people who've lost their jobs. It is one of those things where they are slicing in a way that it's so difficult to explain it. I think a attorney probably could explain some of the laws that are coming through and some of the precedents, but literally when I'm getting briefing from our legal team, it's so deep, and it's just you can't stop it. It's just all of these things were a ripple effect or a domino effect, and I think that we really have to talk to people about how they're going to help and support at the local level, how they're going to try to get their local bodies to help stop the bleeding, because it's just not going to be what sometimes people believe with this. We'll just need our guns to protect us.
I agree, and
I understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying that is the only thing that we can do. I'm just saying because I was raised in a family that didn't believe in God. A family that was like, oh no, you don't have to do that. All you have to do is, march and sign your name on this line. And everybody caught me. I mean, I started working at the Michigan Democratic Party when I was 14 years old because my best friend's mother was president of the Lansing, Michigan Department of I'm sorry. And I was stuffing envelopes when I was 14 years old for the Michigan Democratic Party. All I'm saying is, at this point in my life, I want to be protected. I want to be protected. And if that means that I have guns, I'm going to have guns. Because I'm not just going to let somebody come in here and tell me what they want me to do. I'm not saying that it's going to solve anything, but it's also, they're not going to force anything on me either. I'm just at the point now where I don't want to fight like that.
I just want to say, Ms. Sandra, I absolutely agree with what you're saying. You're talking to somebody, you're talking to somebody who actually got shot inside of his car during the social unrest in 2020, the day before Valentine's Day. And since then, I have not considered, I have considered, let me not embellish, getting a firearm. I've been told by my family and friends, you need to get a firearm, you need to keep yourself protected. And I just want to say, I'm not targeting anybody specifically on stage who may have said something that I didn't quite agree or resonate with, but it really comes off as disingenuous when you speak from a place of where you're looking at a perspective, or you're looking at a group of people who are talking about equipping themselves with armor with rosy pearl colored eye lenses. And when I say that, I mean it's easy for you to say that when you're not on the receiving end of it. I even came in here and talked about how I was in another space, and because of a matter of differing opinions with a Trump supporter, you were willing to sacrifice your life and my life and shoot me down like a dog because I said you can't call yourself a Christian because you follow behind MAGA, you follow behind Trump. That's a matter of opinion. I don't see anybody from the left, unfortunately or fortunately, who have threatened anybody's life that I know of on the app talking about I'll blow your head off if you don't vote for AOC, or I'll blow your head off if you say anything about my first Black president. I have not heard that. So it just comes off disingenuous when we hear certain individuals say, well, you trying to encourage other people to get themselves armor or to equip themselves with guns as if that's going to solve the problem. No, I think it does no one any service if we ignore the fact and we act in a sense of oblivion to believe that we're not living in uncertain times. We are living in uncertain times. I do intend on exercising my right and becoming armor with some form of protection, not because I'm trigger happy, but we are living in times where so much so people are able to dox you, find you where you're at, and when they say that they're going to shoot you and kill you, they're ready to shoot you and kill you the next day, and they're showing up at your home. So I just want people who may not quite understand where some of us are coming from, where we talk about where we want to become armored, we want to strap ourselves up, be mindful of what type of things we're dealing with, what type of situations, conversations, arguments, disputes, or whatever have you. Be mindful of what type of slack, or whatever you want to call it, that we're receiving on the opposite end. Because whether anybody wants to agree with it or not, and Ms. Sandra kind of spoke to this, they've been preparing for barbecues like this since the inception of this great country. and they're preparing for the greatest barbecue of all time. Even when the election was going on, they were talking about it being a civil war. So for those coming on stage or maybe in the chat talking about, hey, there ain't no need of talking about trying to equip yourself with guns. Like guns gonna solve things. It's not about solving anything. We're living in uncertain times. They just said there's gonna be a civil war. We're just preparing for it.
And I just want to clarify something. Sorry, Daryl, I know you want to. Hurricane, I know you want to speak. Okay, just give me a moment. Just in case anyone thinks, "Oh, you're in Canada, so it's not the same situation." I understand at least not right now. I actually can't say that because I know you guys don't keep up with Canadian politics or what happens here, respectfully. So you don't actually know what it actually is like in Canada. Not to the same extent as the States, I will say, but we do have our own problems. And if you think for any minute that there are not pockets of this country, especially where I am now in Alberta, that are not full of just pure white people and are racist as fuck, I'm going to let you know Canada's not that much evolved and above everyone else, okay? So again, I'm in Alberta. There are places that they would literally, call you out your name in front of you and not feel anyways. But obviously I live in major cities, but I'm not naive or gullible enough to think that nothing would ever happen, considering there are Trump supporters in Canada. Explain that. So if say that you're in a position where you can and be literally outnumbered or something, you don't want to. I'm not going to walk around naive and thinking that I live in this ideal world, ideal country, and nothing will ever happen, especially as a woman. Anything that happens, it happens also to women first immediately. So no. I'm not in any kind of pure safety. So please don't be misunderstood of where I'm coming from, okay?
Yo, now I'd like to go.
Kaz, please go after Daryl. Daryl actually has been holding on. You can go after Daryl, please. Thank you.
And then after that, I guess we'll give Rumbus a chance to play his clip, and then we can jump back in because it kind of sets everything up.
Okay, so on the honest, I live in Texas, and I joined the Texas Army National Guard and during the Operation Iraqi Freedom. And I remember one of my colleagues who was working on White House detail when during Barack Obama's second term, I had this bright idea to take my family to D.C. because I just wanted to see the White House because the Obamas were there. Fortuitously, the Smithsonian opened up that same weekend. That was like late September of 2016. While I was there, I had the opportunity to go to a lot of the memorials, but one of the ones, every memorial has a bookstore at the bottom of it. So I went down to the Lincoln Memorial and I bought this book called African Americans During the Civil War. It's a great book. I encourage anybody to read it. But one thing that I took out of that book was these proud Black men. And some of these people were in leadership positions, captains, things that I've never heard of in my life, things that was never in any social studies at all. And these were men that some of these people were not far removed from slavery, coming through the transatlantic slave trade that people say never happened. But it did. Okay, this is what I noticed. What I noticed about the people that was there, these were very proud people. These people were fighting. These people were fighting on the side of the Union to kill, and they were sanctioned to kill any Confederate that stood in their way. Right? So this is what I'm saying. The battle, if there ever was a battle, is not going to be fought by ourselves. We have allies all over this planet. So this idea that 13% of Black people on our own is foolish. There is a lot of people, brothers and sisters, that are Christians, Muslims, atheists, that know right from wrong. And if this fight was ever to happen, which I doubt it would, because the Civil War that did happen had the most U.S. casualties in any conflict in U.S. history. That's the Continental Army from going back to all the Indian Wars from the 1600s throughout, even to present day. Nearly 1 million people lost their lives. The second largest conflict with American soldiers that were killed was during the Vietnam War at a mere 80,000. Right? So all I'm saying is, guys, there's nothing wrong with you operating with your Second Amendment right. Places like Texas have council doctrines. I hear what Sandra's saying. I agree.
Marlene, look, there's nothing wrong. And then the other gentleman that got shot, man, hate that happened to you. Man, get your firearm. I'm not saying that you got to go out there guns a-blazing, but if somebody bring that smoke to you, dead they fucking ass. And don't and be willing to die for what you believe in. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not saying you're some crazy black, disarranged black person that wants violence, choose violence. That's bullshit. What that's saying is, motherfucker, I'm gonna take you and the motherfuckers with me. God damn it. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Look, our ancestors came here to the transatlantic slave trade, and even the indigenous people that are already here for over 10,000 years, all the way up and down from Alaska down to the Central America and South America. These people were warriors, and you got warrior blood in you too. So pony up. And I will say this, last thing I'm gonna say: not everybody's built to fight. Even in a modern day military, you have your infantry, what they call your combat arms, and you have your support arms. We need cooks. We need people that can drive, logistics supply. We need medics. Everybody's not going to be a fighter. So when I hear people say, "Oh, well, I think we should be some kumbaya," that I can listen to. He's just not a fighter. They just don't see what it takes. There's people right now that have died for. I know so many people are my battle buddies have lost their lives fighting for your freedom. For you to speak freely as you are, but don't think for 1 second that there wasn't a lot of black people who have died, and they didn't die in vain. These people died for what they believed in, and some of us have forgot our way. I don't have my mic, man. I don't want to overtalk, but I hear people want to give up their rights and shit like that, and get all scary. Man, come on, man, quit being a pussy, man. Fight for what you believe in. Die for what you believe in.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Thank you for that. I forgot who was talking. Somebody has Matt Cool blocked. If you have Matt Cool blocked, please unblock Matt Cool, please. Also, hey, everybody, welcome to the 420. Tonight is going to be this discussion because they're saying that we're on our way back to, but it's going to have to be one or the other. It can't be Jim Crow and slavery. So we're just going to suss it out. We know what we're talking about here with the gerrymandering, the taking of districts, pushing all black people out of the House in certain states. And then somebody came in the room and said they have a clip of somebody saying we're trying to get them as close to Jim Crow as possible.
Rhombus is going to play that.
I want to hear that so bad. But unblock Matt Cool because we're going to need his input on this conversation tonight. And we welcome everybody. Listen, let's start out by saying this. We have a different stage tonight, so we're missing a lot of people. There is no dropping anyone out of the room. Try your best not to block it. I'm sorry. Let me start over. There's no kicking anyone out of the room. Try your best not to drop people off stage unless they're being quite disrespectful. But other than that, this is going to be a tumultuous discussion. And just because somebody asks you a question, it's not an open invitation to start an argument. I know we can do it tonight, you guys. I know we can do it. So we're going to try to have a good conversation with grown folks and hopefully learn something and maybe have some fun tonight, okay? So welcome. Ping in your enemies. Here we go.
Yeah, Miss, I'd like to say...
it's Misa. It has an A on the end of it.
Hold on.
I said Miss.
Because we promised Rhombus he was next.
They didn't. They promised I was next.
No.
If you want to lie about it, if you just want him to go over me, just say you want him to go before I.
We said we're going to jump back in. We want to play this.
You can let him go. You can let him go.
Let him go. No.
You can go.
How long is this clip?
Real quick, okay. It's Jim Kitover.
And everybody check your blacklist. And see if they have this man blocked.
It's a quick one.
Drop down to the audience. We'll bring you back up.
Thank you.
Okay, here it is.
The moderate Republicans and their supporters who want to make America great again want to be remaking it in the image of the antebellum era. I just want to be clear. Are you saying you think they want to reinstate slavery?
No. They wish to get us back as close to slavery as they can possibly get us to without violating, because the Constitution really can't do it. Jim Crow?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
So you think they would reinstitute Jim Crow.
Absolutely. And I think the Supreme Court is well on the way to doing that. Remember, all of this started with a Supreme Court decision called Dred Scott. That's what defined and laid the foundation for all of this stuff. And then we got the case of Pleasant versus Ferguson that's established separate and equal.
Well, of course,
Okay, I'm gonna stop right there now. Now, just think about that. Now, I'm gonna play this one thing about Nick Fuentes. He just released this, and he's far right, and he's pretty much trying to articulate his values and people that think like him. And this is even more disturbing. So let's just hear it. About what they're willing to sacrifice. Yes, what they're willing to sacrifice in order to have their white nation. Listen.
I think absolutely anybody, especially anybody that watches my show, would prefer that we undergo another Great Recession or Great Depression if we could be in the white country. Anybody that watches my show would certainly prefer that we undergo a Great Depression or a Great Recession if it meant that we could have some semblance of a white country. Everybody knows that. No, it's not about economic opportunity. We would all prefer to have a smaller house and maybe a smaller TV and a smaller backyard and a smaller car, and maybe we eat out less than we did before. By that I mean restaurants, and I don't mean box. Not like Tucker, another favorite of Tucker. Find out in the gutter. We would all prefer to have less if it meant we could have more white neighbors. We would all prefer to have less stuff if we could have more society, more coherence, more of a social fabric. And that comes from familiarity. That's where the word family comes from. Familial, familiar, we like each other, talk like each other, like each other.
Okay, so that was it. So I don't think it's carnage, but I do think it's definitely a push out, push away, a relocation, and it's just going to be a disenfranchisement at the most, for sure. But I think it's carnage.
Yeah, man. It's so crazy that first of all, this is a good thing. I don't know why people are saying slavery is coming back with Jim Crow. These people are insane, fear-mongering people. There's not going to be a civil war between black and white people. I don't know why people even think that would be a possibility in today's time, that there's no way for that to happen. There's a lot of factors at play here, right? A black Republican has the seat still. So it's like people are mad about this, but they're not mad when the Democrats have all blue and Republicans have no seats. I don't hear, what's the opposite of Jim Crow? Democracy? What the fuck? Nobody cries when the Democrats do it, but now they're crying Jim Crow. Jim Crow what? In the next 10 years, Jim Crow is coming back. I've been hearing Jim Crow is coming back for years, bro. Where is it? Come on, bro. Y'all need to chill out with this shit. You will see all these states will get better under Republican control. And, we're headed towards good things.
I sprayed that chair. I sprayed everything in it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. You too, brother, Frank? You support everything, right? Yeah, bro. This is crazy, though. I don't know why y'all fear-mongering. And slaves didn't have a problem with picking cotton. They just were mad they weren't paid for it. Because anybody would happily pick cotton if they're getting paid a lot of money to do that shit, bro. It's not about picking cotton.
Some fucking cotton.
Is he crazy or is he high?
I can't even take you seriously.
You think slaves had a problem with picking cotton? They had a problem because they weren't paid for it. You think if they were being paid to do this?
Yo, what's up, everybody?
That I want to see you pick some cotton. I ain't talking about the flag. Talking about you. Let me see you pick some cotton. You dumb fucking bitch. Whatever. Let me see you do it. You tell me how happy. Tell me how happy you are. Picking some fucking cotton.
He's just speaking his
And
truth.
then when you do it,
why we gotta hurl all the insults?
because I love working in the garden. I love working. Excuse me. I love working in my garden. I love planting my food. I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying that's what you said. That's what you said. And I'm just saying I love working in my garden. I love picking my tomatoes and my peppers. You let me see you pick some fucking cotton and tell me how much you like it. Tell me how much you like it. I tried.
Miss Lisa, there are black people today
There are three
picking cotton.
people talking at one time.
But he was talking and she interrupted him.
And then I heard you in the background as well.
I did. I interrupted.
Okay, so be ridiculous on mute though. Helping when you start.
Somebody needs to spank me.
So
I need to spank.
So let me get this out, you guys, and I'm gonna just say it one last time. This is going to be a difficult discussion. Everybody's going to have different opinions, and I don't care. I welcome it. But what we can't do, because everybody in the audience did not come in here to hear people argue. They came in here for the topic of the discussion. So one person at a time. If you want to retort to what that person said, just say, excuse me, I'd like to retort. And that's it. But we're not going to be like 4, 5, 6 people offline. I'm telling you. I don't want to drop people, but I will drop you. Okay, so who was talking over, I think it was Cass. Are you responding to Sandra?
He left. He's not even here anymore. Or somebody dropped him.
Okay, don't do that either. I'm not kidding you. You guys just totally disrespect me on a regular. I asked you not to drop people off the stage because I'm not stationary and I can't be bringing people in while I'm trying to drive, okay?
So I didn't drop it, Lisa. I talked over them, but I did not drop it.
I know you didn't. Okay, you guys, go ahead and enjoy the.
There's only 4 mods, and it wasn't Lisa, and it wasn't Sandra, so it was Marlene.
No, it was not me that dropped him. I was having too much fun laughing. It was just ridiculous.
Process of elimination.
Yeah, this is crazy. Okay, so go ahead, baby case.
Yeah. It wasn't me, but let's just go back. So he. That was funny.
That was funny.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say.
But it really was funny.
No, but hold on, Daryl. He did say there was people who, if they were getting paid.
There are people that were getting paid that wouldn't mind. There's people that pick up garbage and pick up trash from the highway.
Let's just go with that, right? But like the fact that the way slavery was instituted, like you think that these people really was doing it, even, and you know how much they were getting paid. Like we were talking about getting paid, like they were not getting paid a living.
Amari, my family just made $1 million selling 60 acres
in 2026.
Yes, hold on.
Okay, we're talking about.
But you gotta understand, man. My family immigrated to Tipton County in Covington, Tennessee at 1904. Okay, my great-great-grandfather had over 1,000 acres of land. What I'm saying is, my grandmother, who was 86 years old, picked cotton. And her parents picked cotton, too. Like, come on, man. Like, why do we got to do all this extra stuff? Just because you don't like what he said.
Oh, well, we don't have to. So, hold on. Let's just make it clear. I don't think anyone doesn't need people to like what I said. I don't need people to tell me I'm wrong. I just, I think Ms. Misa's talking about is...
Okay, Amari?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to have to interrupt you for a second. How many mods are on the stage?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I just got somebody a second.
I know you did. Did somebody leave who was modded?
Yeah, it was a patient.
Wow. Okay, so Cass got kicked out of the room.
Oh.
Okay, so I will start this room all over again and have just 1, 2 mods on the stage. I asked nicely not to do something, and then it got done anyway. So that's crazy as hell. I don't want to have to start the room over because I'm driving, but this is what I gotta do, y'all.
And there's a lack of integrity because there's only 4 mods. Haitian wasn't even a mod at the time. It was you, Lisa, Omari, Sandra, and Marlene. Those are only mods.
Haitian was. I modded. Hold on. I modded Haitian. So yes, he was a mod before he left. He came up and I modded him.
Was he talking when Cass was talking?
Daryl, you may not know this, but mods can actually see the activity in the room via the clipboard at the bottom.
Okay, so you guys, can you see who kicked Cass? You guys, just tell me. You don't have to make a big deal about it. Just tell me who kicked them.
It doesn't say. The only thing, the last activity I can see was me making Haitian a moderator, and then you also made Reformed a moderator. Those are the last two actions.
So he might have just left, Lisa, because it would
He's
show.
in my back channel.
Yeah, you know what? But hold on, Lisa. There's something going on with Zep because no one has met.
No, man. You people are so yellow belly.
Sorry, Daryl, just give us a second because we also don't have the ability to do that.
Right now. We're trying to fix this, okay? So give us an opportunity. At least we're doing an effort to fix it.
Right.
Like Kaz is not that important, but I just want to make sure that we don't do this tonight because this is just not fair when I ask.
So one of the things when Matt Cool and I was messaging each other, it kept saying the system is having issues, and none of the mods had him blocked. Not Sandra, because he was able to message everyone.
Yeah, he said he was blocked. Matt Cool said I'm blocked.
I know, but if you could message, like if someone blocks you, you can't message them. That's part of the block features. Like you can't send them a message. So with that being said, my only other logical explanation is that there's something going on with the app. Again, remember the app was down yesterday, if y'all remember.
Mm-hmm. And it's still messed up.
And it's still messed up.
I made sure. Yeah, I made sure that I don't have anybody blocked.
Okay, so good. So can we just
Kaz
let
is
these people know?
Yeah, we can let them know. Kaz is, if he was kicked out, it would show.
It would show in the chat.
Happened to be talking, and no one.
And I was the one that had.
Just happened to kick him out.
Oh, Lord Jesus Christ. Stop.
He just happened to get kicked out.
But Lisa, I'm gonna move down because I had Matt Cool blocks, and if you open a new room, just wait. Give me about 5 minutes before you buy me, Joe.
I can't open up a new room. I'm driving. It's gonna have to be when I get home.
Okay,
but wait till you get home. Let's wait till
does
you get home.
anybody know if he chatted? Because his chats would be gone too. But if it doesn't show it in the little clipboard, I mean, maybe he can't get in now because somebody has him blocked. But it's also anybody on stage. So tell him to go, because I had to do this. If someone is on, and you can we can get back to Misa's conversation. If someone just on stage has you blocked, you can't see the room in the hallway. So like I had to go in the house.
Does anyone have a backup account that you can bring in?
No, just tell him to go in the house, click on the room, and then he should be able to get in that way. But it's not going to show up in the hallway.
Oh, okay. So can you tell him? Oh, you're not following Kaz.
Absolutely not.
No, I said Amari.
Oh,
yeah, I follow Kaz.
Okay, so give him those instructions, babe, so I won't have to break this room down and start all over again. And if you guys are wondering why we're doing all this for Kaz, it's really not for Kaz. It's out of respect for me. If I ask them to do something, I would just love it if they would just do it. That's it. And you have a room, if you ask somebody to do something, just out of respect for you, I would most certainly do it, okay? That's what we're just saying. So anywho, let's get it all straightened out so we can get back, because I know some of y'all gonna need to go back to slavery. Some of y'all need to have the whip and chains because you can't follow instructions.
Wow.
Really.
Lisa, this is weird because people keep coming into the room, and then I go to see, like Michael just came into the room, and he disappeared. Like before I could bring him up or invite him up or anything. So there's still stuff going on. Yeah. Is there still stuff going on from last night?
Does anyone have a burner?
No, I don't. I can't afford a burner.
I don't. It might be shadow ban too, because I have a burner. Let me see if it's in the hallway. I always go to the house, y'all, because the hallway is no, I can see it in the hallway. On my burner.
I don't know why it would be shadow burner.
It's not shadow ban. I can see it in the hallway on my burner. But anywho.
So yeah, anywho, we're having a good conversation, and I wanted to continue. It is so juicy.
You know what? It's not. You know what? I just looked. It doesn't show you if you did drop someone because you had that naked guy on the stage, and
naked.
No, not if you drop them. It shows if you kick them. No, it shows if you remove somebody from the stage. Because see how it says Tiffany Denise removed, Tiffany Denise reformed, removed, reformed. It shows if people are moved or kicked from the stage.
So she had a troll on stage that came up, and we removed them, and it doesn't show that we removed that troll.
Oh, well, maybe something's wrong with the app. But anywho, I mean, yeah, then maybe something like that.
Yeah, it doesn't show.
Omari, you should try to ping him then.
I just sent him a message, and I told him to try to do go in through the house. Oh my God, I just got a message.
But in the meantime, I would like to respond to the
hallway. I seen it. That's how I came in.
I would like to respond to the comments that were made in the video.
Thank you.
Okay. So first, from the person that was speaking, that was Nick Fuentes. I'm not really sure how another major recession a la 2008 would help make the country white. For example, there's technically more white individuals that are on food stamps just because of the sheer number of them. So that would not make the country white. That would contribute to making the country impoverished.
People are talking about his level of sacrifice, not that.
Well, so is he conjecturing? Because how would that happen? I don't understand illogical economic consideration. So I'll just respond as if I'm taking him seriously, which is to say that wouldn't happen. So I don't understand why that Nick Fuentes person would theorize that there would be some sort of sacrifice when literally people are sacrificing right now because they're poor. It's not a choice. It's a condition of their existence. That didn't sound right, but y'all know what I'm saying. So then I'll bring it into the other person, what the other person was saying, Kaz. So he's saying that we all address the slave thing, but honestly, the slaves were a form of payment. Like, their labor was paid. It just kind of went to the person that owned them at the time, which was the master. So I'm not really sure how he doesn't understand that if slaves were paid, they did not own their wages because they did not own themselves. But anywho, just in case anybody was unclear about that. And the last thing, the poorest states in the nation are actually red states. So I'm not really sure, again, why we seem to confuse democratic economies versus, Republican economies. The red states are literally the most lacking in education, lacking in literacy, lacking in jobs, lacking in all the things. We know what Republican leadership looks like. I'm not sure how we continue to be confused about that. Back to the second.
Can respond to that because I think you missed the point. I think he's not trying to make this a matter of fact. He's just saying, I hate not having a white country so bad. I would love to do this instead of that. It's not an idea to say oh well, this is better than that. This is better. He's not saying that. All he's saying is he wants a white neighbor so bad. He's willing to be stupid, to be ignorant, to be poor, to be everything that is deplorable if he can have more white people. That's what he's saying.
I mean, okay, I'm going to take one last stab at it, Romus, because I get it. I'm taking him too seriously. There are literally places in this country that are majority white. I mean, really majority white. Like, white. Like, I don't understand if he's in Idaho and the black population is not that high. If he wants a white nation, why can't he just take his ass to live in the country in Montana or something? So that's all I'll say there. Nick Fuentes, just the way that he framed it would let me know that they need minorities and immigrants, because that's a really stupid theory. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, I'm done.
I agree with you. And not only that, I live in Texas, right? And actually, Texas is a red state. It's the second most populous state in the country, and it's a red state. And then the most populous state would be California, and then followed by New York. So those are your three biggest states, and then Florida and Georgia, whatever, right? But number one and number two, right? It's going to be California, which is obviously very blue. It's like 54 electoral votes, and I'm not quite sure we have. I think like 38, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, I digress. The reason why I did want to say this, I'm in Dallas. Dallas is a very cosmopolitan place, right? I live in a predominantly white neighborhood, right? I can count my black neighbors. But it's an upper middle class neighborhood. There's no freaking Confederate flags in my neighborhood. Now, are there white people that prefer white people? Well, it's a predominantly white neighborhood. Sure they do. But when they come out and bust a grapefruit, probably not. Because guess why? Because they're working. They're working a lot of hours trying to get their kids to top schools. Here in Dallas is probably going to be UT Austin or maybe Texas Tech, A&M. I mean, they're living real lives. I remember when January 6th happened, I was just like, you know what, let me take a peek out and see if there's any white people, doing anything crazy. I don't know, maybe got a freaking.
I'm sorry, is this addressing either my rebuttal or the original point?
I'm not even responding to your rebuttal.
Oh.
Because you basically said that you don't take me seriously. And I knew you didn't take me seriously, so there was no need to respond. I'm kind of speaking on the overarching about the Nick Fuentes guy, so I'm not even responding to you at all. If that makes sense. I'm not centering you at all. That's no offense. But you even said you were just kind of like...
Oh, no, continue speaking. I was just asking for a point of...
Yeah, I completely disregarded what you said. I knew you was like just...
You can continue. Thank you. You may continue.
But you came off the app to speak to me, and I just felt that I wanted to go overemphasize.
All right, child.
She was just talking.
No, so am I.
Well, you keep going and going. Just go with whatever you got to.
No, she interrupted me, and I lost my train. Right, and she did it on purpose too.
I'm sure you're not that special, but continue, please.
Ma'am, neither are you. Two of us. You're not that special either.
All right, well.
You actually had nothing.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
You had nothing to say, but you said something. But you had nothing to say.
Do you talk to the white people in your neighborhood like that?
I'll talk to anybody like that. I'm not scary like you. You're scary, not me. You're scared to die, not me.
You think the white people are going to kill you?
Ma'am, shut up. You sound like a fucking retard.
But you actually are one. Off to the goo he goes.
Wait, is that him in his PTR, y'all?
I don't care.
Bye, Felicia.
Oh my God!
You're old to be talking like that.
But I really was asking. You gotta go over. But I really was asking him what point he was referring to.
You really was.
I didn't understand, and I was going to interject that you were coming to Texas and it doesn't matter. I'd rather people be annoying us on the South than out irritating old people. You might just start yelling at an old black woman to call her a bitch or something. I don't know. I'm sorry, child.
But don't we already have a vestige of a modern day Jim Crow? Didn't we just witness that just in the last couple of days that the state of Virginia had a statewide vote and then it was shut down, and then we find out that the Supreme Court shut it down? Didn't we just witness Tennessee months before primaries literally say that they're going to remove black districts, and we're literally removing duly elected people out of office? Isn't the same thing happening in Louisiana? Was Jim Crow not actual legislation that was put in place? It was not just sentiments. It was not just MAGA. It was actually legislation. Wasn't a core part of the Voting Rights Act struck down, having pieces of legislation that have been in place for over 50 years been struck down. So I would wager that we are facing a modern Jim Crow, and this president hasn't even been in office for 2 years. So what else is going to come?
That is the question, but I think that we are going to respond, and I think now we are catching up to understanding, how this is being happened, how this is happening to us. I think that we're at a point now where we're about to get activated, and the strategies need to change because they change. We need to change with the strategies and come up with new creative strategies.
So, Robert, tell us, what do you see? You say we're catching up. So, what do you see coming down the turnpike, since you know what's going to happen? What do you see?
I don't say that I know what's going to happen. I think that we are going to be in a position where we're going to have to sit back. How do we take this shit down? Clearly, they have moves. Clearly, they came with a plan. 2025, they came with a fucking plan.
So, Ramos, 1 second. So, Ramos, I asked you a question because you're rambling. You're talking. You're being vague. You're not giving specifics at all, and I'm afraid that you're going to continue doing that for the next 10 minutes. That's why I asked you what you see coming down the turnpike. If your answer is I don't see anything yet, or I don't know, then that's your answer. But I don't need we need to sit down and strategize. We just need to get ready. That's not saying anything.
Okay, so let me.
It's okay to say you don't. It's okay to say you don't know. It's okay. It's okay to say you don't know.
I did say that, but what I'm suggesting is we are going to start early. The Republicans, and I mentioned this months ago, the Republicans started breeding these monster Republicans, these right-wingers, since elementary school. They have had them in programs, in clubs, making speeches. They started early. And what I mentioned a long time ago is, when are we going to start to do that? I think we have a reason now to do that, to start fucking in elementary school, right? While we're fighting now, we got to build.
To start what in elementary school? To start what?
Building some coalition, building some training, something to keep our ability to vote at the top of the list of things to do. I think civics, certain civic things started maybe in high school. I remember in high school we really started to learn about government. Other than that, it was like social studies, talking about history. I think we need to start talking about making a change, understanding what our positions are, knowing how to support it, being in volunteering for registration.
Who's the we?
Elementary school.
Who's the we? So you say we need to do X in elementary school. Who's the we?
We are the opposition party.
Wait, so we have elementary schools
run
by
Democrats. Dare you? How dare you?
about you're still talking about the Democratic Party when you say we.
Let me be specific. I think it's not just the Democratic Party. I think it's anything that's not a far fascist right.
Why don't get this fool off the damn stage?
Rumpus, I don't understand why you feel comfortable being this vague when you talk. It's hard to follow because you're just not specific enough.
Okay, I'm gonna step away. Please.
No, I'm being honest.
Okay. I've said my 2 cents. If I don't translate, then I'll just try to find some other things to.
So, what is that you looking for? Speaking, what is that? I'm just telling you how facetious speak is true. That's good. Yeah, Eric, what is it that you are specifically looking for him to respond and which, like, what will satisfy you?
Oh, just something intelligent and meaningful. That's all.
Something intelligent.
I mean, like, so.
He's full of shit.
If you asked yourself that question, how would you respond?
I wouldn't ask myself the question that he was trying to answer.
So, okay. So he was trying to make his point, and then you asked him a follow-up question to his point, but you were clearly looking for a specific answer to respond.
You know, I saw I saw a woman dressed like that today, but even over the full thing, she had a second one just in case. So it's like a Muslim JIC. Just in case that one falls off, she's got the other one to, make sure. But isn't that so crazy? It's like, where did you come from? How are you driving, a nice new car? And, who are you? And, how long are you planning on staying here? When are you going to go back to Damascus? Hello?
Damascus is beautiful.
Where did you come from?
It's a very open culture.
Where did you come from?
Where did you go? Kind Nigel. Let's sing. You're supposed to have karaoke. Where's Daniel Nero? Can someone else call him? He's not picking up.
Oh, I don't know where he is.
Narja, you said something earlier today that was wrong, and I just wanted to question you about it. You said something like the experience is the virtue, or you said, just life is the virtue. Existence is no. You said existence is the virtue, not a virtue. Oh, it is a virtue. So there are many virtues. Do you think the other virtues supersede just mere existence?
They're identical to existence itself.
Oh, it's identical. Oh, got it. So there's actually no learned ethics or morals or virtues, correct? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying all virtues exist. That's all I'm trying to say.
All virtues exist. You're not actually saying anything.
I'm saying that it is, because see, the argument is it better to exist than to not exist, right? It's always better to exist because that which exists always holds potential to actualize. So such as hope, patience, these are virtues that become like the mechanism.
Well, see, that's where I would. This is where Christianity. Because in Christianity, shut up. When you're doing charity and you're dying for someone that you love to save their life, that kind of supersedes what you're saying.
Why you're so sensitive?
Because, if you made a pleasant sound as opposed to the racket that's coming out of your mic, I wouldn't be objecting, to the sounds that you're emitting.
John is a very He's intimidated by
No, I'm just asking, are you okay with my voice or no? Because
I think it's good. It's exceptional.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you know, what you're saying, Narjas, is kind of like, you know, it's not the full.
Because maybe I'm not understanding.
You have to look at my Instagram and then you can talk to me.
You want me to look at your Instagram, then I can talk to you? Oh, joy. Joy now.
Yeah, that's what you said. Okay, thank you.
Look similar to me.
Rabbi, your audio. Yeah. Yes, that's what I
Similar.
Your audio is also shit. میگه بابا دست خودتون ولش کنین اینقدر جریان بازی در نیارید همین میگه دیگه چه کاری حالا جریان بازی در نیار اوکی من میام میشینم خونمون شما بریم باز خودتون اشغال کنید
Can you speak American, please?
ببین اتاق کی دیدم تو رو سکپتیک بود؟
من نمیدونم بابا من الان نشستم اینجا من سگم آخه از توی دامپزشی گرفتمش بعد اومده بود همینجوری داشت یه جوری لایک به دوست من مثلا عشق و علاقه نشون میداد و من گفتم خدایا من اینو نگرفتم اینجوری باشه بعد یه جوری خرط و خر شده میشه
من سگم همین الان بردم برای راه
آره همین الان سگ من یه جوری چسبیده بود به این اوزگل مثلا من اصلا مونده خدایا بعد اصلا یه جوری مونده بودم که خدایا اصلا سگ من اصلا احتیاجی نداره اینجوری باشه ولی اینجوری شد دیگه چیکارش کنم
حالا بذار بخوره شاید دوا چیزی بهش دادن اونجا
اوکی بچه ها یه ذره حرف زدن گفتم جوابشونو بدم دادست
پرندم داری سپیده؟
آره
اوکی
جوتی دارم الان اینجا اگه خاموش کنم همه چی خاموش کنم میتونه بگه که سپیده
باشه
بعد جدا از اون سپیده رو میتونه بگه که ردش کن بچه حرف بیادبی نزنم برش کن
بگو
نه بیادبی آخه بیادبی
بگو بابا چی میگه
بیادبیه بلده
کسخول چی میگه مثلا
نه میگه که ریدم دهنت
بابا
okay hey Blow can you tell them you're like reading than the Hanet, please? I'm just literally asking him. خیلی بامزه. What the fuck? اون چی به من زنگ میزنه؟ Daniel.
Do you know I don't know this person at all?
You don't, and you just fucking spoke to her fluently in Farsi, and it sounded partly Vietnamese. I don't know why, but
Dude, mine doesn't. She had a little accent. Oh my God,
what is her problem?
I don't know who she is.
How does she fucking know that you could speak it though?
I don't know.
She's stalking you, bro.
Seen her in a room before this too. In one of the rooms I was in. Yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
Oh, audio.
They're coming to get you. They're coming to get you.
Should we sing them?
Yeah, I'm just putting clothes on.
Hey, Daniel. Hey, sweetie.
Daniel, why aren't you speaking?
He's become too cool for school. Like, he's become too cool.
Wait, Narcissus, I got a question for you. Do you think the IRGC is hiring, meaning like because they've killed so many of them, like they're not putting out job solicitations to Iranians? They're like, hey, we need to recruit you. Join today. I mean, they are, right? Absolutely.
Hello? You know what? That could be possible. Really, I think so.
I mean, if the U.S. was engaged in a major war, they would be soliciting for soldiers left and right. I mean, they would have a draft. Like, where is the draft in Iran? Oh, wow. Good one, Nero.
I love that song.
Welcome, Dr. Brian. Welcome, Dr. Brian. Welcome to Liberal Elite Intellectual Democrats.
That's funny as fuck.
Okay, I want to give you a quick sample.
So Clyburn, CBS, PBS.
No, I think this would be MRE. This is important enough for us to listen to it in its entirety because we can chop it off every 5 minutes. But for us to be listening to out of sequence clips that are not going to give me any understanding, because he started in a different spot this time. You notice that?
So let me, I do apologize. Let me see if I can bring this in the YouTube long format. And just so that you know, it's called Firing Line, right? With Margaret Hoover, all right?
Oh, okay. This is with Margaret Hoover? Okay, I know. That's a good, she's a good interview.
Okay, so I would like us to be able to hear it. No one has any place to go. This is Friday night. And if they're talking about Jim Crow and Clyburn is a good, he's a good interview. I mean, he's going to say something right off the cuff. I mean, you know what I mean? He doesn't hold back too much. So I think it's worth us listening to it. Anybody disagree? And then we can move on from there and continue having this conversation.
I think it's worth saying. So South Carolina, I mean, I think I don't know who said, Margaret said this. I mean, and then another lady who was another part, Sandra, was another part of the country. I think it's worth noting that, I mean, the United States is a pretty big place. There's a lot of different people, a lot of different views and ideas. In South Carolina, I mean, there's slave ports there. My great-great-great-grandmother was from Spartanburg, South Carolina. It's a pretty racist place. I don't think South Carolina is represented in all of the United States. I think you need to take that note. We're looking through the lens of Jim Clyburn, who actually happened to be the first Black American in 1971 to be advisor to a governor in South Carolina. Right? We're talking about the same guy.
Hey, Daryl. Yeah, hey, Lisa, I have an answer to your question about the clip. Okay, I found the clip on YouTube. The interview was done in January this year, so before the Supreme Court issued its decision in the Calais case.
Brother, I just wanted to correct you on that fact.
What?
So the Jim Crow laws didn't come before 19.
Oh yeah, Dave, I'm talking. Yeah, so there's nothing to correct. Just mute up.
Wait. Oh, sorry.
No. Mute up. When I'm done, so you can talk about what you want to talk about. Okay. I'm talking about a YouTube clip. Mute up, please. You too, Chris. Mute up.
You guys mute up on the stage if you're not.
Don't mute. Don't yell at me, gay boy. Mute.
Whoa. Stop, you guys.
We're not going to do that.
This is a long night. Y'all already hyped up and
yeah, so Lisa, the clip was posted on YouTube in January this year. It's about 30 minutes long. I can post a link in the chat. I don't know if you guys want to listen to 30 minutes, but it's Jim Clyburn talking about America, race, and where we're going in terms of civil rights. It's a bunch of stuff. So here's the.
Okay, you guys have the link. Amara, you have the link.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I can play 30 minutes of what's that, but we could try to, because you might not got nowhere to go, but I definitely got to run up and down those stairs.
Right here, brother. I just posted the link. It said firing order with Margaret Hoover, and that's what I found.
I'm about to settle in and go to a cigar lounge and just listen.
All right, so 27 minutes.
Okay.
You don't have to play the whole thing, but I believe that's where Rhombus got the clip from. So.
Yes.
And we can just stop it. Okay, so we can stop this clip every. That'll take a little too long. Every 5 minutes, I'm not sure. So you want to run? Amari every 6 minutes?
I think Rhombus said he'll run it.
Okay,
yeah,
so
I'll run it every 6 minutes.
Okay, so every 6.
Yeah.
Oh my God! What would you guys like? No, seriously, because I'm trying to get to the 3 minutes. We'll be forever.
Well, we're not trying to get through this. Are you trying to get through this whole thing tonight?
Oh Lord. Okay, go ahead, Rhombus. Start it. Do every 5 minutes. Is 5 okay?
Oh yeah, 5 times 6 is 30. So yeah, that's fine.
All right, it's 5 minutes, y'all. You guys need to. ADD is for real, and I think RFK. Just relax. If we might hear something that's going to help us with the conversation, maybe help you make some informative decisions about what's going on with voting and should you vote and what's actually happening. This is informative. Look at it that way. Informative.
Not if you're listening to mentally ill people.
Who are you considering mentally ill, sir?
The homosexuals.
Oh my God! I just cannot tonight, sir. Can you keep your
I moved him to the audience. That was absolutely called for, and that's not what this room is about.
Okay, this is just too much. I cannot control the crazies. So, all right.
Don't even try to control the crazies.
No, I'm not. You see what I'm doing? I'm trying to find something to eat. I'm just trying to get you guys to have a room until I get home. That's
some of the mods agree with what I say. That's why they brought me back up.
Oh, okay. Well, those mods are not going to speak up. So, and can you just not talk until we get through 5 minutes of this?
Well, so a mod that dropped you, approved you to come back up.
Yeah, and I just realized that. Yeah, so I dropped him again, and it'll stay that way. My bad. I do apologize, everyone.
Talk about hypocrisy.
You know, I make mistakes. I am not perfect.
Okay. We're playing at 5?
Go ahead, Robert, man, calm down. Go ahead, man.
What?
Let me get Little out of here first.
A warning for the future. This is on firing.
By cautionary tale is thus: anything that's happened before can happen again.
South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn is talking about segregation.
All it takes is a road Supreme Court, and I'm not so sure that we have not gotten there.
So you think they would reinstitute Jim Crow?
Absolutely. I think the Supreme Court is well on the way to doing that.
Clyburn's recent book, The First Age, is a reminder of Black Americans' political advancement and deliberate political suppression. It tells the story of the 8 Black Americans elected to Congress from South Carolina immediately following the Civil War. There wouldn't be a night until Clyburn was elected in 1992, close to a century later. And you say that it became more urgent to you to tell this tale after January 6th.
Right. I am convinced that whoever put January 6th together used a roadmap that became right out of this.
Thank you.
At 85 years old, Clyburn is a national power broker. His famous fish fry is a mandatory stop for any Democrat with presidential ambitions. What does Congressman Jim Clyburn say now?
Firing line. Margaret Hoover is made possible in part.
Make that mistake.
Well, I think that Mike Washington District has always been a part of this country, especially since the Civil War. The people who came out of the Civil War, having lost the war, decided that was just a battle. They would continue to fight to redeem the South to its pre-Civil War days. And in my book, I refer to them as redeemers.
The Redeemer Democrats were the Southern Democrats. They wanted to redeem the South.
They wanted to redeem the South to pre-Civil War days. And constitutionally, they didn't get it done. But you will see instance after instance, they made the decision. We're going to take Amendment to right to vote. But the implementation of constitutional amendments rely on legislative action, and that's where they made their attacks. Went straight to the legislature, and then they got the Supreme Court to interpret things the way they wanted them interpreted, and that's how we got Jim Crow.
The first black South Carolina member of Congress, Joseph Kane Rainey.
Yeah.
You say when you got to Congress in 1993, there was practically zero evidence that he had ever been in the same halls you were walking.
That's correct. And I set out to change that.
And later you were able to hang his portrait in the Capitol, have a meeting room designated in his honor.
Right.
Why was that so important?
Well, I believe history is very important. It should not just be informative for the citizens. And because I believe that so strongly, I think that the extent to which we are left out of that district takes away from the foundation that our children and grandchildren can build upon.
Okay, we're at 5 minutes. Any thoughts? Mike, continuing on? We need to fast forward more.
So,
we good?
Hold on real quick and just give people a chance. I don't know, Misa, did you hear? Okay, so it looks like they clipped the part where he talked about Jim Crow, and then they seemed like they mashed it with another section of your original clip. Did you hear that?
I was hearing the conversation, and it sounded like the original one, but still, let's move from here. The conversation is, do we really think this is viable? Like what he's saying, because this is what the room is about. He is coming out of his mouth. This is somebody who's been serving for a long time. Hopefully he won't be reelected.
85 years old, right?
Yeah.
Time to retire, buddy.
Time to retire, buddy.
But he sounds good, though.
He does, but he should be. What do they call emeritus right now?
Yes.
He should be bringing somebody up behind him.
He should be on his porch drinking lemonade, riding away until.
No, he should be pouring all this knowledge into somebody who can come up behind him.
While drinking lemonade.
Yo,
don't forget the lemonade.
You guys are just
or sweet tea.
Silly tonight, right?
I really like
This will be the
sweet
silly room. This will be the silly room, or
in the hall.
I think that there's more. I think that there's more interview to be listened to, and so she will ask the question that we originally heard again, and then that was when the rest of the context will kind of roll out. But she's kind of teasing out some of the conversation, and this is kind of like the first time we heard the word slavery come out of his mouth, because the last one he didn't say slavery. He said they don't want slavery. They want as close to Jim Crow as possible. But what I heard just now, he said they want to get as close to slavery as possible. Right.
He's talking about Rainey, though. He's talking about the congressman. So when he was talking about that, he was talking about in that context. That's what I heard. So, I mean, I didn't realize he was the person that got the picture in the halls of Congress. So shout out to him. That was something that I wrote down. That he did, that he was a big part of. So shout out to him for that one. So,
I'll roll out another 5 minutes.
Press play again if you quick, and Lisa, you got to mute up because I can hear them.
Okay, sorry.
The Chinese chicken wing with feathers on it.
Okay. Well, this piece needs to.
So we said that's what they said. So don't be surprised that he said slavery, because that's what we said earlier, over an hour and a half ago. We said they said slavery.
But you didn't ever say Claremont. He said it. Yeah, so I get what you're saying. But go ahead. But he didn't say slavery, and the Republicans trying to bring it back in that sense, though. So you're still distorting it. But go ahead, Rhombus. We're here.
Yeah, I have grandchildren. I got a full great granddaughter. I think it's important for her to know who she is and from where she came.
Robert Smalls was one of your first dates. Was born enslaved. He became a Civil War hero.
Right.
You called him, quote, the most consequential South Carolinian who with Abraham Lincoln?
Yep, he escaped in May, and all those who sit down with Abraham Lincoln. Small to become a celebrity all over the country, having escaped slavery the way he did, having been rewarded with his freedom and with significant amounts of money. He was asked to go to Washington, sit down with Abraham Lincoln, and get permission for blacks to serve. And he left Washington having convinced Lincoln to do that. And Lincoln authorized him to go back to South Carolina and recruit 5,000 soldiers that turned into 40 now. And Abraham Lincoln said himself, and it's in the book, were it not for these soldiers, they would not have won the war. So I believe that war changed direction because of Robert Small. It's pretty clear the facts are there.
There's one of the first aides whose story you say, quote, gives me the greatest cause, that's Robert DeLarge. Yeah. So how is he different?
He was born a free black. He's from family from Haiti. And his father was a tailor, mother a dressmaker. They owned slaves because he was of mixed race. He was able to get an education, and he really joined the Confederate Army. He was a big apologist for the enslavers. He looked down upon those who were enslaved until the war was over and the Union had won the war, and he flipped sides. He used his color to get an education, and he used his color to suppress those that he considered beneath him until he needed them to vote for him. He only served one term, and I think that was because people soon saw through him.
The history of these men, especially the heroes, the ones you most admire, it strikes me that in an era where there was a move to tear down Confederate statues and to contextualize them and put them in museums and take them out of public spaces, that there's a real opportunity to build statues, to build up these men and to remind this next generation of our history.
Yeah, these things evolve. You see various books of Robert Smalls in places, none really official. I have not seen, I have talked with the legislator that was working on put his likeness in the Capitol. He represents Buford and happens to be a Republican. And his thing to me was, Robert Smalls was a Republican. Well, all 8 of these people
were Republicans.
Well,
but this is
my mother and father were Republicans. But this Republican Party today,
it's a little different.
It's a little bit different.
It's a little bit different. You say that, as a result of the tumultuous and challenging times in which we live now, this book has become much more than an introduction to heroic figures.
Absolutely.
Heroic figures have been lost to history. It is now a cautionary tale.
Right.
And you say that it became more urgent to you to tell this tale after January 6th.
Right.
You say that the Redeemer Democrats are echoing the tactics of MAGA Republicans.
Absolutely.
Tell me more about that.
Well, all the stuff that they did. A guy named Witherspoon Gary, a general in the Confederate Army.
Completely unrepentant, believes that Robert E. Lee should not have surrendered.
Absolutely. And he did everything he could. He, like a particular figure in the White House today, he overtook the entire mechanism. He wrote and given instructions as to how they conduct themselves. And one of the things he instructed them to do, always wear a red shirt. The red shirt. Today, red caps. He instructed them you can look at what's happening today. If you want to know what all this is about, you can get a nice, concise understanding from this book.
So are you saying these tactics echo the past?
Absolutely. In fact, I am convinced that whoever put January 6th together used a roadmap that they came right out of this era.
How far do you think the current MAGA Republican Party, because you say Proud Boys, which are different from run-of-the-mill MAGA, how far do you think MAGA Republicans, and even Donald Trump as the leader of the MAGA Republicans, I mean, when you reference the echoes of history, how far do you think, or are you warning that they're willing to go?
All the way.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by all the way? Because you write at one point in the book, the MAGA Republicans and their supporters who want to make America great again want to be remaking it in the image of the antebellum era. I just want to be clear. Are you saying you think they want to reinstate slavery?
No. They wish to get us back as close to slavery as they can possibly get us to without violating the Constitution. They can't do it. Jim Crow? Yes.
So you think they would reinstitute Jim Crow?
Absolutely. And I think the Supreme Court is well on the way to doing that. Remember, all of this started with the Supreme Court decision called Dred Scott. That's what defined and laid the foundation for all of this stuff. And then we got the case called Fletcher versus Ferguson that's established separate and equal.
Well, of course, the Supreme.
Okay, so that was what we heard the first.
Yes. Okay, I'm glad you told me.
Hope you defeat her.
And I can't wait to hear what comes after that, because that's the part that, like Tiffany and others were stating, we need to hear that second part. But he said slavery, no. Jim Crow, definitely.
Yeah.
He said definitely. Okay, I heard that loud and clear. I have a little bit of pushback. I think since I've been coming on these stages, come on, we were trying to have a conversation. I would say since I've been coming into space, I think people take policies disagreements as wanting to go back to a Jim Crow slavery. Yeah, he voting, because you want voter IDs, voting, to have an ID to vote, that you want Jim Crow, right? Because you may have stricter immigration policies, right? That you want to go back to slavery. I'm not sure how you can put tens of millions of people in that bucket. And that's just my one pushback there online.
And not only that, Amari, it's a very abstract thing. It's like you can't approve or disapprove that statement because it's just too abstract. It's too obtuse. And that's the issue that I have with it. I mean, he's just having a conversation, and we're hyper-focusing on this conversation, and we're all going to take away our own meaning from it. But, I mean, the guy's also selling a book, too. So let's not forget that, right? Like, all the money from the truth. I mean, I think this interview, obviously, I understand who Jim Clyburn is. We all do. But I think things can be taken out of context or lost in translation. I want to know where's his book? Did his book get published around this time? Is he on a book tour? What if we came out and found that this guy gave the same interview 30 different places at little Rotary clubs and Kiwanis clubs all over South Carolina? Would we give it the same amount of,
Okay, I got issues with that, because the thing is this: everybody who was going through this administration, even the first time, has written a book, right? There are, I think, multiple reasons for that. One, you want to get that person's perspective. It's selling. If you're living in a MAGA world, you gonna get fired, right? So this is gonna be his last. We're all getting paid. Secondly, it needs to be archived from multiple perspectives, as many perspectives that have the closest to many different angles. It is of service that we get this black man's perspective down, right? And he gonna make some money on the side, okay? You know, because he needs to do this. His Fridays. Come on.
Let me just have a little quick. I want to add to that, and I really want to pass the mic. But here's the other thing that's interesting. It reminds me of the book that I was talking about earlier that people would say was so irrelevant to what I was trying to say. I mean, I don't know why, but how he described, because I just read about this guy, Robert Small. I didn't know this guy ever existed, and I went and I read about him, and I shared the link. I'm a speed reader, right? I'm like, damn, this Robert Small did that during actual slavery. I mean, this guy actually got a freaking Confederate ship and drove it to the Union side that had cannons and munitions during the slavery time. Right? And not to mention, another little nuance fact that was just kind of mentioned there, he had kind of like a priority status or preferential status. He was Haitian, born free. I think they're saying here that he actually, one thing they're saying he's a slave, but then he volunteered to be a worker to get a better context. He had slavery, agreed, and he was a freaking Confederate apologist. Let's not forget that part. And then he flipped sides after the Civil War. And then he served in the state legislature. Very interesting thing that any black person could do something like that back in the anytime after the 1860s or anytime. And then he served in the U.S. Treasury, the U.S. Representative as well, during a time really right before Jim Crow, right? And Jim Crow came after 1865, right? Because these were the things to put black people back in chains, mass incarceration, all these other things. Someone said, what am I insinuating? I'm not trying to insinuate anything. I'm like, look at the facts. Guys, I'm going to say it this one, I'm going to say it plainly. Nobody's going to give you shit. And it's interesting that we know that when it comes to our own macro lives. Like, is somebody just going to give you a degree? Or you have to go out there and earn it, right? Somebody's going to give you freedom, or you're going to go out there and take it. Guys, white people didn't give us shit, okay? We fought for our freedom. We died for our freedom. And that's just the facts. We kill people for our
White people didn't give us shit.
Any ladies, we heard a lot of the fellas.
The quarter of the night.
I don't know why
we fought, died for our own freedom. We didn't do it together, ladies and gentlemen. Our people did it all by ourselves.
I'm happy that he made a distinction between the Republican Party of the past that his parents were and Mr. Smalls was in the current Republican Party. Because no matter how many times people try to dispel that nasty little rumor, it will persist. I also think it's interesting that I actually just appreciate his perspective. I was reminded that this is an elder, and it's kind of amazing that he reached that point in his life. And what struck me, and I put this in the chat, and honestly, it's quite infuriating, and I apologize to all of the non-melanated people in the room, but kind of the way that even at his age, with all of his accomplishments, that he still had a tinge of pride in his voice when he said, and it's in the book, that Lincoln said he couldn't have won the war without those soldiers. As if we're still looking for some kind of approval from people that we know largely are not even worthy of seeking such, are telling us that we're not enough, or telling us that we're not worthy. That just really boiled my bum, that this lovely elder, this esteemed, refined, elegant gentleman still has to say, this is what Lincoln said. Fuck Lincoln, respectfully. Fuck his little on the head, like, oh, the Negroes perform well. Fuck all of them. Thank you, I'm done.
And his motherfucking pennies. Fuck him and his pennies.
Oh, wow. With that being said, we should be at about the 14-minute mark, Rhombus?
Yeah, 13, 14. Yeah, so we're like halfway there. And I can squeeze in another 5.
Well, I just want to add real quickly to what Reformatory said. I mean, Reformatory, man, it's scary.
Reformatory.
It's scary.
Girl, I know. We're twinsies, girl.
say this about Lincoln. Lincoln was a piece of shit. Lincoln he did not want you guys to be free. He did not want you guys to actually be in the war, but he was pushed to it because they were losing so badly. He wanted to save the Union, and by saving the Union, if that meant sending y'all niggas back to Africa, if that meant sending you guys back to Africa, he was willing to do that. But as it turned out, he had started looking for some place to send you guys, and then he found out that they were losing so terribly in the war. Y'all look this up. Lincoln was not your savior. He started to gradually let you guys fight. And then when they were capturing the African Americans, instead of trying to tell them to treat them nicely, because once they caught you, they treated you worse than slaves, he refused to intervene. So just do a little backdrop on Lincoln and see how he wasn't that great emancipator that everybody tries to play him as. And I'll end with that.
Agreed, Misa. He freed the slaves to piss off the South. But anywho, we don't have to litigate that. But I want to get this book and read it for sure.
Thank you. Yes, and 5 minutes so we can jump in. Thank you, I appreciate it. And everyone in the room, thanks for coming to the 420. Eventually, we're going to get to some other, but this was kind of intriguing to me. I hope you just bear with us and get through it, and y'all can get back to arguing and crashing out after this is over. Go ahead, guys.
During Reconstruction, overturned the Civil Rights Act.
Yeah.
So I
Then go do it. Do it like that. Overturned by the Supreme Court. And what is the point of the 1965 Voting Rights Act is the first, they put it a little more complicated, but they're doing that just in Lord, it's focused on it. Voting Rights Act is now, and it is legal to use political results to reject it. And that eliminated more and more African Americans from the society.
To be really clear, your view is the moderate Republicans are explicitly racist and want to turn the country back toward the side that approaches Jim Crow, if not achievement.
I don't know that I would call all moderate Republicans that. I'm very circumspect about this. There are racists. I don't put that away in one person, but I know what the word means to sit there and get there. Everybody to understand it. There are body supremacists, and there are people who are supporters of this president who admit to me that they are white supremacists. I've had people who support this president tell me that they thought slavery was a good thing, and really deny that this exists. I don't know why we would do that.
You've had people tell you to support this president that they thought slavery was a good thing.
Absolutely. Right to my teeth.
Constituents?
Absolutely. In my congressional district.
What's that like?
Sometimes I think to myself.
In the period that you cover in your book, nearly all Black Americans were proud Republicans, as you mentioned. Your mother and father were Republicans. All of the first eight were Republicans.
Right.
The Redeemer Democrats did not want Black Americans in their party. This was the party of Lincoln. It was the party of emancipation. In 1990, you participated in a debate on the original firing line with William F. Buckley Jr. And the question of the debate was, should Black Americans come back to the Republican Party? In explaining why they should not, you invoked the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Here's what you said then. Take a look.
And so it seems to me that it's a Democratic Party that has come forward with those group remedies, such as the Voting Rights Act. The Voting Rights Act is not individually applied. It's applied to the group because it was a group that was denied the right to vote.
Do you remember that debate?
Yes, I do.
The constitutionality of whether race can be considered when drawing congressional lines coming before the Supreme Court this term. You write that you would not have been elected if it hadn't been for the Voting Rights Act.
Absolutely. allocated 5 Congress people for reply.
By any means necessary, and that was a. I still to this day don't know how much of that was just propaganda to rally the support of the people to find like a common boogeyman versus they all actually believe this. I really don't know.
I mean, I'm not.
But that's
I'm
very
not
similar
making
to the left here today.
But I'm not making this up, guys. Like it's every 3 hours I have another incident, and it's coming from people with that are just extreme, and you hear it on here. You've got to put antenna up when you hear it, and so this one's from the left, and
they're definitely here.
Yeah,
and we should not underestimate it. And you know, I've seen more far left extremist terrorist attacks than from the right. To be fair,
it's not historically. It's not quite. I mean, right wingers. So left wing will cause mob violence. They will have large protests. They'll assault people, especially when they can outnumber people. But traditionally, and I'm just being fair, this is where the right wing extremists were different. Who were the people that would go into a black church or a synagogue and shoot up people because of who they are, or a Walmart, or that store in Buffalo where because a lot of black people live there? It was the right. I mean, the right wing did have. You didn't really quite see that type of violence where they were just going to execute people because of who they are. Because of their religion or race, like you wouldn't see on the right. That is where I would say traditionally right-wing extremists are far more violent when they would commit attacks. However, they're far and few between. But the left they mobilize a lot more often in large numbers. A lot of violence ends up happening when they do that. But you don't really see the mass shootings and that kind of stuff that you would see with the far right. I don't know what else to call them.
That's what I'm saying. Those mass shootings, I mean, we're seeing them. And we're seeing from which group they're actually coming. I'm sorry, it's usually.
I mean, you had some trans people that are, I don't know, trans men, trans women that have had their little streak the last year and a half or 2 years. That I would say are more on the left. Other than that, like they're kind of anomalous. Before then, it's generally been right wing people that do these mass shootings. And even like if we look at the Boston Marathon bombers, I don't even know if you can put them on a left versus right because it was just like that's Islamic.
Well, that was a terrorist attack.
Tsarnaev was driven through a sense of Islamic extremism. He got wrapped.
Exactly. It's not like I don't even consider that left versus right. It's more, at least in American
it's not
context.
left versus right. It's like radical versus not radical. Pepe, you got any brown berets near where you live, or maroon berets? That's rights group.
I mean, that was back in the day. So I'm trying to think of what you call.
There's a pejorative term. I just can't think of what the pejorative.
There's like we call them machistas.
Yeah, there we go.
So there were people, even that I was friends with in college, that were part of Mecha. And if any of you don't know, it's kind of like a far left, ethnocentric. For Chicanos, basically a Chicano is a American-born person of Mexican descent. They differentiate themselves from Mexicans from Mexico. In a way,
they may still identify partially as norteños because of the kind of like sense of like adventure and like doing your own thing and like not relying on government. But I don't know
how much would culture permeate in Arizona versus South Texas?
So I believe like one of the there was a university professor, which New Mexico is interesting because you've had people of Spanish descent that have been living there for 500 years, and their Hispanic population didn't really grow due to immigration. They've always been a majority Hispanic. But there was a professor from there, and he did the whole Aslan, the whole, basically he really pushed the whole idea that the Southwest United States should remain Mexican. It's our inheritance, and you had this big, like in the 60s, you got a lot of these different movements that came about. And I forget that fucker's name, but even the mayor of LA, he was a former mayor of LA.
Garcetti?
No, he was a Mexican guy. He was the one who I forget what he did to Rush Limbaugh's girlfriend.
Bill Diegos.
Yeah, and so he was a member of them, and they did they sabotaged some train tracks in LA or near LA and caused a terrorist attack. I mean, they were kind of militant, like a lot of groups back then, like the Black Guerrilla Family or the
militancy went kind of hand in hand in the 60s with political groups. I mean, the 60s were a super violent time in America. If we think now it's violent, that was a lot.
You remember the Weathermen? They wanted to blow up the subways underneath the Capitol. I mean, they caught that. They caught them doing
I remember asking my dad. I mean, he was in his teens and 20s in the 60s, and in 2020, I remember asking him, I don't know, was our country more politically chaotic or violent now or then? And he had a really hard time, answering it. So, in some ways, we were worse.
Weather Underground?
It's the Weather Underground. It was the SSDS.
Yeah.
And
Students for Democratic Society, something like that, right?
Yep.
You actually had some, a lot of them were pretty privileged white kids, socialists.
Yeah, they were privileged white kids. I mean,
at Columbia,
but they were very smart. These were really smart guys, like Bill Ayers.
Hey, Jerry Rubin and Abby Hoffman and Dave Dillinger and Tom Hayden. I'm trying to remember if I can get all seven. Who am I missing? Rennie Davis. I mean, they were really bright. If you look at who went on trial.
Who's the one? Chicago 8 became the Chicago 7.
And Bobby Seale. Bobby Seale, right?
Right. Who we left out?
Wait, Dave Dillinger, Rennie Davis, Abby Hoffman, Jerry Rubin, Tom Hayden. I'm missing one. I can't think of it.
You've named 6?
Yeah. Anyway,
Lee Weiner.
Bright.
No, they were all really bright. And I remember this is maybe 15 years ago. Megyn Kelly had Bill Ayers on her show on Fox, and she's trying to grill him. And I just remember just kind of being amazed at how intelligently he could answer and respond to her questions. And of course, he's doing this in a way where he could possibly get in trouble if he. Legally, if he answers some of her questions the wrong way. And I was just, and Megyn Kelly, it seemed like she was just she didn't know what to do. And I was thinking wow, this is a sharp motherfucker. And when you get...
He's very smug. He has a PhD. He's a tenured professor.
Yeah, but he's probably
he's retired.
Yeah, but he's actually, in my opinion, a very smart guy. And
he was one of Obama's advisors. Before,
the rumor is, and I don't know how true it is, that he wrote
Dreams of My Father.
Barack Obama's book, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But, he's... that's actually, if you think about it, imagine you had these smart people that were committed to being terrorists. The world's a pretty dangerous place.
Well, that's the Weather Underground. They split up SDS. There was
they were part of SGS, but then they split it up and they created the Weather Underground. They destroyed that organization, SGS, in order to form the Weather Underground, which was about bombing.
There's still people to this day, if you go on the FBI's website, that have not been found. And I'm dumbfounded. Like after decades, they've not been able to track these people that have been involved in some of those attacks. They've not been. Nobody believes they ended up.
I didn't know that
in
actually.
Cuba.
I thought they all came above ground. They had really good lawyers. A lot of those people, when they came above ground, they showed that the FBI had done illegal wiretaps, and that's why they did minimal jail sentences.
Well, no. So, there was an MTA officer in, I believe, New York City who, there was 2 women, I believe, involved in that attack, and they ended up, I forget what they did, some kind of terrorist attack, but they severely injured this one officer, and of course, even when it says, while they're still looking for her, she has a photographic memory, is estimated to be, a genius, something like that, and nobody since the 70s. No, I mean, usually these people pop up like they were found in exile in Cuba, and of course, Cuba will use them domestically as a positive PR for their.
Okay, here we go. I just Googled it. None of the original Weather Underground organization members are still in hiding as of 2026. But look, there could be other groups.
No, I wasn't talking about the Weather Underground. I'm talking about some of these extreme. Just look up far left terrorists that have not been found, that are wanted and have not been found from the 70s and 80s. I mean, it's
What are you saying? Like, you talking about from the SSDS, from those groups?
I don't know.
It was the SGS, by the way, not the SSDS.
I don't know which
SS
groups
students for
the Democratic Society.
SDS, you're saying?
Yeah. Now, Antifa, I don't know. Antifa is not from the 60s.
No, it is not.
No. Yeah, but even until the early 80s, what was it? It was her last name, Rosenberg. I forget her first name.
Those people were caught.
They were caught. This was in the early 80s, and they were still doing this shit.
Right. Kathy Boudin. I know a lot about that stuff. Yeah, Clinton pardoned some of these people.
He did?
Yeah. No, he pardoned her, Rosenberg, her last day in office. And
Dave Gilbert was pardoned by Elliot Spitzer on his way out.
And Rosenberg was on the board of Black Lives Matter. Kathy
Boudin
was a professor at Columbia.
It wasn't Angela
Davis. Go ahead.
Didn't Angela Davis, she taught at Antioch, or I feel like she was teaching at Antioch. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Or
taught somewhere.
If I recall correctly, didn't Ayers?
Bill Ayers is a tenured professor. He was.
No, I know that, but didn't he raise? I forget the name of that dude. He was the local prosecutor there in San Francisco.
Yeah, he raised Jason Boudin.
Yeah, and that was her son, and
Jason Boudin is the son of 2 left-wing terrorists, Dave Gilbert and Kathy Boudin. He went to Yale undergrad and Yale Law. He won an election to be DA of San Francisco, and then when his parents were in jail, Bill Ayers and Bernadine Doran raised him. He calls them dad. He calls his real parents by their first name. He calls them dad and mom. It's a fucked up world. And then there was a repeal. He was voted out.
If I recall correctly, in that election, they have a large Asian population, and it was, I get it. It's like a liberal and progressive place, but it did turn into a fucking cesspool, and
I don't know how it happened. I don't know how you do a repeal. They've done it in California. They repealed the governor, for God's sake. Remember when Arnold Schwarzenegger, he was voted in on a repeal election. Whoever the governor was, Gray Davis, I forgot his name. They repealed him. Arnold was voted in. We don't have that in New York. We don't see. I can't remember any other repeals in my lifetime.
Can't think of any repeals other than that one.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, the DA in San Francisco.
Yeah, that's what we've been talking about.
Yeah, that was the son.
Right,
The both
those two,
repeals that we
right?
can think of are in California.
So
And
that was
no
a
other
terrorist. That was the son of two terrorists, and that was raised by their
Jason
terrorist
Boudin.
friends.
Yeah, the incredible thing about him is that he went to Yale undergrad and Yale Law. I really believe that.
But these are smart people, and like the
Yes,
thing
definitely
is,
smart.
these are not dumb people, and that's what
They're very smart.
Yeah.
But academia is where where the liberal world, those are the people that still sympathize with the Weather Underground. That's where they are. The universities and professors, those are the people who feel like chicken shit. I was too chicken to join the SDS or to join the Weather Underground, but I do sympathize with them. And so they get a kick out of promoting the children of these people. They get a kick out of the fact that Jason Boudin is at Yale Law. Isn't it cool?
say that
his parents are doing like life bids, and he's at Yale Law. Isn't that cool?
And I think that's one of the differences between the left and the right in the United States is when it comes to like domestic terrorism, you don't have this legacy of the right wing doing this, the terrorism stuff. Whereas if you look at
aside from Timothy McVeigh, but that's few and far between.
No. I said legacies.
I misunderstood you, man. That's my bad.
Yeah, I mean Timothy McVeigh's kids are not going to Harvard.
So, but you do have people with left-wing grievances and people that so happen to be left that have ethnic or racial or religious grievances on the left that were kind of brought into the fold of I'll just say like this Marxist violent ideology where you can you're fighting the good fight. Yeah, just go ahead and blood should run in the streets. You're doing what you need to do to liberate your people. Whereas the right doesn't have anything even remotely similar to that. You're going to have people that are very extreme on the far right, which are, they're just terrorists and unhinged, and most people don't take them seriously, that might have views that are similar to that. But, once again, these are fucking crazy people. They're never really taken seriously on the right. But even the mainstream, and that's kind of one of the weird things, is like, I guess in the 60s, maybe there was more mainstream acceptance of the violence towards the majority, like America. We're an evil country, the white people, whatever. But I mean, today it's like, what do you see? It's America, any of its allies, they should be attacked. They're horrible. They're evil. White people are evil. At least in America's context, they put Jews in the white basket, but you guys are more elite form of whites. And you guys you're colonizing these brown people in an apartheid state in Israel. You're just super awful. We need to get rid of you. That's kind of how they think. And I don't know. I'm just waiting for this shit to end. It's getting really fucking old.
Googling, trying to find other recalls. This is interesting.
Well, yeah, demoralization of a nation. That whole project has been going on for quite some years now, and I feel like, I hope it's not going to work, but it sometimes does look like it's slowly working. Yeah.
But I understand, like, when Yuri Best, I'm sure you know about this, and how like awestruck he was that he was talking about how they try to demoralize countries. This is a defector from Russia who worked for the KGB. You know, basically they would, whether it was gay rights, the support or the rights of different marginalized communities, you know, they would try to draw or create rifts every way they could. But that was only a strategy to cause the downfall and social collapse of a country so they could take over. It wasn't an ideology they actually cared about. It was just these ideologies were only designed to destroy societies, not build them. But, you know, but who today would really be trying to benefit from that, except for the people who are, like, I don't know, the useful idiots that are still believed in their propaganda and the offshoots of it that are maybe professors today. I don't know that
the alliance.
But who's going to come in and take over? That's the hard part.
Yeah, you never know who's going to be the end victor, but you do know that there is an alliance between several parties, actually.
But the Soviet Union would come in after a country stabilized and then, quote unquote, normalize it and rule it with an iron fist. There's no. I guess today I can see how the propaganda is still alive, and people, there's true believers, but I don't. Perhaps, you know, China and Russia, which, you know, it's my understanding that with Russian disinformation campaigns, with them trying to, a lot of the shit that they do, it's not to, their main goal is, at least today, their main goal is to get people to be so disgusted, basically, with the system and both sides that they are just not willing to participate. And I don't, but even then, it's like Russia's not going to take over us. But of course, if they can weaken our resolve and our willingness to elect people that will push back against Russia, you know, that makes their lives easier. I don't quite know what the end goal is with people, with every group of people and all of their grievances and their ideologies. I don't even know if they're all, like, connected. That's where it becomes kind of complicated.
How about Cuba? Take over Cuba or your land, huh?
Yeah, Cuba should be freed. I mean, personally,
should be free.
Yeah.
By who?
What's not good?
By who?
It should be freed by the fucking people.
By the people or Trump?
No, by the people. I don't think Trump should rule over. No, he shouldn't rule over Cuba. It should. Basically, the regime should be out. Taken out, and then they should have elections.
Listen, what do you think about Ilhan Omar?
She's an American-hating, bitter, disgusting, Somali first, Muslim first person who's joined the squad because she does want to. I think, like, people like genuine leftist bimbos like AOC. She also wants, you know, major reform. However, that major reform is going to be at the expense of everybody that's not her people. She's Ilhan Omar is one of the greatest examples of people you should not let into your fucking country. She's not some harmless, worthless immigrant. This filthy fucking bitch is a member of our fucking Congress. And she's openly hostile to the United States and the majority of the population in the United States. She sucks.
Filthy bitch is being kind. My language would be much more extreme than filthy bid.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
She's dangerous and diabolical. And needs to be censored. Needs to be censored.
Bibi is not dangerous. Trump is not dangerous, huh?
She needs to be censored. Should have been censored. Just like Talib, who was censored.
Incredible.
And needs to be investigated.
She's another. There was a mayor of Dearborn, Michigan. This was funny. This was after October 7th. And I remember. Okay, because
yeah,
that
was incredible. Oh my god.
Did I miss it? Did I miss it?
I'll try.
Johnny, do you want to sing?
Yeah.
Johnny?
Yeah, I actually bought a. Oh yeah, I'd like to sing you a Yiddish song. Okay, pick a magic number 1 through 100.
30.
Okay, you are getting Was Teug mir der schöne Weingarten? What need have I of a pretty vineyard? A folk song published in 1927 by Y.L. Kahan. The opening stanza resembles other Yiddish folk songs. This is what it says in English. What do I need a pretty vineyard when I cannot plant it? What do I need a love affair when we cannot marry? Oh, mother, I will never fall in love again. He bragged to his friends that I call for him and he doesn't want to come. Oh, for others the night is filled with light. For me the day is dark. Oh, for others there is joy and happiness. For me there is mourning and grief. Was teug mir der schöne Weingarten, als Pflanzen kenn ich ihm nicht, was teug mir a Liebe zu spielen, als nehmen kennen wir sich nicht, was teug mir a Liebe zu spielen, als niemand kennen wir sich nicht. Oi, weh! Mama! Gewähl mir kein Liebe nicht spielen!
Whoa.
Oh my god.
That was really good. Really good.
Whoa. Very well done. Very well done.
Love, what do you got for us nowadays? Please, from here, one more.
For me?
Please.
Oh my god, okay. I'm gonna try a song before.